Welcome back. I hope you're all well fed after lunch and energized for what's coming up. I request all of you to please settle down and take your seats. All those who are sitting in the back rows are invited to sit closer to the stage. You'll have a better look at the presentations that are coming up in this technical session. So we start with our first technical session, and this is on holistic and proactive approaches for management of occupational diseases. The COVID-19 pandemic has significantly reshaped occupational safety, leading to a global rethinking of workplace health protocols, infrastructure, and policy. There has been a structural and strategic shift, and it has resulted in new guidelines, broader definitions of workplace risk, and permanent changes in how companies approach occupational health and safety, OHS. So OHS has expanded from accident prevention to holistic worker well-being. Regular health screenings and vaccination drives at workplaces are now normalized. Is your company adopting AI-based risk modeling to predict potential disease patterns based on job roles, exposure history, and environmental factors? Do you have on-site virtual occupational health clinics available in your workplace? This could even be on-site occupational health clinics, but are they there in your workplace? These are some of the issues that we will discuss in our first technical session. I would like to introduce our session chair for this session, Dr. Sumit Roy, Deputy Director General, DGFASLI. Dr. Sumit Roy is a seasoned professional in the field of occupational health and safety with over 2 decades of rich experience. In 2015, he was deputed by the government to Nepal as a resource person for ILO's Training of Trainers program for senior management personnel. He currently heads the Regional Labour Institute Faridabad. He also administers the prestigious National Safety Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause and welcome on stage our session chair, Dr. Sumit Roy, Deputy Director General, DGFASLI. Please welcome on stage our speakers for this session. AVM, Dr. Ashutosh Sharma, VSM, retired, Medical Administrator and Medical Superintendent, Amrita Hospital, Faridabad. He will be talking on the topic is Modern Workforce, a Safe Environment for All its Staff. Please welcome on stage Dr. Vidya Kiran Bhatt, Corporate Lead Industrial Hygiene, Reliance Industries. Please give a round of applause and welcome Dr. Bhatt on stage. Please welcome Dr. Professor Meenu Walia, Vice Chairman, Medical Oncology, Breast, Gynecology, Thoracic, Max Super Specialty Hospital. Please give a round of applause and welcome Dr. Meenu Walia on stage. Please welcome Dr. Basant Kumar Bahera, Chief Medical Officer, NTPC Limited, and Dr. Mohit Gupta, Professor G.B. Pant Hospital. He will be talking on the topic, the power of one thought. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers. I will hand it over to Dr. Sumit Roy, the session chair, to take this session forward.
So good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to the very first technical session of this conference. Very importantly, the session is on holistic and a proactive approach for management of occupational disease. So this very topic is of very much importance as far as the occupational disease and the medical surveillance of the occupational disease is concerned. At the workplaces where the workers are working, basically the issues that come up especially with respect to the occupational disease is that the early detection is a challenge, and the stage at which this disease get detected, at that time the cure is a challenge. So the best part is the prevention, to observe a medical surveillance and to see that how we can prevent the exposure of the contaminants to the workers and ultimately prevent the workers from contracting such disease. So I would, in fact, I am privileged to have a panelist with a very high profile. I was just going through their profiles. So I would like to introduce all the panelists today who are available here. Firstly, I would like to introduce Dr. Ashutosh Sharma, who is Air Vice Marshal in an alumni of the Armed Forces Medical College, Pune, and served in the medical branch of the Indian Air Force for 37 years. And he has held various portfolios over there, including director of a 100-bedded tertiary care postgraduate teaching hospital in Bengaluru. And he has also held the charge of HOD of Hospital Administration of AFMC Pune, and superannuated as the Assistant Chief of Air Staff Medical at the Air Headquarters. He has been awarded the Vishisht Seva Medal by the Honorable President of India in 2022. He has joined Amrita Hospital, Faridabad in November 22. Presently, he is serving there as a medical superintendent of the 2600-bedded Medical College Hospital. And he has been involved in operationalizing the hospital, which was inaugurated in August 22, and obtaining various certifications and accreditations for the hospital like NABH, NABL, and AACI. And also, he has the honor of starting of the Amrita School of Medicine, as well as the Amrita School of Allied Health Sciences. He is a professor of hospital administration and examiner with MUHS Nasik, Mahe, Manipal, and NBE New Delhi. He is also a principal assessor with the National Accreditation Board for Hospitals and Healthcare Providers and external assessor for National Quality Assurance Standards of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And his special interests have been medical support in disaster relief operations and hospital planning. Next on the panel is Dr. Vidya Kiran Bhatt. She is a corporate lead in holistic health working at the Reliance Industries. She is a senior occupational health specialist, a medical professional with masters in occupational safety and health from ITC ILO Turin University of Italy and AFH from CLI Mumbai. She is a certified practitioner in neurodiversity, mental health and ergonomics. And she advocates for holistic health and well-being, yoga and meditation. So with over 25 years of vast experience in the corporate and the manufacturing sector, she has worked across a diverse range of industries, including oil and gas, cement, mining, and railways. And currently, she is serving as the lead of the industrial hygiene at Reliance Industries Limited, based at Reliance Corporate Park in Navi Mumbai. Dr. Vidya. Next on the panel is Dr. Mohit Gupta. He's a professor at G.V. Pant Hospital. He's a renowned TEDx speaker and an intervention cardiologist. Dr. Gupta is a cardiologist by profession, currently working as a director professor of cardiology in the G.V. Pant Hospital, New Delhi. And he is also the cardiologist in the Parliament Health Annex for the honorable members of the Parliament. Dr. Gupta has completed his graduation in medicine and from the University College of Medical Science in Delhi, and attained his post-graduation and super specialization degrees in medicine from MAMC Delhi. And during his medical career, Dr. Gupta has a unique distinction of getting more than 18 gold medals and 5 silver medals. Dr. Gupta has been nominated as Fellow of the American College of Cardiology, European Society of Cardiology, the Cardiological Society of India, and the Fellow of the Royal College of Physicians, Edinburgh. Dr. Gupta is the principal investigator of many landmark research trials being conducted globally in the field of cardiology, investigating the role of genes in causing hypertension, heart attacks in young population, and the impact of COVID-19 on the heart health. Dr. Gupta is also using artificial intelligence in conducting his research and also been instrumental in initiating research on investigating the adjunctive role of meditation. He has more than 150 publications to his credit. And for his distinguished research in the field of cardiology, Dr. Gupta has received a number of national and state level awards, including the prestigious National Best Innovation Award in Cardiology for the year 2021.
Eminent Teacher Award in 2022, Excellence in Cardiology Award in 2018, and the Bishan Sarup Young Scientist of the Year Award in 2019. Dr. Gupta was also conferred with the Lifetime Achievement Award in 2025 by the Global Xaverians and Xaviers alumni for his contribution to the society. Next on the panel is Dr. Meenu Walia. Dr. Meenu Walia is a renowned medical oncologist, a cancer specialist with almost 30 years of medical experience. She is India's first DNB medical oncologist and has several laurels attached to her name, such as the Bharat Jyoti Award, Inspiring Healthcare Leaders Dronacharya Award, and Most Influential Woman of 2021 Award, to name a few. She has been felicitated with the Inspiring Oncologist of India Award at the Economic Times Doctors' Day Conclave 2023 by the Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Rajya Sabha. She is a recipient of the prestigious Scroll of Honor at the 109th Foundation Day of the Delhi Medical Association. She has also been featured on the cover of the Women's Era magazine in their special issue on Salute to the Talented Woman. A keen cancer researcher, she is the principal investigator of several global clinical trials. Beyond medicine, she is deeply passionate about the welfare of cancer patients and is thus actively involved with several NGOs and awareness activities. She is a charismatic speaker, having delivered an inspiring and popular talk on TEDx platform, as well as authored a book for cancer patients. And finally, on our panel today, we have Dr. Basant Kumar Behra. He is Chief Medical Officer at NTPC Limited. Dr. Behra's professional journey is marked by a deep commitment to healthcare excellence and community service. His education background is diverse and extensive, starting from an MBBS degree, which provided him a strong foundation in medical science. Building upon this, he pursued an MD in general medicine, where he gained specialized knowledge and skills in diagnosing and treating a wide range of medical conditions. Recognizing the importance of disaster management in healthcare, Dr. Behra furthered his education by obtaining an MBA in disaster management. This unique combination of medical expertise and disaster management skills equips him to handle healthcare challenges effectively, especially in emergency situations and disaster response. So, throughout his professional journey, Dr. Behra has continuously honed a diverse skill set that encompasses clinical proficiency, strategic planning, leadership, and interdisciplinary collaboration. Dr. Behra's expertise encompasses a wide array of areas, including EMS training, emergency medicine, telemedicine, disaster management, and capacity building of healthcare workers and professionals. So, as a life member of SEMI, API, and RSSDI, and a member of ICOH, he remains actively engaged in continuous learning and professional development. His certifications as an ACLS and BLS trainer from the American Heart Association highlights his commitment to maintaining very high standards of medical care and emergency response. So this was a brief introduction about all the panelists, and I think we are giving the time that the first technical session, it's already 10 minutes to 3. So can we make it up to, keep it for maybe 1 hour? Will it be fine? Okay. So I think with that, we can, for every speaker, we have to restrict to 7 minutes of time. And the question answers we can keep at the end of the session. We can have a comprehensive question answer session before we can close this technical session. So first, then I would like to invite Dr. Ashutosh Sharma for his deliberations. Thank you, Dr. Sharma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and good afternoon, the co-panelists, the ladies and gentlemen. I think it's an honor to be here, and I would like to thank the organizers as well as Dr. Basanta Behra specifically for inviting me to be a panelist here. Do I move this on? That's it. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I bring compliments from Amrita Institute of Medical Science and Research Center, which is part of the Amrita Health Campus at Faridabad. Health Campus because we, in addition to a 2,600-bedded hospital, we also have a medical college, nursing college, an allied health science institute. We also have, because it's part of a university, a BTech course in AI in healthcare, and of course in social sciences. So that being a little background from the institute where I come from, I come to this topic, that is modern hospital a safe workplace for its staff? Generally, we take hospital as a safe, clean place where a person who's ill and not well would go. But interestingly, it is seen that in occupational health, as healthcare workers, we've always been talking about occupational health of other specialties, other organizations, other fields. The occupational hazards, the occupational health of the healthcare staff has not been so discussed. In fact, even in a hospital or a healthcare setting, if you realize, we do not focus on the occupational health of the hospital per se or of the person who are working there. It's always about our clients, our patients, and the people who we provide a service to. There is no occupational safety officer in the hospital. We have a patient safety committee. There is no employee safety committee. Now with accreditation and a little focus from the patient safety organizations as well, a state has come that now we started talking about employee safety and occupational hazards as an offshoot in our patient safety or a safety committee meetings. So I thought this is a good opportunity to talk about the hazards which are there in hospital and how do we cope up with them. Of course, with the chair's restriction of 7 minutes, I'll have to probably rush through a few of my slides. Now, it will be shocking to see that a hospital is one of the most dangerous places to work. This is a 2021 study, and a large number of 2.5 lakhs people who were affected by various injuries and illnesses during a one-year period. A EU study of 2024 states that social health and social service sector is second only to manufacturing as far as the hazards of non-fatal risks are concerned. And 32% of the people felt that they have been exposed to a hospital-based accident or incident sometime. Of course, our range is wide from 44 to 83, but the large percentage of, this is a global data which I picked up across to highlight the significance of this issue which is at hand, that a large number of nurses in clinical practice suffer from chronic low back pain. This is not one of those conditions which one would report immediately, but cumulatively it shows. There is 63% people who reported of workplace violence, which is growing not only in India, elsewhere in the world as well, because probably the expectations and what they receive is, and plus the reason that we want it now. COVID-19, of course, was a landmark, or I would say a spot in the whole history where the entire system came collapsing. The frontline workers, the hospital staff, the healthcare staff suffered depression, anxiety, and large numbers suffered insomnia. If you convert into monetary terms, a UK study says that approximate cost is about $3.38 billion, which is the impact. So when we say, why should you invest in occupational health or health of healthcare workers, this is one more particular reason why we would want to focus on. So the World Health Assembly in 22 brought out guidelines to say that all member states should take necessary steps to safeguard and protect the workers at all levels, and health worker safety is priority for patient safety, because we have to link it to patient safety to say that it is important. If we have to just enumerate gradually based on our experience in a healthcare setup, these are the common factors which come on: infection, injury, stress, violence, harassment, litigation, hazardous chemical exposure, as well as radiation exposure. One of the study brings out the percentages as such, where needle stick injuries and cuts are highest, back muscle, joint problems are next, and so down the line. There is a perceptual difference when you ask a healthcare worker as to what would be the priority area for their occupational health that need to be focused on. Generally comes down to infections and preventions against violence. But a study brought out that the chronic musculoskeletal injuries are there, which when you go deep, you realize that these are the functions which affect maximum. This is a Turkish study of 2024. If you think about departments, the high risk, the emergency departments, like the operating rooms and emergency departments, are the riskiest amongst all, but the people who get affected mostly are the laboratory workers and the midwives. Coming to one at a time, if we talk about infection, of course, COVID was a point where we realized the significance of infection, and as per a WHO study, approximately 1.2 lakh healthcare workers died during this period of about 16-17 months from January 20 to May 21. Risks, of course, besides COVID, could be airborne, could be contact, or could be through modes of injury. The expected category of people and the areas defined are as expected. One of the attributing factors are because of the commitment of a healthcare worker where a patient safety, patient response, urgency is always prime. So many a times, up to a very large percentage of people do not take out time to go for a PPE. They feel the care is more important. If I have to go back and talk about my own practice when I used to be doing a medical officer duty in a remote Air Force station base, of course, 84, 85, the talk of HIV was just about creeping in. But if you had a person who had injury, who met with a road traffic accident, you go with your hands, you don't turn backwards to go looking for your gloves. Of course, gradually, after 90s, things have changed, and now COVID has brought us to what precautions we need to take. How do we mitigate it? Zoning, that is zoning, put your infections together, put your functions related together. Training of the healthcare staff on handling this. The PPE, use of technology like a syringe which does not allow it to be recapped, does not allow causing injury, immunization, and from the management side, providing the PEP, there is a post-exposure prophylaxis, as well as the treatment support. Many a times after the injury, a person who can ill afford that kind of a treatment would be exposed to, I'm talking about private sector. So that kind of a support is important. Violence, harassment, and litigation. This is happening in ERs, OPDs, and wards very regularly. Nurses, doctor, women staff are the front line which face most of the time. Litigation-prone departments are gynae, orthopeds, but now it is spread across all. And modes could be manhandling, litigation, or latest is a threat about going into social media. So all these build up onto healthcare workers. Reasons could be death. More often it is not accepting what was told. Even if the doctor has briefed about the possible risks, the acceptance is less, and at that time the high emotions come out, putting the healthcare workers at risk. Billing, of course, is a starting as well as an end point. That is when a person comes to a billing counter, again talking about private hospital, that is a point of flare-up. And many a times that is a point to pacify as well. Mitigation would be access control, training in code activations. Each hospital develops codes, how to do it. Meticulous documentation to some extent where you can defend the case. Liaison with the local law enforcing authorities. Legal support when the doctor so requires or a healthcare worker requires. And of course, a changing in the public perception. This has been my thought for a long time, that over the number of years we've got into, and healthcare sector has gone into a negative spiral. You say something and it is assumed that it was wrong. Something wrong was done without taking the other side view. So that's why I've shown from this negative spiral, we have to change public perception, which will probably reduce the harassment and the violence which is found in healthcare sectors. Other hazards are workplace stress. Stress could be for all around. Even if you talk about COVID times, when people, the healthcare workers, I was heading a hospital, my staff would not get a house on rent. The people would be asked to go back to where they were because they thought you'll bring back infection. It was fear of the unknown. But then who faced the brunt? The healthcare workers. Same healthcare workers had to come back to the hospital and deliver care for which he is not allowed to get back into house. So there are issues that need to be handled. Fumes, gas scavenging systems we have even when tissue cutting is there. So smoke extractors are used, chemotherapeutic agents. All these are exposing the healthcare workers and would form of part of our occupational safety and health initiative. Musculoskeletal diseases, which is a hidden form because not very often reported, and it is not a now on, now off category. It builds up gradually into healthcare workers. Again, OT, ICU wards and ER are the places. Categories are nurses, doctors, technicians. Reason could be out of proportion lifting. There are times when a nurse or a technician has to single-handedly move a patient from the wheelchair to the bed, from the gurney to the bed. Inadequate manpower at places. You imagine a state of emergency medical technician and an ambulance driver going to pick up a person from their house. Who would carry the patient? So again, these people stretch beyond their leads. carry it because they have to deliver that patient care, but often get strain in the back, which builds up towards their cumulative back pain. Long working hours, very often it is seen that most doctors and healthcare workers do not take out time for either food, leave apart the good practices of good institutes like IT companies where they have gyms and facilities to relax and recreate. Here they don't take out time to have food, don't take out time to have sleep, and they work continuously, which cumulatively adds together, making it one of the largest occupational health hazards. Vitamin D deficiency has been reported amongst large number of healthcare workers who enter the hospital at 8 in the morning and leave at 8 at night. So this is kind of a professional hazard, but adds to our list of hazards which happen in a hospital. Now look at the position of this dentist who's trying to do a dental treatment. This is a lower tooth. Imagine doing it for an upper tooth. Imagine add to it a person who's an elderly who would not be able to extend the neck. So the doctor or the technician has to adjust. This is occupational hazard. The person who has to prescribe cannot afford to sit because he or she has to pick up the materials from the rear and again would continue, also maintain the required documentation. Sorry, it's not a cribbing session, it's a point to highlight that occupational health hazard is a big time thing in our healthcare setups. So what do? We do ergonomic OPD layouts. So when an OPD is being designed, you know what the functions are. If it is an emergency medical record, the access to a computer or a laptop for the doctor should be of ease to work. Just 2 minutes too. Yeah. Yes, I understand. Zoning of related functions, so the nurses don't have to travel too far, the clinicians don't have to travel. There's a known entity called nurse fatigue factor. Ambulance design, ambulance is always catered for comfort of the patient and how many can be carried, but less to do with how a patient would be loaded onto an ambulance and brought down. Again, back to number of people. Of course, mitigation we have new assist devices, medicines, document trolleys. This is a modern system, how a patient could be shifted out by 2 people, ladies, from a bed. This is a pad slide for moving patient between beds. Ergonomics, we all know, talks about fitting the things around the people. It all started off how an aircraft was designed, where you design, make the pilot sit and then create the function around it. Importantly, if you see, there's a handle under just next to the seat, which is an ejection handle. So most important thing is they should know where it is. This is how we are now going to forward, and we would want our system to be having ergonomic workstations, ergonomic playstations, and the places where the people work. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and sorry for a little delay.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for your very insightful session. I would now like to invite the next speaker, Dr. Vidya.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Vasant Kumar Behera, NTPC, for inviting me, as well as NOSHE, and warm afternoon to all of you. To start with, so this is my introduction. I lead industrial hygiene for Reliance Businesses, not holistic health. I want to correct it. And so let me just revise or review what is occupational health here. So occupational health, you all know it is promotion and maintenance of highest degree of physical, mental, and social well-being of workers in all occupations, prevention of any deviation in health of the workers, also protection of the workers from any risk exposure, and placing and maintenance of the worker in occupational environment, conducive occupational environment. We will be going in detail in coming slides. And the picture, the image shows what is it is occupational health management system. What is the occupational hygiene aspect, which is entirely preventive, and what the OH physician is doing, that is early detection and management, of the diseases. So Here, what is occupational disease challenges? First and foremost, it is indicator of sustainability reporting of the business. So it is very critical, and also it is notifiable as per legal requirement, and it is compensable. So the business, the image of the business and lot many things is honored. And as Dr. Champenglis has said in the morning, most of the occupational diseases do not have cure, but almost all are preventable. But unfortunately, because of the long latent period from exposure to getting the occupational disease itself, the period is quite long. So probably priority is not given. Everywhere we hear about safety, but occupational, safety first, right? We heard it in the morning as well. So it is both health and safety first. They go hand in hand. And another image, it says, the safety, like the accident and the violence in the sites, majority that is manufacturing sites, it's a global data. So it actually constitutes only 15% of total work-related mortality, whereas the diseases, be it communicable diseases or malignant neoplasms, usually occupational origin. So these constitute major percentage of work-related mortality in industries. So another critical point is it is increasing in numbers quite rapidly. And it definitely impacts the productivity. And so here, talking about the theme, what is holistic approach? Yes, we are considering the health of the worker in toto, that is physical, mental, and social aspects. Social aspects where we talk about the lifestyle, family wellness, behavior, and environmental factors. And intervention has to be multidimensional. So we have to consider so many things while taking care of the health of the worker. And proactive strategy, which I will be mainly focusing here, is prevention, early detection, management, and continuous monitoring using data, technology, and productive tools. And here, again, we all have the thoughts, all know what needs to be done. But there are certain necessities which are very much important. That is, the must are leadership commitment in any organization or businesses, or positive work culture, well-defined systems, and competent and adequate resources. It's not only the infrastructure, but the manpower, the budget, everything. So very quick glimpse of Reliance businesses. It has got, this is the major business verticals. It talks about its deals from offshore gas and oil exploration to onshore refining and marketing, from manufacturing of petrochemicals or polyesters to the FMCGs, that is retail businesses, which is backed with large warehouses, or even office-based businesses like digital services, geo and all, media, entertainment, and a number of things. So what we do here as prevention measures, the proactive strategies. To start with, I would go with prevention measures, and here is something called OHS in design. So when you consider occupational health and safety in design itself, during the project phase, many risks are mitigated, right? And once the business is set up, once this process, the operational manufacturing process is set up, then you have to, before actually going into the operational part of it, you must have a very well-defined operational management system that is called OMS. And in Reliance, we do have a very well-established OMS framework, which is based on people, product, performance, process, and plant, and which is having 8 elements, and further having 48 sub-elements and 200 plus group essentials. Essentials means must have. And health and industrial hygiene is part of this OMS system. So people do respect and adopt and practice. And coming to the next part is, when we talk about the prevention with the first image what I displayed. So that is health risk assessment, which is qualitative as well as quantitative. Qualitative is usually done through walkthrough surveys or the audit or interacting with the worker and so many. Quantitative is actual assessment, actual evaluation or quantifying what is the risk exposed, the worker is exposed to the identified hazards. So this is what is usually done for chemicals, noise, that is with the personal dosimetry. And here I would like to say, you have to have a system, and here in Reliance we have in-house industrial hygienists who do the quantification, who do the health risk assessment, risk exposure. By taking the samples, they do it very religiously, and the samples collected are being sent to AHA lab in US, and the reports are vetted against the most stringent occupational exposure values, that is usually ACGIH, and it keeps updating every year. So in case, if you are aware, benzene, which is very commonly used, it's a backbone of our petrochemical industry. So benzene exposure limit, that is the threshold limit value for TWA, that is 8 hours, was 0.5. Now in 2024, it is reduced from 0.5 ppm to 0.02 ppm. So keeping updated with the guidelines and implementing the same, and accordingly we are doing the personal exposure monitoring, and accordingly corrective actions will be being taken. And another very common, as Dr. Ashutosh Sharma also said, ergonomics is most common health risk hazard and the hazard across any industry, right? Because of the diversity of the businesses, we have adopted this AI-based tool for ergonomic assessment of musculoskeletal disorders. It actually, considers it. We actually go through. We implement RULA, REBA, LMT, NOSHE lifting index, etc. Everything can be assessed here, and that is most feasible also. And coming to the manufacturing sites, we have a unique program called TBHRA, that is task-based health risk assessment, where both qualitative assessment is done by the team, HSC team and the operational team. It is for the department, each department, and then based on the IH monitoring, like there will be a proper quantitative risk assessment also is done. And this is actually interlinked with the HMS, that is hospital management system. So when the person goes to the OHC for periodical medical examination, what are the health risks and the the hazards the person is exposed to is actually it gets propped in the HMS system. Please. Yes. I'll take another 2-3 minutes. So once these TBHRA is done or the risk exposure is assessed, you have to apply the hierarchy of controls, right, for corrective action. And again, once again, the stalwarts who have brought in the CASHE are here, Dr. Shanbhag and Dr. Pingle. So CASHE is change agents for safety, health and environment, which is running since 2003. And this is most sustainable program since 2022, which is done with multidisciplinary teams, and all safety, health and environment projects are taken, and it is internationally recognized. These are few examples here. I wouldn't go through in detail. So it is actually the ideas are from grassroots level, that is people are involved. And once these hazards are identified, there are specific programs, that is for respiratory protection or hearing conservation, ergonomic programs like that, and common programs like which I will show you later. basically awareness and self-promotion and voluntary trainings. And coming to early diagnosis and early detection or early diagnosis and screening, for office workers, it is voluntary wellness checks, whereas for manufacturing sites, it is pre-employment, pre-placement, periodical or pre-separation medical checks. And most importantly, biological monitoring. When biological monitoring comes, what is the specimen, whether breath, blood, or urine, when to take the sample, whether during the exposure or after the shift, or what to be tested, whether it is chemical or metabolite. So we have another unique thing here, which is a chemical dashboard, which is, A to Z details are given to the doctors who are managing OHCs. Here, I don't know if you are able to notice it. For PME, what all the tests needs to be done, and for biological exposure monitoring, what is the determinant, what is the specimen, what is the specimen sampling time, what is the BEI limit, everything comes for all the carcinogenic, mutagenic, reproductive toxins or highly toxic material, and what is the physical description of the chemical or what is the target organ, hazard, acute, chronic, and first aid measure to A to Z medical management of each chemical. And once all the test is done, you expect some positive results, right? What needs to be done? Then comes the confirmation on work-relatedness, that is evidence of the disease as well as evidence of exposure needs to be established, and similar adverse effect groups in similar exposure group needs to be confirmed, and time interval between the exposure and the effect needs to be done, and differential diagnosis is a must. And just an example, this is urine phenol or SPMA is done as a biological indicator for benzene. So here if you see confounding factor, the most common, that is tobacco chewing or the smoking, is quite a common one. So you have to establish whether it is because of benzene or because it is of smoking. So reporting is another important factor when you diagnose.
Please conclude.
Yes, just 1 minute, sorry. So reporting is internally, externally, and not only the reporting, but you have to rehabilitate the worker. You cannot just remove the worker from the system. And health promotion and intervention, this is the backbone of entire system. So be it occupational health, safety, or environment. This is collaborative effect and continuous improvement for holistic health of the people who are working for your business. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Mohit Gupta for his session.
Can I have these slides, please? Can I have the first slide, please? Can I have the first slide, please? This is not the first slide, please. I'm asking for the first slide, please. Request. Okay, leave it. Well, thank you so much. How would you feel if you know that a person who is speaking to you does not have right side of the brain? How would you feel if you know that the person who is speaking to you has lost his 80% of the hearing and works with only 20% of the hearing for last 25 years? And how would you feel if you know that the person and the cardiologist who is speaking to you has 4 screws drilled in his spine, he has difficulty in walking and standing even now, but still he starts his day at 3:30 a.m. in the morning, works till 11 p.m. in the night, sleeps for only 4.5 hours, 5 hours for last 25 years. That's the power of one thought, and that's the art of balancing that I'm going to give you in 3 messages today. I'm not going to narrate to you some very deep messages, but I'm going to narrate to you only 3 stories, and these 3 profound stories will leave you, change you, transformed, and give you a completely new perspective, my dear friends. My first story is the day that changed my life forever. I was always an accomplished cardiologist, a good guy working in John Hopkins, came back to India and did cardiology, one of the youngest cardiologists. And first story was about the power of thought and belief. It was 20th March 2003. I came back home and I was having a very severe headache. I was doing my residency in cardiology, and in the evening my mother gynecologist told me that, you have a meal. I said, no, I want to take rest. And after 2 hours of rest, my head bursting, she gave me an ice cream. That cup fell from my home. I collapsed on the floor of my house. I was lifted and rushed to the hospital. The whole night doctors were working on me, and next day when my scans were done, everything was not good, This is what was found in my brain. A large mass was there in right side of my brain, an occupational disease. I acquired multi-drug resistant tuberculosis, Mycobacterium cancerci. I've seen only one infection in the world, that is on my own, resistant to 18 out of 19 drugs available at that time, sensitive only to one. My head used to burst with pain. I felt that कि चाकू लूं और अपने brain को निकाल कर फेंक दूं. That is what was the pain I was living with. I knew that I had landed myself in the pandemic of personal mismanagement. Each one of you see, sitting here at this moment, each one of us must introspect, and that is what I did, that there is loss of work and life balance. Why are these diseases coming? Because the balance is not there. Life is supposed to be simple. The job is supposed to be simple, but our thinking and approach makes it complicated. We are living in an emergency mode. Most of the diseases today, and they are a complication of our own thought process. That day, I was consuming 18 drugs every day. 9 tablets in the morning, 9 in the evening, and ultimately it ended up in a major brain surgery with right portion of my brain taken out in 2005. I thought, now I am fine. And you know what happened? Only 6 months later, on follow-up scans, I developed my headache again. I could see my death too close. I said, look at this. I developed new lesions in cerebellum. Doctor said it is not operable. I said, this is not the way I'm going to work. I want to survive. I want to serve community. I said, I have to open new doors. Along with the medicines, I took up to meditation. I knew if I'm not going to change anything, nothing is going to change. And I started practicing meditation. And look at this. 1 year, when doctors from America, from Bangalore, from AIIMS, everybody designing my regime, 16 tablets I used to take, I started my day with meditation, 3 a.m. in the morning, rejecting the disease out of my brain, practicing focused healing for myself. And 1 year later, from January 2006, my scans were done again in April 2007. What happened was miraculous. As a scientist, I'm telling you, the lesion disappeared out of my brain without any surgery, my dear friend. What message I want to give you? The message I want to give you is, your body, your life is working like an orchestra. You guys have a magic. 50 trillion cells of the body. They work like an individual music instrument, but when central command goes, heal yourself, they lose their individual intelligence, and you can create magic. The science behind this is working. This is not magic. Mohit, tere liye to ho gaya, hamare liye hoga ya nahi hoga. No. It's about reprogramming your brain. This is called neuroplasticity. The nerve cells that fire together, they wire together. If you do same things again and again, you can rewire your brain and life. That is what Dr. Eric Kandel got Nobel Prize for. I want to tell you, my dear friends, whatever you want to create outside must be first created in your mind. Whether it is health, it is well-being, in your institutions, in your own hospitals, in your dispensaries, in my own workplace, tertiary care center. I design my life, my people, they are happy. I design their work profile, and that is why they are able to maintain their well-being. My first message is, program your mind for the best things. Believe in the magic that your thoughts can create. That is the power of healing that you are gifted with. My second story, that's the essence of relationships. No amount of well-being and lectures and protocols, they are all white papers. You have to implement it in your life. And I'm going to show you how my practice changed. This is going to blow your mind apart. It was 2018. Cath lab, Saturday evening, 9:30 p.m. I was to leave my lab, and suddenly a 22-year-old young boy was brought to my lab. He was brought dead. 22 years. Massaged, ECG flatline, no blood pressure, no pulse rate, and I was asked, Doctor Sahab, इसको resuscitate करके बचाना है, operate करिए. मैंने कहा कुछ बचा नहीं है, nothing is left. They said, do it your best. हमने उसको table पर लिया. We operated him for 1.5 hours, restored the flow in all his arteries, and shifted him to the ICU with little hope he will survive. Next day when I went for the rounds, you would be surprised. He was in his ICU, everything stable, ECG recovered, and everything was normalized. He was still on a ventilator. Everybody was happy, and so was I. But I was wondering, यार ये 20 साल के लड़के को heart attack क्यों है? Why? I must talk to this boy. And I married for 2 years and had a 4-month-old daughter. I went to his parents. इसकी wife को बुलाया, I want to talk to her. And you know what they said? They took me aside and said, Dr. Gupta, his wife won't come. Why? Because they are on the verge of divorce. 1 month later, they are separating from each other. They filed for divorce. I was frozen at that particular moment. I said, please call her wife. She came running after 1.5 hours. Sabko bahar karke, I said, what is going on wrong in your life? Please tell me. Listen to this. Dimag ke jale saaf ho jayenge aapke. I said, kya gadbad chal rahi hai? They said, sir, we earn a 6-digit salary. We drive a Mercedes. I have a 4-bedroom plush apartment, wonderful, everything going on fine, but we have never connected well with each other. For last 2 years we are married, we never had time to understand the emotions of each other. Yeah, listen, this is what is happening even in our hospitals, at our workplace. Why? The stress is going on. And they said, sir, ab hame lagta hai we had to separate from each other and we are separating. I didn't counsel them. I said, go ahead and separate. Will you do things for me? They said, karenge. मैंने कहा पहला काम करना है कि whenever you are at your home for 1 month, have your meal together, understand, accept each other, argue with each other, but learn to connect with each other. A e-free meal, no mobile phone, no television, no internet, talk to each other. They said, we'll do it for 1 month. And second, I said to that lady, I'm going to discharge your husband, but only I'm going to see you on one condition. If you hold his hand for 1 month and bring to my OPD, holding his hand. She said, आप कह रहे हैं तो सर मैं कर दूंगी, only for 1 month. Then we are going to separate. I discharged them. They started coming to my OPD. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 3 weeks changed into 4 weeks, 4 weeks into 4 months, 4 months into 4 years. They still come to my OPD. Their 4-month-old child has grown to a 4-year-old child. And my dear friends, they have withdrawn their divorce papers. That's the art of healing that we need to have today. The stress is taking a toll. Today it is proven. In most of the occupational health, we design the 5-star facilities, the best of the hospital, but where is the connect? Where is the joy of working? We are missing that, and no amount of lecturing is going to change this. We have to program our mindset. Each one of you have to program your mindset. This is what our studies showed, my dear friends. In 150 patients, when I took their samples out, I measured their telomere length, a white paper that I presented. Listen to my TEDx talk. What we showed was, these people who were aged between 18 to 30 years, their biologic age was equal to a 60 to 90-year-old person. I was shocked. And what was the reason? They had highest level of psychosocial stress, lack of purpose, anger, and lack of joy in their life. My dear friends, lack of purpose, lack of joy is decreasing your telomere length and leading to more aging, more disease, more depression. We have scientifically proven this, and now today in our labs we are using artificial intelligence, genomics and meditation to reverse aging of people like you. My second message is, there is only one secret to fulfilling successful and healthy life, and that is to have great relations in family, at workplace, and have a congenial and a harmonious atmosphere, my dear friends. You are not a fixed DNA. We have the power to regulate our genes. Check karo apne man ko bhi. Every person of us, each one of us, our ego, the anger, the irritation, the hatred, the jealousy, the competition, the criticism, the complaint, and the expectations that we hold, no amount of lecturing, no amount of spirituality is going to take care of this, my dear friends. My message is, clean your mind every day. Learn to love, learn to accept, and learn to have compassion in your life. That is my second message. My last story is the power of resilience. No amount of well-being can be achieved until and unless we have the resilience. I was always a great player. It was 21st March 2013. I was playing badminton. I was a state level player, and I suffered a major injury. My spine got dislocated. It got fractured. I could not move from the home. From the floor. I was lifted and dragged to my home, and my people, my doctor said, Dr. Mohit, ab ghar pe baitho and rest karo. 8 months I used to see every day, get up in the morning and see the badminton court. That did not allow me to play. And ultimately, I forced them to operate me on 2014 January. And this is what my first day after the surgery, 20th January 2014, my picture was. Look at the smile on my face. On day 2, I got discharged. I drove back home. On day 3, I started walking. I had hope in my life. I was happy in my life. I'm going to play again. I'm going to operate again. On 4th day, I started moving out. On 7th day, I started moving in the garden and started physiotherapy. And you won't believe, within 1 month, I joined my hospital and started operating. And within 1 year, I was able to come back to sports and jog for 8 kilometers. And today, I start my day with 32 kilometers of jogging and sports every day, my dear friend. My message is, this is my spine, the actual pictures of my spine. This is the occupational hazards and health hazards that we face. My message is, don't spiral in the problems, my dear friends. Learn to evolve out of those problems. The message is, if you have a why to live in your life, you can bear with almost anyhow. Have a purpose in your life. Lastly, my dear friends, practice meditation and silence. Charging is important. Look at this, what silence can do to your brain, which no amount of things can do. Only 10 minutes of, if I scan your brain, it is going to be completely imbalanced. Only 10 to 15 minutes of meditation can harmonize your brain. And these are pictures from magnetoencephalogram. This is the harmony that is created. Today, we only work from our left brain, which is scientific and analytical and intellectual, my dear friends. I tell you, activate your right brain. Don't be a karmic person, be a karma yogi. And right brain is loving, it's passionate, and it's beautiful brain, which controls your left brain. My dear friends, my last message is, and click this slide, take out your mobile. You will always remember, I don't know where we are going to meet again or not, but this message will always be going to be there, that today is the first day of rest of your life. It's up to you how you live your life, how you decide how to live your life and plan. If you change your mind, you can create magic in your life. So my dear friends, your thought power, your religions, your relations, and obviously the atmosphere is created by your mind. अंत में मैं यही कहूंगा, जब संकल्प परिवर्तित होता है तो हमारी दृष्टि परिवर्तित होती है. जब हमारी दृष्टि परिवर्तित होती है तो हमारी कृति परिवर्तित होती है. जब हमारी कृति परिवर्तित होती है तो हमारी संस्कृति परिवर्तित होती है. और जब हमारी संस्कृति परिवर्तित होती है तो हमारी सृष्टि भी परिवर्तित हो जाती है. दोस्तों, दिस इज संकल्प, दिस इज साधना, एंड दिस इज सिद्धि, द मैजिक दैट यू कैन क्रिएट. थैंक यू फॉर अ वेरी पेशेंट.
Thank you, Dr. Saab, for the absolutely power-packed session. Now I would like to invite Dr. Professor Meenu Walia for the talk. Thank you.
Before I begin, I must thank the organizers, especially Dr. Behera, for this wonderful invite, such a wonderful gathering. And last but not the least, I am myself feeling very motivated with some of my co-speakers and feel that I am on a different page altogether. The topic that Dr. Behera asked me to speak was cancer prevention. Well, it is not going to be that interesting like some of our previous speakers. Cancer, we all know, a very dry topic, a very dismissal topic, a very disappointing topic, and who wants to talk about it? Especially when we want to talk about and look at the positive sides of life. But the fact is, there are a few realities that we can't ignore. आंखें बंद करके तो नहीं बैठ सकते. That is the fact. The world today is not only facing the war at different fronts, but there is a war, a biological war, a medical war that is also erupting. The volcano of many diseases, many non-communicable diseases, and cancer is just one of them. Well, cancer, to the contrary to other diseases, is actually not one disease. And the more we know cancer, the more we know that we know very little of cancer. Cancer is actually more than 200 different diseases put together by few common features, and the fact is that these cancer cells are in fact very, very smart cells. These are the smart cells which are smarter than our own body normal cells. ऐसे लगता है कि they are the ones जिनको शायद अमृत मिला है अमर होने का, अजर होने का. That is why cancer cells grow even at the cost of normal body cells, and that is a reality, a sad reality of today's life. Why we see cancer growing all over the world, and India is not a stranger to it. The number of cancer cases seems to be increasing day in and day out, and what is predicted for our country also is 1 in every 9 Indians are at risk of having cancer during their lifetime. And the numbers, my dear friends, will only go worse with the way things are moving. So, before we talk about prevention of cancer, let's give a thought to what causes cancer. So, for ages, there have been many theories. So, the one that was propagated the most by Hippocrates and Galen long time back was actually the humoral story, that cancer is basically a result of disbalance between the 4 humors of our body. So that was what we called as the humoral story, or the black bile, as it was known as the most important cause that would cause cancer. Some also attributed cancer to be the result of our bad deeds or misdeeds. But the things were very different, and thanks to Sir Pott, who actually changed the picture. And what was the story about? The story was that this British surgeon noticed something very strange. In last few years, all the cases of scrotal cancer that he had studied in his vicinity, he found that there was one thing very common in them. He said, I don't know whether there was, all of them had this what they said, the black bile or not, or all of them had done the bad sins. But there was one thing which was very common, and even in the youngest of them, which was as little as 8 years old male child, the common thing was their profession. And what was that common thing? They were all chimney sweeps. So that was, I say, the game changer in the history of cancer. For the first time, somebody said that cancer is not because आपके पुराने कर्मों का फल है. Cancer is not because your blood gets poisonous. Cancer is because of something in the environment, something in our lifestyle, something that we are exposed to, and that is causing cancer. And that was the first thought process, and that we acknowledge today is that cancer is a lifestyle related disease rather than just because of inherited genetic mutations. Yes, few of the genetic mutations can be inherited, which can make us more susceptible to cancer. But it is, what is more important is, it is the way we live, what we eat, what we drink, the way we actually live and what we inhale is something which determines what diseases we are going to have, and including, and one of those is cancer also. So when I have been asked at many forums and asked about prevention of cancer, and people come with one common question, ma'am kuch aisa bata do, because you have that WhatsApp industry speaking of some vitamin, I have forgotten the name, some vitamin B something, that you have this and you will not have cancer, and cancer is deficiency of this XYZ vitamins or something like that. So if somebody prays to God and says, tell me, give me an elixir, that today let me take this, that I will not have cancer. So what is in that I should take so that cancer doesn't happen? Many of our patients say that. And now, what we can say, and once we know that cancer is because of lifestyle related factors, we know that what is more important is some of the cancers may have a causative factor. For example, cervical cancer, you know, human papilloma virus. And that virus also we get because of our lifestyle choices. The way we live, that is very important. But if we say what is till the time we identify that particular causative factor, what we know is we need to identify the risk factors. Some of those risk factors are non-modifiable risk factors. For example, if I am born in a family with BRCA mutation, it is non-modifiable. If my mother had breast cancer, it is non-modifiable. If I am a woman, I am at risk for female cancers, and if my age increases, my risk for cancer increases. So these are all non-modifiable factors. We cannot do much about it, but good to know about them, because at least we can do something preventive. But there is a whole list of modifiable factors and environmental factors. Modifiable factors like, we know that cancer is more common in obese women, in obese people. So our weight is something is also to a large extent our lifestyle choice. We know that cancer happens more in people with particular lifestyles. What we eat, what we smoke, what we drink. So these are also something which can be restricted. So what we say, these are all modifiable risk factors. And apart from that, with Dr. Behera, really hats off to him with all the having gathered all the policy makers here. There are a lot of modifiable factors which are environmental factors, where we individuals can modify some of them, but we require the help of policy makers, the who's who of our country, to be sitting and giving a thought process that what is there in the environment that we can change. Why is it that the Ganges, the banks of Ganges are a soil for gallbladder cancer, the highest in the world? So the polluted river has got more to do with it. It is not just about pollution. The excreta from the industries is not something which is a health hazard to the occupational hazard for people who work in those industries, but whatever is being released become a part of the groundwater, becomes a part of the fields, becomes a part of what we finally comes back to a common man in the form that what we eat are fruits and vegetables. So the problem there is much bigger. We can say it is, I'll just wind up. We can just say that occupational, yes, there are certain occupational cancers, lung cancers, dye-related, bladder cancer, so many cancers, but many more than that, because the whole environment seems to be polluted. So what needs to be done? What needs to be done? What is modifiable? Modify it. What is non-modifiable? Understand it. And the policy makers and working together with all of them to get the right thing not only for an individual, eat right, work right, right weight, right habits, but also for the community. So for the lack of time, I will not go into the details of what should we eat, how to maintain the right weight, how to be physically active, not have a sedentary lifestyle, breastfeed the child, be aware, get vaccination done, get screening done to detect cancers early. So I'm skipping all these slides because I understand there is lack of time. But what we need to know is, if we cannot prevent them, we can catch them early. So screening tests are available. Getting a cancer caught in time, and more than that, preventing cancer. They are preventable cancers. Cervical cancer is almost totally preventable today. Getting vaccination done, getting the cancer caught in time, screening tests for so many common cancers, if we implement them right, we save not only cost, but a lot of lives also. Last but not the least, lot has changed in the management of cancer, and we have n number of survivors today. People who tell the world, this is my own personal data, and I have more than 200, 500, 200, 300 people who are surviving more than 6 years, 10 years in spite of advanced cancers. The things are changing. We have better medicines, better technology. But the take-home message should always be, prevention is better than cure, and a stitch in time saves 9. Not only for cost, not only for life. We should be focusing on prevention, on healthy lifestyle, and I never want to end any of my talks on a very sad note. So just to, not to end on a sad note, I don't know whether this video is not running, so it's okay. This was actually the video of our cancer survivors, a program which we do every year by the name of Hostla, where our cancer survivors perform on the stage, they do ramp walks, they do fashion shows, and they tell a very powerful message to the world that life goes beyond cancer. Life goes on beyond cancer, and as my previous speakers have said, it is all about holistic living. It is all about we have to fight the disease, not only our body, and before the body gets prepared, it has to be fought here. And again, and for a greater truth and for a bigger truth, I wish the day when the success of these kind of conferences will only be when we talk about what cancer, people think about the zodiac sign cancer and not the disease anymore. But I know we have miles to go before we reach there. With that, I say thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And finally, I would like to now invite Dr. Behra for his talk.
Thank you, Dr. Sumit. Good afternoon, all of you. I would just take 10 minutes, even though the topic would not finish, but I'll finish it within 10 minutes. My topic is predictive prevention of NCDs, a revolutionary approach. So we all heard of promotion, health prevention, cure, rehabilitation. But technology has given us new dimension, that is predictive prevention. I would be talking about this introduction, what do you understand by predictive prevention, the applications in NCD management, benefits and challenges, case studies, what is the future direction, and what is the take-home message that we must go home with. Let's talk of what do you understand by non-communicable diseases. I think everyone knows what are non-communicable diseases. These are the diseases which do not transmit from one person to other, but they get to the person because of his either genetic predisposition or the environment which he lives in. The diseases are cardiovascular diseases, cancers, chronic respiratory diseases, and diabetes, to name the top 4. NCDs account for 71% of the all global deaths annually. Why are we concerned about NCDs? And it affects significantly the productivity and economic development of any country. This is the graph, the causes of death. If you can see that the dark brown is the infectious disease, the top right is accidents, the light brown, or you can say the red, is NCD. Stroke, CAD, ischemic heart disease is the leading cause. You can see the number of deaths because of ischemic heart disease, then stroke, COPD, then comes cancer and others. So what is the present practice? Present practice is that if you have got risk factors, you change your lifestyle. Prevention. Prevention is, if you have a family history of CAD or diabetes, your chances of getting the disease is more because of your risk profiling. And if your chances are more, then you do more work to prevent the disease. This can be done, this can be enhanced through what we call predictive prevention. Predictive prevention is the new science. I am showing you a car. Nowadays, many of the cars are smart cars. And to tell you of my NTPC fellow colleagues, I still remember that every day they do have a MTP meeting, maintenance and planning meeting. I was wondering, every day they do a maintenance and planning meeting for the power plant, but they forget that they do not have a maintenance and planning meeting for their own body, human body. Nowadays the car comes, They have a predictive maintenance. The car has got systems inside which will tell you that within next 10 days this engine oil will go off, the coolant is to be replaced, or the engine needs a servicing. It has got the AI inbuilt system to remind you. So this can be applied. This is the predictive maintenance of any industry or a power plant. They have it, designed it nicely. But now we have started putting it inside human bodies, and we are now going to change the NCD prevention and predictive analytics. It involves the use of statistical techniques and algorithms to analyze the historical data, identify patterns, and give you a information so that you can know what are the things you are going to get, or the percentage of the probability of you getting the disease. And this can be applied through different models and different practices to implement. So this can be done through data collection and analysis. So data collection is nowadays that every human body, all the parameters, nowadays the technique has come that it has become non-invasive also. Previously, your blood test was done. Even if you know that if you want to go for a fasting blood sugar, you need to go for a prick. But nowadays, without prick also, you are getting your blood sugars. SpO2, without any invasive procedure. So many of the non-invasive procedures are coming to detect various parameters. And the genomics is the new science coming. They will take a swab from your mouth. Even companies are coming, they are started advertising that they can come to your house, take a sample of your mouth swab and some blood samples, and they'll give you around 480 parameters. Whether you will be prone for obesity, whether you will be prone for diabetes, whether you are going to have a heart attack in next 10 years. So they use different models, and AI and ML has changed the whole course. It is all because they gather the data from individual health parameters and the practices and put it on a different model to analyze. Second is machine learning algorithm, that is, the machines learn from previous practices or the information that you give it to the machine, they will predict. Suppose this type of blood picture has given hundreds of diabetes out of 200, the probability of this picture that you have 50% chance of getting diabetes. So the ML will give you the statistics or the prediction, and it has been proved that many researchers have done, and some companies, they have come out with the models, they are 90-80% foolproof. Manual prediction gives 95% and AI/ML prediction gives 98% success rate. And that is the predictive model which we use or which are being used will give you the prediction, and with that we can do the prevention. So NCD's management can be, it is not that we are going to cure, diabetics cure, CAD cure, will be a thing of the past. Nowadays, you can predict what you are going to get and build your lifestyle in that way so that you do not get. Even nowadays, you have got designer babies. You can produce your child which will not have the diseases or the patterns that you have, that you can create the next generation. So many of the things, early detection and screening programs are must for predictive prevention. So we must have this, and NTPC is also going ahead with this Avahan policy, where it is mandatory for everybody to go for preventive checkup, and these data will be analyzed to give you the probability and do a predictive intervention so that you do not land in trouble later on. And the medicine is not one for all. It doesn't fit in all human beings. So this predictive intervention has to be personalized, and it has to be recommended the lifestyle and the other environmental factors to be modified accordingly, and you have to have a continuous monitoring and feedback. For the population like India, where we call ourselves to be diabetic capital, and the young heart attack patients are more in India, so if you want to have a Vikasit Bharat, I don't think you can carry this forward. The present WHO study says 50% of the countries do not have the standards to attain SDG goals, even 50%. SDG गोल बाय 2030 जो WHO ने दिया था, हम लोग वहां पहुंचने के लिए तैयार नहीं हैं. And to achieve that by 2047, if you want to have a Vikasit Bharat dream of our Prime Minister, you have to act fast. And technology can only help us. Though there are some benefits, there are some challenges also. The advantages are clear that it improves patient outcome, cost effectiveness, and healthcare efficiency. But again, the barriers are, after implementation of the DPDP Act, data privacy, technological limitations, ethical and legal issues. But even then, we are going to change. We are going to ride on horse and run fast to reach that with this predictive prevention, which will change the disease in the next 10-20 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Behra. And now, if there are any questions from the participants, from the audience, for the panelists, you can please ask them.
So we have mics which are stationed.
My question is to Dr. Walia. Dr. Walia recently read in the newspaper that South Korea, somebody has done some work on reprogramming cancer cells and curing cancer. Can you throw some light on that? Is it?
Can you please come with the question again, sir?
Yeah, I recently read in the newspaper or on the net that in South Korea, somebody has succeeded in reprogramming cancer cells into making them normal cells and curing cancer. I don't know whether you are aware of that or not, but this was a couple of days ago, I read this somewhere.
So I have not specifically read this news item, but I can definitely vouch with certainty that this is possible. After all, when we say we are talking of cancer cells, is something at the level of the genetic genes where some mutation or some trigger happens which makes them in a way immortal and resistant to being killed. So that is the basic difference, the way why cancer cells behave the way they behave. So there can be reprogramming done, like the telomerase. So it has been, the studies have shown that the prolonged longevity of these cancer cells is also because their telomere length is much more than a normal cell. So these reprogramming, and with AI coming, this is something which I definitely feel should be possible.
Any other questions?
गुड इवनिंग सर. मेरा क्वेश्चन सर डॉक्टर मोहित गुप्ता सर से है. सर मिनिमम आवर स्लीप कितना होना चाहिए जो है एज ए वर्क?
6 to 8 hours is the minimum sleep, but newer studies have very clearly shown that more important than quantity is the quality of sleep. So quality of sleep is also very, very important. So जब शरीर सोता है उस समय मन को भी सुलाना बहुत आवश्यक है. So typically a yogi sleep typically for rejuvenation is 5 to 6 hours. But guidelines say At a particular normal standard age, it should be at least 6 to 7, 8 hours. That is the minimum sleep that we should require.
तो सर फ्यू रेजिडेंट्स हम देखते हैं कि सर 4 आवर्स 5 आवर्स में कंप्लीट कर लेते हैं स्लीप, फिर 19-20 आवर्स सर कंटिन्यू ड्यूटी करते हैं, तो सर उनके लिए
That is why practicing of yoga, both for the body as well as for the mind meditation, it helps you. So typically what I do is, I will always practice 5 to 7, 10 minutes of meditation before I sleep, try to reprogram my day for the next year, and start my morning schedule also with meditation. So again, the research has shown that the whole cycle sleep is completed within 2 hours, and 2 cycles complete of REM and non-REM sleep are required, which amounts to 4 hours, and that is what is a typical yoga sleep. पुराने ज़माने में जो होता था. But now with the kind of work that we are doing, the recommendations are 6 to 8 hours. That is why yoga for the body as well as for the mind. Flexing body से भी ज़्यादा important है mind को flex करना. वो आप करके देखिए, रात को सोने से पहले केवल 5 मिनट आप 10 मिनट निकालिए साइलेंस में, ई फ्री जोन के अंदर, लिखिए कुछ अच्छा, पढ़िए, मेडिटेट करिए, आप देखेंगे आपकी स्लीप विल ऑटोमेटिकली बी कंप्लीट विद इन 5 to 6 hours. दिस इज माई डेली एक्सपीरियंस फॉर लास्ट 2 decades. इट्स मैजिक. You get fresh, vibrant and very powerful.
थैंक यू.
Any other questions? Otherwise, we will conclude. Okay. So if there are no other questions, I would like to conclude by saying that this was a very thoughtful, thought-provoking session, and I would like to extend sincere thanks to all our distinguished speakers for their insightful and impactful contribution in this theme. Briefly, I would just like to wrap up with the takeaways of this session. Dr. Sharma, in his presentation during his talk, he has highlighted the various safety and health issues for the healthcare workers, and very importantly, he has highlighted the occupational health risk that is in the hospitals and the musculoskeletal disorders, which is the highest among all which the healthcare workers are basically prone to. The workplace stress there is another contributor, and the safe handling and disposal of hazardous materials, that is again very much critical. So the way forward was recreation facilities, proper food, and we need to take care of the ergonomic hazards. Dr. Vidya, in her talk, she has highlighted that occupational disease is one of the important indicator for the sustainability reporting. And she has highlighted that the occupational disease, the worst part is the long latency period. So the holistic approach is multi-dimensional intervention is required. We need to have a proactive strategy, and especially in the project stage, if we are taking care of the OHS aspect in the design itself, then that will help in a long way. Dr. Mohit, it was a very insightful and thoughtful session in line with the topic, that the holistic well-being, and the message was conveyed in 3 stories, very well taken by all of the participants and by us. So the takeaway was the power of one thought, that you need to be determined what you want and what you need to do in life. The power of meditation that was highlighted, and basically the eagerness, or the eagerness to evolve in life that is required. Dr. Meenu Walia, in her talk, she has highlighted the various aspects of the spread of the abnormal activity of the cancer cells, and the cancer cases she has highlighted is likely to go up by over 12% for the age group between 20 and 25. So the occupational health cancer, the risk factors, some of them are the controllable factors, which we can control by eating the right thing, working the right way, and maintaining right routine or a schedule. Dr. Behra, in his talk, he has highlighted the predictive prevention of the non-communicable diseases,
The significance of NCDs he has explained by emphasizing that more than 71% of all disease, they come under the NCDs. And predictive prevention of these disease is very much important. So techniques and tools are available like data collection and analysis, use of artificial intelligence and machine learning, and predictive modeling. So with that, I would like to thank all the speakers for their very insightful and thoughtful sessions. It was absolutely a very power-packed session, and I hope this session has met the desired objectives and the outcomes. So thank you once again to the speakers and all the delegates and the participants for a patient hearing. Thank you.
Big thank you to all our speakers for taking the time to come here and share their expertise with the audience. I would request Dr. Sumit Roy to please present our speakers with mementos. We want to thank them for coming here. So I request you to please present a memento to AVM Dr. Ashutosh Sharma, VSM retired, of the Amrita Hospital, Faridabad. A memento for Dr. Vidya Kiran Bhatt of Reliance Industries. A memento for Dr. Professor Meenu Walia of Max Super Specialty Hospital. A memento for Dr. Basant Kumar Behara, Chief Medical Officer, NTPC. A memento for Dr. Mohit Gupta of G.B. Pant Hospital. I would request Shri T.K. Bandopadhyay, Executive Director, ST Environment and AU, NTPC, to please come up on stage and present our session chair, Dr. Sumit Roy, with a memento for steering this discussion. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph for you too. In front of the tables, please. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers on stage. Thank you so much for your presence here. I request all of you to please take your places off the stage. Because we are running really behind time, we are not going to take a break now. We will continue with our sessions. And we have an important session coming up on the culture of prevention, shaping workplace safety through culture and values. Occupational safety has evolved dramatically from a compliance-driven focus on accident prevention to a holistic, value-driven approach that emphasizes workplace culture, psychological safety, and shared responsibility. Company managements now recognize workers not just as operators, but whole individuals with physical, mental, and emotional needs. Yes, the COVID pandemic humanized workplace safety. Health, empathy, and preparedness became cultural imperatives, not protocols. Companies that embed safety into their organizational DNA through values, empathy, and leadership foster not just safer, but more engaged and resilient workplaces. So how do you build a culture of prevention? This is what we will discuss in this session. So I would like to introduce our moderator, Dr. S.P. Garg, former Executive Director, GAIL India Limited, an expert safety professional who has more than 37 years of work experience in the oil and gas industry. Dr. Garg established world-class safety management systems and safety culture through behavioral interventions at GAIL India when he was the corporate head and executive director of HSE. He has co-authored a book on how to set up safety management systems in 91 days. So please put your hands together and welcome on stage our moderator for this session, Dr. S.P. Garg, former Executive Director, GAIL India. And joining him on stage are our speakers for this session. Please welcome with a round of applause, Padma Shri Dr. Subrata Das, Managing Trustee and CEO, Lifeline Foundation. Please give a round of applause and welcome him on stage. Please welcome Shri T. Venkateshwaralu, Chief Engineer, CEA. Please give a round of applause and welcome him on stage. Please welcome Dr. Sangeeta Singhal, Chief Medical Officer, BHEL Limited. I would request ma'am to please come up on stage and please give her a round of applause. Please welcome Shri Himanshu Pant, Executive Director, Chief HSE ONGC. And Shri Vijay Goyal, Executive Director, Safety NTPC Limited. I request Dr. Garg to kickstart the session and steer it further.
Hello. Very good afternoon. I think we can wait for some time if you all agree, because a lot of people have gone out. Yeah. Can have maybe 5 minutes, we can wait. It will be good to have some audience in front of you. Sorry? It's not in our hands. Good afternoon and warm welcome to this session on culture of prevention, shaping workplace safety through culture and value. I have 5 esteemed panelists here in this panel. So what I will do, I would like to introduce one by one and request them, each one of them, to, after their introduction, they can speak 1 or 2 lines as an introductory remark before we go into the question answer session. So let me start with Dr. Subrato Das, who is Managing Director, CEO of Lifeline Foundation. He is winner of one of India's highest civilian awards, Padma Shri, for his pioneering work on highway trauma care. Very unique thing. Co-founded Lifeline Foundation along with his wife, Sushmita, with the aim of reducing 150,000 plus annual highway deaths in India. As we all know, it's a very staggering number. The only Indian to be honored with the Asian EMS Lifetime Achievement Award by the Asian EMS Council in 2015. The Times of India calls Dr. Das as the country's best-known EMS expert. And he works at the crossroads of EMS, public health, public safety, trauma care, and industrial medicine. This is a very long introduction. He works at the crossroads of EMS, occupational health, public health, already mentioned. Currently, he is focused heavily on industrial emergencies, hazmat incidences, and upskilling of first responders, paramedics, doctors to respond to emergencies in the ports, mines, and industries of the country. He was first in India to advocate a unified national medical emergency helpline number for highways and legislation for EMS and trauma care. He is an avid quizzer, an author, a former journalist with the Indian Express group of newspapers, a social entrepreneur and a sports enthusiast, a very long list. Warm welcome to Dr. Das. Your initial remarks, please.
Thank you for that introduction, really kind words. Good afternoon to all of you. Before I say anything about this, I would like all of you to give a standing applause to the NTPC team, Dr. Behra and the NTPC team for creating this. I really appreciate this. Thanks a lot for getting us together. Okay, I'm an odd person out. I'm a doctor, there are other doctors here, but I only come into the picture when safety fails and an accident happens. So I'm really not proactively into safety, though it is a big part of our work, but it's always ambulance services, emergency services come in when an incident happens. We all know what an ambulance service is, but when you look at emergency services, it's a paradigm of activities which starts from early detection, early reporting, early response, treatment at site, treatment during transportation, and shift to a definitive care hospital. That's the entire paradigm. And all of us need to understand that at every step, there is a safety risk. There is a behavioral attitude where safety fails and accidents can happen. It's just not an ambulance service, as I said. Before I go ahead to say anything else, I have 4 pointers to make in my introductory thing. India is a country of rules and regulations, but zero enforcement. And that is what perhaps the reason why we have so many accidents. And that needs to change. Enforcement needs to be stronger. Safety is definitely not an Indian priority. We all know that. Fatalism, irrespective of our religion, is in our heart, embedded into our genes and culture. ये मेरे साथ तो नहीं होने वाला है. अगर हुआ तो पिछले जन्म का कर्म है. That's the way we justify any incident that happens to us. And lastly, because of that, I have a very strong feeling, and I say it equivocally everywhere in India, not outside, that God must be an Indian for India to survive. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me introduce next panelist, Shri T. Venkateshwaralu. He is a mechanical engineer with BE from Andhra University and ME from IISc Bangalore. He belongs to 2000 batch of Central Power Engineering Service. He has worked for a brief period in GE Bangalore before joining CEA. He has also worked in CEA NTPC. Yeah, okay. Krishna River Management Board SRPC, Hindustan Shipyard, JRSE Kolkata. Currently, he is working as a chief engineer in CEA. He worked in the areas of thermal projects monitoring, thermal engineering, technology, thermal project planning and development, thermal project renovation and modernization. So, a whole lot of areas he has covered. And he is on the board of directors of HPGCL, member of Site Selection Committee of NPCIL, member of Central Boiler Board, and he has attended many training programs he has attended, conducted by NPTI, ESI Hyderabad, NP Hyderabad, NFSC Gandhinagar, and NADO Japan. So welcome, Mr. Venkateshwarlu.
Thank you, Garg,
initial
sir.
remarks, please. Yeah.
We are mostly related to power sector. In power sector, for the coal-based and gas-based plants, we are getting the safety audit done for every 2 years. We have the safety requirement regulations in place, previously in 2012, and now again in 2022 we have modified. There is a very elaborate checklist for compliance. What we observe is that at workplace, we have to follow what are the regulations are saying. That is the most important point for preventing the accidents. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Dr. Sangeeta Singhal is the next panelist. She is Chief Medical Officer, BHEL. She is actively participating in policy decision and modification. More than 30 years of experience as gynecologist and obstetrician. MBBS and MS, SN Medical College, Agra. Senior Residency, PGIMS, Rohtak. Former Senior Consultant, Malabar Hospital, Rohtak. Former Head Gynae, BHEL Hospital, Haridwar. Past President, Haridwar Obstetrics and Gynecology Society. Chairperson and panelist in many Gynae, CME and conference. Warm welcome, Dr. Sangeeta Singhal. Your opening remarks, please.
I would say that always try to prevent what is preventable. Because everything cannot be preventable, but we must focus what can be preventable. And we have to focus on the man and the machine. Because they both will constitute the health and safety for our company, for our workplace. And the man is very important. And we follow the guidelines, whatever is being designed by the company, what has been enforced by our labor laws and all. But we have to focus on the man. And the WHO says to have the safety at the workplace and to focus on the man, we have to focus on their mental status, their diet, their routine, their sleep, their thought process. There are very small things which will make the health of the people remarkable. If we start from the induction, even in the initial 10 years, which is the young age when they do not focus on their health. We just have to make them aware of it. They have to be conscious of their health. The man behind machine will be healthy, then whole environment will be healthier. Thanks.
Well said. Thank you so much. Next panelist is Shri Himanshu Pant. He is from ONGC, Executive Director, Chief HSC. He is an accomplished energy sector leader currently serving as ED and Chief HSC at ONGC. With extensive experience in upstream operations, he has held leadership roles across diverse functional areas, contributing significantly to ONGC's exploration and production strategy. Known for his operational insight and people-centric leadership style, Mr. Himanshu has led large multidisciplinary teams and overseen complex projects aimed at enhancing efficiency, safety, and sustainability in oil field operations. He is actively engaged in advancing ONGC's mission of energy self-reliance through innovation, performance excellence, and strategic execution. Based in Mumbai, he represents the organization in various high-level industry forums and dialogues, promoting responsible resource development and energy security. Welcome, Mr. Himanshu Pant, and your initial remarks.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to NTPC for organizing this great event. The topic says it's all shaping workplace safety. So workplace is, I would say, not the workplace where we say, which gives us compensation for the work that we do. At home also, a lady in a kitchen, the kitchen becomes a workplace. For a man, the desk becomes his workplace. What we are seeing now is what all things we are doing at our home, where in a closed group, we don't get it replicated when we move into the social aura. As Mr. Das also pointed out, we have made two standards, and rightly he said philosophically, where yesterday and tomorrow both are defined as kal. So both are kal for us. So they are same for us. The Asian culture lives in a continuum sort of thing. But with the advancement of industry, technology, machines, and the complexities that they bring in, we have to have standardized reactions. Like if you see a Western or a European or an American person who is coming to our workplace or the workplace where we are generating the revenue, they have a different mindset. We plan to execute the job and move out, but they follow regular SOPs, which we as an Indian or Asian or just try to bypass sometimes, because we think that our creativity is more than those standard lines and the sequence of operations that we have to do. I have again been reiterating earlier also that if you measure risk, it is nothing but probability of failure and the consequence of failure. We are not able to appreciate the consequence of the failure. Probability we know, but the consequences that failure will lead to becomes a challenge, and there is a point where we have to engage with all our colleagues, employees, stakeholders, that the consequence is a major factor in all these operations. So even a small operation, if we are not, it gets botched up, the consequences will be very high. So as we progress, we can also discuss on this part. Thank you, sir.
Sure, thank you so much. And next panelist, I think he doesn't need any introduction. Everybody knows him. Mr. Vijay Goel, Executive Director, Safety. First of all, let me congratulate Mr. Goel and the entire team who have organized this wonderful program. And big round of applause for him and all the panelists. Still a few lines about him. He is head of safety, leading the team of safety at CC and at various coal-based power projects, gas-based, hydro, and other projects. I think 50 numbers in the 5 regions across the country to fulfill the safe and healthy environment at workplaces in NTPC through safety framework, having policy, system procedures, system assurance, and safety promotion, which are reviewed, monitored, etc. Formulation of policies and introduction of new technologies such as AI for better safe environment also falls under him. He started his journey from Nainital GB Pant University in 1988, where he did BTech and worked at various positions in coal, gas, solar projects of NTPC and corporate office, Delhi, Noida. More than 36 years of diversified experience. And he has worked at various leadership positions, CEO, head of projects, head of O&M, head of fuel, head of new projects, sectional head of project engineering, OSD to CMD for NTPC for planning, strategy, formulation. So his profile is very, very long. And he is co-member in National Safety Council, Mumbai, member in expert committee of AICTE for formulating course curriculum for BTech students, which is implemented across India under new education policy. Great. So warm welcome, Goel Saab, and your initial remarks, please.
Thank you. Once again, on behalf of NTPC, we welcome all of you panelists and the participants. The topic, culture of prevention. It is well said, prevention is always better than cure. That is said in respect of the diseases, but it is more applicable for the areas like safety. Because once we develop the culture, culture is nothing but it is a shared belief, commitment, and values. Once we imbibe the values, we have the shared commitment in our ground workforce, in our employees, in our management, then definitely this safety can be achieved. And to achieve that safety, we need a framework. Apart from framework, we need the resources. And after that, we need how the system and frameworks are working, the regular reviews, monitoring, and reviewing time to time to find the gaps and filling that gaps. Once the culture is developed, then more than half the work is done for every organization in terms of safety. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very well said, Goel Saab. So, further to start the proceedings, Friends, all of us know that every company desires safe operations. But the challenge is to translate the desire into action. Now, we have written rules, standards, procedures. They are important and necessary, but are they enough? I don't think. Companies must develop a culture in which the value of safety is embedded at every level of the workforce. It becomes a part of the DNA. It should become a part of the DNA of that company, which aspires to reach to highest level of safety culture. Now, as Goel Sahab was briefly mentioned, culture, how to define culture? Can we take an example where the culture immediately comes to our mind? We have all traveled in Delhi Metro. How is the culture? The moment you enter, you find it's very neat and clean, well kept. You don't, make any effort to make it dirty, isn't it? Automatically that comes. So it can be, culture can be defined as the unwritten standards and norms that shape the mindsets, attitudes, and behaviors. The same person, I was talking to one of the Mumbai, he says the same person, he travels in the local, Mumbai local, so he, he's a rowdy kind of person there. His behavior is entirely different. And the moment he enters into the metro, which is now running in Mumbai as well, so the entire behavior changes. This is the impact of the culture, the organization culture, the surroundings, the unwritten rules which an organization follows. And it is very important with respect to safety as well. If you want to have a strong, positive safety culture, then it can happen when everyone feels responsible for safety. And he does something on daily basis. Every employee goes beyond the call of duty to find the unsafe act, unsafe condition, unsafe behaviors, and finds it very, very comforting to intervene, to correct them. You follow safety rules even if nobody is watching. That is a kind of culture you are aspiring to have in the organizations. An employee of the lowest level, he feels comfortable, traveling to the manager who has gone around and talk about the safety concerns openly. That is the kind of culture we should foster in the organization. Now, many of our companies, great companies, many Maharatna, Navratna companies, we are proud of our safety culture in the organization. And we are also proud to, through this culture and consistent efforts, we are able to reduce the incident, accidents, and injuries over the years. But a safety culture is not uniform throughout the organization. Many of us feel, I was in GAIL, I was seeing that we have different verticals, pipeline, then we have the petrochemical, you have the process plants. So the safety culture is differing from place to place. So that also becomes a challenge. So there is always a possibility of improvement in the safety culture in such organizations. And mind you, it's not a discrete event that, okay, hum yahan tak pahunch gaye, khatam, my responsibilities are over, or it is going to remain forever. No, it's a continuous journey. It's not a discrete event. You have to live with it. You have to imbibe that safety culture within the organization, within the DNA, that each and every activity, while we are performing, safety is ingrained into it. That is the kind of culture we should have. But to develop that kind of culture, you need a lot of things to do. You need to have strong determination, stamina, you need to have long-term focus, commitment, as shared by Goel Sahab also, and willingness to walk the talk. That is very, very important. Now, if you don't have such culture, the greatest organizations are also likely to fail. I'll give you one example. You recall in 2003, there was an incident of space shuttle failure, Columbia, we all know, where we lost Kalpana Chawla and other 6 astronauts. Now, when this incident was investigated, there was an accident investigation board which was formed. The highlight of the recommendations of this committee, or rather the findings were, few lines I will read out. The NASA safety culture has become reactive, complacent, and dominated by unjustified optimism. This was the initial remark. Over time, slowly and unintentionally, independent checks and balances intended to increase safety have been eroded in favor of detailed processes that produce massive amounts of data and unwarranted consensus, but little effective communication. This was mentioned on page number 180. So many of us, I think, probably in the similar stage if we do the introspection. So these are the implications of poor safety culture. So we cannot afford poor safety culture. We have to have a culture. I think most of you would know that there are 4 types of culture generally we classify into. One is called the reactive culture. Cyrus Mistry incident happened, car accident, we lost him. He was sitting in the back seat. What happened? One of the reasons was that probably he was not having the seat belt. So immediately some statements came. I think even Mr. Mahindra's statement came. Now onwards, I will start wearing the seat belt at the back seat. So this is reactive way of dealing with the things. When something happens, we immediately become wiser. Another one is called dependent safety culture. I'm traveling from Noida. I'm happy without putting the safety belt. But I know once I enter the Delhi, I put the safety belt on. Why? Because rules are strict, there will be ticket, you will be fined. So that is called dependent culture. You are dependent on certain guidelines, certain restrictions. Independent, where you are in a habit of wearing the safety belt. I am taking same example. Without anybody's interference or without any other, without bothering about the consequences. And the final, the highest one is called interdependent safety culture, where I am worried not about my own safety, but the safety of others also. If I find somebody not wearing, I will not move. I will say, no, first you wear the safety belt, then only you will move. So that is the kind of culture we are aspiring. So with this background, I will I will take the views of the eminent panelists on some of the questions so that we understand the safety culture in more depth and try to get the insights from the panelists. So my first question would be, what are the key elements which need to be kept in focus for developing good organizational safety culture? Who would like to start? Mr. Pant, I think. He was smiling, so I thought let him start.
As you very rightly pointed out in 2 of your examples, first of NASA and then the Delhi Metro. So if we extend the NASA example to the recent past, the same thing happened with Boeing also. There, they lost the vision of having an engineering product, and the organization became more of a commercial, responsible to the returns to the investors, return to the stakeholders and everything. The other example that you gave was of Delhi Metro. It again reinforces the point that there is a consequence of dirtying or disturbing the system. You are in it's same thing as happens in an Indian railway station vis-a-vis an Indian airport. So you find most of 99% of the airports spick and span, but in a railway station, though you have got trash bins, but still people throw the waste anywhere they want. Coming to the organization, today also we were having a board e-meeting. The problem is the generation shift and also how to engage with the people. So there are only 2 things that can be done. Human mindset works only on greed or fear. Fear happens only once you have encountered an event. We had a recent incident at Ahmedabad. It affected, I think, maximum 1,000 families. For us, it became a statistical news item, and as time lapsed, we moved out of it. As Das Saab has been contributing, because he got affected somewhere, therefore he has made a commitment to himself that he will try to improve the society. How do we embed these things onto the people around us. As I was also discussing with Dr. Singhal, the young generation that has come in, they have a different mindset. We, of the so-called prior generation, are not able to engage with them. They understand, they are technologically very advanced, they understand all the consequences, but still they get detached with the organization. They don't try to own the organization. So have a culture of safety or anything, technology or anything, once we have to be engaged with the organization. We should be thinking about the organization day in and day out. At the end of the day, that is the one thing that is giving us some financial benefit with which we are able to run our families or get whatever benefits or pleasures of life that we are striving for. For culture, again, we have been in our organization. I think NTPC is also doing the same thing. The concept of fear has to come in. The consequences of their action, which will be reflected on them as well as on their near colleagues, family, and the organization whole. A small mistake by anyone can put the whole organization down. The space shuttle example that you gave was only because of a 10-cent O-ring that was not checked at that time, though they had systems, processes, protocols, but it bypassed all. It's a simple cheese story where all the holes of the cheese aligned and we got the incident happening. So these things have to be stopped. I will give you a small example. When we were trying to engage with our younger colleagues, let's try to pass on our experience to you. We have a system of portals and other things. They said, sir, ये सब हुआ तब था जब आप कर रहे थे, अब कुछ होगा तो हम Google में देख लेंगे. But Google gives you a technical part, not the other parts, the consequence part, the happening part, why it happened. So the question comes, we should always be asking why and what. What if I don't do it the right way the first time? Why it, and the second part, when the inquiries come in, they only have to ask why. Why did a person or the system did not do the way it was supposed to do?
Right.
Yeah. So culturally, we have to take it amongst ourselves that any act of ours will be having a consequence. As I said in my opening remarks also, the Asian, as you move towards the East, the concept changes of life, death, and as Dastab also said. So, but that is one of the aspects. That is only, you are trying to find a way कि हाँ, as he said, पुनर्जन्म में हमने कुछ किया होगा तो ये हुआ. But do you remember what we did in the पुनर्जन्म? And if we know we have done it in a Punarjanam, why did we act in a way that we had to face the consequences in this Janam? If Mr. Das would like to elaborate.
Can I respond?
Yeah, sure. Dr. Das, I think you can further
I'll respond to his question later, but it's not हमारे पिछले जन्म में क्या हुआ है. अगर उसमें भी विश्वास रखते तो इस जन्म में हम क्यों कर रहे हैं ये? अगले जन्म में फिर से होगा ये. So that is what puzzles me. I mean, as I said, irrespective of the religion, fatalism is embedded in our culture. So taking off from your interdependent safety culture, all of you perhaps have ambulances and paramedics and drivers in your units. And you go back and you realize what interdependent safety culture is all about. In emergency medical services, that's one field of activity in an industry where safety failures, behavioral failures affects not only the person, but also the patient who is in an ambulance. So it's the provider and the patient which both get affected. On a shop floor, it usually doesn't happen. Yes, colleagues can get affected, but in an ambulance system, it's definite that if something goes wrong and somebody does takes a wrong turn, goes the wrong way, the patient also can be, and it's no fault of his. So their interdependency is huge in that system. There's also another kind of interdependency in emergency medical services safety. There's a pressure of the bystanders, whether it's on the road or it's in an industry. Every person then becomes a medical expert. Everyone has suggestions, ki ye karna hai, wo karna hai. You know, I always say Indians are very good at two things. Medical solutions lane ke liye, and if you follow cricket, every Indian is a national selector of the Indian cricket team. They'll all have opinions. Isko nahi lena tha, usko lena tha. So this is what happens with bystander. They create so much of pressure that we start breaking every rule. An ambulance goes the wrong way. And that's perhaps a very bad example, but it happens. Because to save one accident victim, one person in emergency, you're risking other lives going the wrong way. And those are interdependencies in safety culture that needs to be worked on. And the best way that we have found is peer-to-peer correction. It cannot be top-driven, we have realized. It cannot be bottom-driven. But peer-to-peer is what is one of the best ways. Showing examples, showing fatalities, showing what has gone wrong when somebody has driven an ambulance the wrong way. Those things really matter to another ambulance driver, another ambulance paramedic. So peer-to-peer in an interdependent culture, safety culture is very important. I'll quote a couple of examples. Aramco, you have all heard of it, defines an EMS safety culture, and I'll read it out. An EMS safety culture emphasizes a proactive approach to minimizing risk and preventing harm to both patients and personnel within the EMS system. It involves creating a work environment where safety is prioritized, open communication is encouraged, and a just culture prevails. Like he said, there's no victimization. If somebody reports, he should not be victimized. He should not be pulled up for reporting a near-miss incident. And that's what Aramco does, where errors are analyzed to improve systems rather than solely focusing on individual blame. That is perhaps the cultural shift we'll have to have, fact-finding rather than fault-finding. Yeah.
So for me, the safety culture should start from the leader. As a chief surgeon, I understand if I want to succeed in a surgery, I need to know my team. And I need to dictate my team that what I want. The team has to understand what the leader wants. In an organization, same way. If the leader just act in the front, not sitting back in the just office, goes to the front, talk to the team, just communicate them what I want, and I will not tolerate this. This is not acceptable. So that leadership, once you communicate one-to-one to your team, whether on the shop floor, whether in the surgery, whether in the road, if you just be like a leader, just talk to them, communicate with them, understand what are the fallacies. They will communicate back to you, you are expecting this, but these are the fallacies we are finding. Just listen to them. Because for safety to evolve in an organization, for this healthy practices to evolve, the leadership should come forward. And just they should communicate well them.
Very true, very true. I think I 100% agree with you. In fact, it is said that a culture of safety starts with leadership. Why? Because leadership drives culture and culture drives the behavior. So there's a very good link. How your employees are behaving, that entirely depends on the leadership. What kind of messages you are communicating to the team. That is also very, very important. And what are your actions in the field? I mean, you should be seen by others doing the right things every time, not only once, every time, and they should be believing that you are doing the right things. Then only the leadership gets established and your directions are followed by others as well. So very well said. Let me take the views of Goel sir. You want to say something on this?
Actually, as I said, the culture is one of the things which is a very, very important and difficult and challenging when you want to make some changes in the culture. Because culture is a long, ongoing, traditional process. When Dr. Garg was talking about the metro, the basic culture comes to my mind is when we are going to temple and we are removing our shoes. If somebody by chance misses that one, so he feels guilty and he comes back to the original place and remove the shoes. So that is the culture which makes, if anybody makes a mistake and he realizes. So coming to the culture of the safety, the two basic elements are, one is element what we talk about the management, another part who is working at ground, These are our employees' ground force. So commitment has to come from both, I will say. Commitment from the management to provide the resources, to provide the framework, to see the well-being of the people, and the commitment from the workforce also, that whatever training is given, that training is effectively used. Many times training is given and people are just seeing the mobiles and all, and training has nothing to do with the work. So training has to be very, very effective. And that comes when you assess, you make a assessment of the training. So normally, I will say when we go to the workplace, earlier it was a culture when we were addressing the large number of workforce. It was a, I will say, broadcast communication. We were talking. Then one day I just asked one person about Hira just. So then he gave me something very, very precious. Hira, kya milega kya aaj? So that day I thought that it has to be a two-way communication means. What he is understanding about the safety. Because safety, until unless he understands the consequences, he understands the importance of the safety, whatever we do, it remains to the boardroom. It has to come on the ground so that the workplace are safer. For that one, we need to connect to the people rather than communicating to the people. So these are the things connecting to the people, though it is slightly difficult when we have to come at their level. Once I was talking to one of our workforce, I asked him, "You are supervisor?" He said, "Yeah, I am supervisor. I am supervisor for last 15 years. Okay. Okay, let me understand, I join your workforce, you are welder, I am joining your team. What instruction, what safety aspect you will be telling to me? Let me hear from you in 2-3 sentences. What do you understand?" So that is the thing where we connect to the people. When they are explaining to us, they will come to know next time we should listen more carefully. Second thing, what we have tried in our organization, we have converted the safety aspect into the Katha Sagar actually, what we call. That is 4 to 5 minutes clip, and in one of the break we will be running that clip also. This clip is having some emotional part. That emotion goes if we do something wrong, what may happen in different situation. One situation is one person is going for the celebration of his marriage in the evening and he is going to invite his boss. He do something which is not expected and some accident happens and whole things goes in mess with all the emotions. So these type of things can connect to the people and we can have a better, safe place.
Thank you. Mr. Venkateshwar, your
Yes,
views?
I feel leadership has a very, very important role in this safety-related aspects in the organization. Most of the accident happens because of the lapses in the safety. The example which Garg Sahab has given Delhi Metro, we went for some training in the country of Japan, and where we have heard that the accidents in the bullet trains are very, very minimal. So that reflects truly the culture of the organization. What the leadership has to do, what are the key elements? The institutional mechanism is to be there. What is the institutional mechanism? Like we have a safety policy, safety officer, safety committee, reporting mechanism. More importantly, the training aspects, already covered, training aspects. But when we are giving the training should focus on the case study approach. Like in the previously similar type organization, what are the different types of accidents that happened, why it happened, what is the action we have to take in future so that it will not repeat. The other thing, when we give more importance to safety, there should be a proper reporting mechanism. Particularly the executive or non-executive down below at the lower level, lower rung of the organization, they may not feel free to report the safety incidents. So we should create an atmosphere so that they will come forward and report the incidents so that we can avoid sometimes the major accidents. And the last I wanted to say is, we should reward the employees who has prevented the major accidents, and it should be done publicly. Wide publicity should be given so that everybody should feel that safety as a way of life, and they will imbibe it as a way of life. Thank you.
Yeah, very right. I think I agree with you. The organizations who are not hiding the incidents, they are encouraging, as you mentioned, reporting of the incidents. Not only incidents, even near misses. There are organizations having a system of encouraging the reporting of near miss incidents, because near miss incidents are giving you opportunity to block the actual accidents, actual incidents. You can learn and avoid those kind of accidents. So if somebody reports it, you encourage him, you pat him at the back, and you even give some gifts to him so that he gets motivated and others get the message that reporting of near miss incidents is not a bad thing, it's a good thing. So that kind of culture, if you develop, it will be certainly helpful. So after hearing the views of all the panelists, I think there are to my mind, there are 6 important elements which are, I would say, very necessary for developing a good organizational safety culture. All of you mentioned good safety leadership, because it starts all with the leadership. Then accountability and responsibility. These 2 things are very important. Without setting the accountability and responsibility, you can't achieve the results. Employees engagement, many of you mentioned, employees engagement at all levels is very important, because it's not only the top driven, it's a bottom up as well. It's a combination of both. Then a good structured safety management system, as Goel Shah mentioned, a good safety framework has to be there in the organization. Then in today's time, you should have IT-enabled processes, so that safety should not be considered as something left out. If you have good processes for the operation maintenance, equally good processes should be there for dealing with the safety as well. Then last factor is the human factor, human intervention, which I call it a behavior-based interventions. This is also very, very important, which we learned late in our organization, being in GAIL. In 2013, we realized, while I was heading the HSC there, that in spite of having best of the people, best of the processes, best of the technologies, still incidents are happening here and there. So what is missing? So we had a international consultant called in, and we discussed with the board of directors this fact. And then this was found out that there is a specific behavior-based intervention required in the organization. Because you notice that at times people do not behave the way they should behave at the work site. Their behavior sometimes changes, which is called at-risk behavior or unsafe behavior. So why that is happening? To address that kind of thing, you can address a lot of potential accident incidents. So moving on, let me take the next question. This was a very good discussion. As I gave a little clue. So my point, the next question would be that, do all the panelists also feel that behavioral intervention has any role to play in the safety culture building in the organizations? Yeah, madam, you would like to say?
Yes, behavioral patterns are very important, because if there are safety lapses in any organization, one should do the root cause analysis. And with always doing the root cause analysis, there has to be one combined meeting of everybody that what went wrong. And most of the time, if the machine went wrong or the man went wrong, because sometimes we are not, because in time of emergencies, we do the work as a reflexes. The reflex mechanism come. हमारी muscle memory क्या है, हमारी brain memory क्या है, to deal with that emergency matters. Even if you know the CPR, लेकिन आपके आगे कोई faint हो गया, आप घबरा गए, you cannot deal with that emergency. To deal with an emergency, one has to indulge in the mock drills, that how to mitigate that emergency, to make your learning in the spinal level, to make your muscle memory strong. These behavioral patterns are very important to deal with the emergency. As far as the medical man, I can understand this.
Yeah, I agree. I fully agree. Pansa, would you like to say something on this?
No, rightly said, behavior does play the important role, and whatever we call it, muscle memory or brain memory, it again depends on how many times before we have been exposed to it, and we know the consequence. Like I think Goel Saab has been to our Advanced Training Institute at Goa. So we have a training program which we call helicopter underwater evacuation. So all our offshore going persons have to undergo that, where we have a model. It is rotated, submerged into a swimming pool. For a backup, we have a diver attached to each of the participants who is inside the helicopter, and within a given time frame, that person has to come out. So we are just inculcating a response to a person, how to respond to an emergency. This is one part. The other part on behavior comes in where I can give you a small example. We had a contractor called Schlumberger. If you are traveling in a vehicle which is owned by the Schlumberger, the driver won't start the vehicle unless all the passengers are wearing a seat belt. If you say मैं नहीं पहनूंगा, वो कह देगा मैं गाड़ी नहीं चला रहा हूँ. And then you have to wear it. That creates a type of guilt into you. So an open question to all of you, like if you are sitting on the rear seat, do you really wear a seat belt? So most of the time we don't do it, though there is a rules and regulation which says that the front-facing passengers have to wear a seat belt. Since it is not being implemented, you don't have a penalty to it, you forego it, and it does lead to some incidences.
So Pansab, heading on to this, the question was that whether the organizations like us, NTPC, BHEL, other great organizations we are talking about, do they really need to bring this specific behavioral intervention to develop, to further reinforce their existing safety culture in the organization?
Yeah, ONGC is doing it. I think most of the Navratna, Maharatna, or major organizations are doing it. The issue is we have the best in technology, we have the best in humans.
Yeah.
But with the passage of time, because of lethargy, because of acclimatization to a technique, we lose on the behavior aspect. So we have to keep on reinforcing the behavioral aspect of an individual and as a group also. A behavior cannot be of an individual, the group also comes into the picture. So we do it. I think all the organizations must be doing it with respect to their area.
So you endorse that this is required in the
behavior-based is the primary requirement nowadays.
So I recall in early days when we were being taught about the safety, there was one example given that one gentleman, he developed a habit of, shortcut. Many of us also develop sometimes the shortcut habits. So while going to the office from residence, there used to be an open nala, drain, big drain. And he was a young man, he used to jump over that to make it, shorter route. And he went that way days, months together, years together. One day he fell inside. He broke his leg. That happened after so many years. But what happened that day? Probably he had something in his mind. While coming back from home, probably he had some quarrel or some misunderstanding, or whatever at home with somebody. So that was in the head and attention was not there. So, if you develop such habits, it's not necessary that it will give you bad results the same day or same year. Once in a lifetime, even if it happens, it is not worth. So we should avoid, we should develop good behaviors. That's the crux of the whole thing. Doctor, you want to add something?
I don't know, Pan Saab ne Schlumberger mentioned kiya. So I was having a statistics of the Hong Kong port and the Houston port. And they have done a study which says 16% of all respondents reported, and this is EMS, Emergency Medical Services again. I'm sorry, I'm looking at through a keyhole. 16% of all respondents reported experiencing an injury in the past 3 months. This is dated 2021. 6 of every respondent reported an error or adverse event, and 90% reported safety compromising behaviors. So behavioral changes do matter. And just to give you an example, all of you deal with ambulances and know what it is. PPEs, you will not find a paramedic wearing a glove most of the times. Wo pani puri wala gloves pehne laga hai, because people are golgappe wala. But ye nahi pehega because there's not a demand, he feels. Lifting techniques. We are taught lifting techniques, but they will haul patients up with 2 legs and 2 hands. So those are behavioral things that can be corrected. Sanitizing an ambulance. I've seen, and I'm sure you must have seen paramedics and drivers eating in an ambulance. AC cabin hai, गर्मी है अंदर खाते हैं. These are behavioral changes that affect safety, and I'm sure they can be addressed. So a lot of accidents can be prevented, a lot of infection can be prevented, a lot of things can
I would like to add a recent news which came in, like people hired 2 ambulance to do the Char Dham Yatra in Uttarakhand. So they said that ambulance will get a through bypass, there won't be any police checks, but ultimately they got caught.
So the reason given was lights chala do, siren chala do, koi nahi rukega raste pe. So that was the reason given.
Probably again the country's culture of chalta hai is very badly hitting us, all of us. Maybe in the industry, maybe anywhere in the corporates, you find this hitting. So moving on, earlier days in safety management.
Should I say something on behavioral part?
Yeah, Goel sir, you want to say on this?
Actually, for the safety, the behavioral is one of the important aspects, I will say.
Sure.
Because whatever technology we use, whatever SOP we develop, whatever procedure we lay down, all things are the system based. Until unless those are complied, those are done at site, the things will be missing. So behavior is critical in 2 terms. One is the demonstration of commitment by the management. Management has to show that their commitment to this safety is paramount, non-negotiable. If you do good in safety, you will be rewarded, you will be recognized. But if you do not do, then the consequences will be on you. Because safety is something, if you cross red light 10 times, one doesn't know whether the accident will happen on first time or it will happen at 10th time. 9th time crossing red light without any accident doesn't guarantee the 10th time crossing safely. What the market says, and the financial market, it says the past performance is not the prediction of the future performance. So let us take the safety in that aspect. Whatever we have done for the past, it was for the past. Every day is a new day. Every day is as equal, as important as the earlier days were. So the behavior is definitely an important aspect that impacts the overall performance of the safety. And as a leader, the people have to walk the talk. I will just share one of the example. When I was at site, I was head of project at one site. So we used to go at site. One day I missed the safety shoes, putting my safety shoes. That safety shoes were available in my car also, and that day it was not available. I went back halfway from the site to the office because I said, I will go only with safety shoe, with safety helmet. I will not go. Whether anybody is seeing or not seeing, it doesn't matter. But I should myself convince that I am complying with safety. So that is the behavioral part which we need to take care in terms of ourselves and in terms of others, that safety is non-negotiable.
Excellent. So following the safety rules when nobody is watching.
I would like to add here,
yeah.
As Sir already has said, there should be some red flags when somebody is following the safety aspects. When we are rewarding and giving awards, recognition, if somebody is not following after 10 times, 20 times, there should be some sort of observations on them so that some pressure will be on them to comply with the system. So that is more important. And the leadership should demonstrate by themselves and then enforce it. That's what I feel is more important.
Yeah, carrot and stick both goes together. So you have to have both kind of programs. You motivate them as well as fix the accountability. Unless they know this, they will take you for granted. I mean, any rule you make, it will not be followed. I remember once during this BBS survey, we went to the Tata Jamshedpur, and thousands of workers, they move on the cycle and motorcycles, two-wheelers when the plant starts or even while they're leaving. So there is a speed limit. There is a speed limit for two-wheelers. So they have speed guns at various locations. So first speed limit violation, they will give you immediately a slip. Okay, you are warned that you have violated the speed. Second incident again they will do, and third time they will ask you to sit home at one day break. So that is how you have to strategize and make your own rules to follow that. Moving on, before I take one or two questions from the audience, I was thinking that earlier days we used to read about the 3 E's, of workplace safety. One is that engineer out as many risks as possible. If there are problems, you find out, you engineer them out, find out the solution and resolve it so that the work is done safely. Educate the employees on workplace risk and enforce your workplace safety program. These 3 E's, a lot of us would have read earlier days. But now 3 more E's have been added to it, rightfully. One is very important, that energize your safety message. Your safety message should be very, very energetic. It should look different from other messages so that people get attracted, they get involved into it, they want to contribute, they want to get involved, they want to tell everybody else about it. So that is important in today's environment. Engage your team to develop safety culture. As many of the speakers mentioned, engagement of each and every employee at different levels is important in today's environment. And finally, empower them. If they see anything unsafe happening, do they have power to report to you? Do they have power to stop it themselves or through some supervisor? That is very important. In some of the organizations, you find कि okay, even if you have noticed, मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ, मैं तो छोटा सा कर्मचारी हूँ, ये सोच के अगर बैठ गए तो काम नहीं होगा. If you want to involve them, empower them, at least they should be empowered to immediately report to the that unit head that this is wrong is happening, needs correction immediately. So that kind of engagement of the employees, empowerment is very, very important. So I think with this, maybe should we take one more question before moving on to the audience?
I will just collaborate with what you said. One of our assets did a negative publicity. They said that if an accident or incident happens, how will it be affected? So we had decapitated body, your arms broken, eye gone. So they had put those posters at those strategic points, particularly if you are in a road or something. Yeah. So these are the consequences. Basically, what is happening now is we are not able to engage people on the consequences part. That's what my perception is. You may agree or disagree on that.
Consequence management is very important. I agree.
That has become a prime role. So behavior-based safety mechanisms along with the consequence do play an important part in this.
Okay, I am getting indication that time is short.
Cigarette packets have now that consequences pictures. A very bad throat, very bad cancer. Though that has not stopped the smoking, but the new generation का जो incidence है, that has gone down.
Okay, great. Certainly it affects you, it impacts you rather. So audience, now I keep it open for 1 or 2 questions because time is short, I have been told. So yeah, please tell your name and from which unit you are and then your question to which speaker. Can you give mic please? Hello organizers. It was there, yeah.
Yeah, good evening. I am Chandan Shahi, GM Corporate Safety NTPC. I have an observation and a question for Mr. Himanshu Bhatt. He made a fleeting reference of Boeing. And in view of the recent crash of Air India Flight 171, I have a difference of opinion. Because most of the people are blaming Boeing. But on the other side of the spectrum, you have an airline set up in 1959, Qantas. Not a single incident, despite having a fleet of Boeing as well as Airbus. So they must be doing something different, which even Lufthansa and other American airlines or European airlines are not able to do, and having that impeccable record of 0 incidents. So actually, that's what Garg Saab was also saying, accountability. So this is a very convenient way of shifting our responsibility onto Boeing. I mean, there's maintenance checks should have been done, and that was primarily the failure. Of course, it is known fact that Boeing had numerous accidents, but you have Qantas also. Yes. And in fact, in a Hollywood movie, the actor, the hero is asked, which is your preferred airline? So what the Dustin Hoffman replies is, without doubt, Qantas. So that is
another question is also taking round. Which is the preferred seat for you? 11A.
Yeah, 11A. Yeah.
So, Mr. Pant, would you like to answer this?
As you rightly pointed out, if an industry keeps on doing an incident, so a perception gets tagged to it. You had 737 MAX incidences in sequence, then recent Alaska airline incident. Though the inquiry report has not come out, we are not blaming Boeing or Air India. They'll come out. What I was telling is that incident happened, but for general public or Indian public, it's just a statistics, apart from 1,000 or 2,000 people who got affected. Same thing if you see in a Western culture, they value life. A fatality in a Western culture is a big news as compared to an Indian system or the Asian system. It may be because of population, it may be because of our religious outlook or cultural upbringing as we are coming up. So we are not blaming Boeing for that. We are just saying that culturally also we are not accustomed to this. Many instances happen. Do we learn from them? If you check, any industry checks the record, you will find that there is a repeatability, there is a sequence that keep on happening. We have near miss as a leading indicator, unsafe act, unsafe practices, but still people know it, they communicate it down the line, but still we are not able to close them. Or the incidents keep on happening on those events.
So my point was, this issue is beyond the manufacturers. I mean, it's not basically, it's basically on the owner airline. That is what I'm trying to emphasize.
Yeah, you made your point. That's a good point, I think. Yeah, we agree to that. You made a good point that same Boeing is run by another company which did not face any kind of incident so far. So they would be doing something different which others are not doing. We should, I think, appreciate that culture. Again, I think that organization's culture, the Qantas culture, organization culture.
Maybe
we should appreciate that.
Poka-yoke, zero defects, Six Sigma quality.
Yeah.
So these are the standards they must be using it.
Agreed. Any other question? A quick question? Last question? Yeah, please. Disclose your name.
I am Sir N.V. Ramna, Senior GM, Head of Safety, Damodar Valley Corporation.
Okay.
I agree with the safety is top driven. Sorry? And safety is top driven, and in layers it has to be percolated to the downward. But one thing is, safety as far as we concern, workers, the ground force, they are directly with the handling with the machines, particularly in the power plant. So they are at the most risk. And like our sir told, the persons who are sitting in the back seat, they are not wearing the safety belts. Similarly, in the hierarchy of controls, PP is the last option. But one more thing is, PP there is a discomfort because the person sitting in the rear seat, he is not wearing the belt because there is a discomfort. Similarly, when using the PPE, particularly the safety shoes and the helmet, those who are wearing, particularly those who are in the field, there is a temperature, lot of dust area is there. Now they feel some kind of discomfort. One of the thing, even if whatever the good quality PPEs are there, other thing is, because in the government sector we purchase through the GEM and all, so there also the quality matters. If the shoes are very hard, he is wearing the shoes but he is facing the difficulties. So that is also one of the things.
So what is your question, sir?
Sir, I will respond to that. The problem is, as you rightly pointed out,
that behavioral and this, how to resolve this particular thing. This is the basic minimum PP, but one of it is behaviorally we are having the communication, we are having the training and all. But how to come up with a solution with this so that the people, those who are affected, they will be having the maximum and comfort and will be able to adapt to this culture, to make a culture.
If we go by PPE, we have IS, various standards on which I think all the organizations must be procuring it and distributing to the employees. The question here is, does the person who is wearing a PPE knows the consequence of not wearing it? He may be having a discomfort for a short time. We know that the overalls or dangris, they may be uncomfortable, but not wearing it or not wearing a glove or not wearing a helmet, they don't realize the consequence. So we have to communicate the consequence of not having
behaviorally.
Yeah, not the. We say you have to wear PPE because it is in the rules.
Yes.
There are the rules. There is also a rule that you have to drive on the left-hand side. There is a regulation, you have a road divider. But still, many a place, many a locations, for shortcut, we deviate from it. कि हम left वाली line से चले जाएंगे. Thinking, but they don't understand the consequences. The consequences, if you get caught, you get a 1,000 rupee fine. That is okay. But what happens if there is an accident? There was a recent accident 2-3 years back, I think near ISBT, where a road dumper was traveling without the headlights and a scooter collided with it. So the road dumper was on the wrong side. The person, we agree, might not be that literate, might not be knowing the consequences.
Yes, that is the
but
workers are not.
Sir, just to cut it short, you should know, I mean, each one of us knows probably that more than 7,600 people die every day in the world because of some industrial accident, occupational health disease. Yes. So it's a huge number. 4% of GDP you are losing every year because of incident accidents. So those kind of consequences, as Mr. Pant mentioned, must be effectively communicated to each one of them.
Yes, sir.
Then
Obviously,
definitely there will be.
we are dependent on communication.
Garsab, एक point just should I? Okay. Yeah, one thing I think you were trying to make a point that we are heavily relying on PPE means. That is not the case actually. PPE is the last step of the safety. Yes, right. All of us know that it starts with the elimination, substitution, engineering and all. Yes. What we need to tell to the people that the plant is very well engineered. It is very well maintained. Probably one behavioral aspect, if somebody is going on the upper floor and some bolt is there and it fell down from his hit or something like that, then the engineering will not save you. It is the PPE which will save you. So now the question is not the engineering versus PPE. It is the PPE is for the any eventuality which may occur due to behavioral aspect also.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. With this, I think we need to conclude because I'm getting indications again and again. We're running short of time. So thank you so much all the panelists here for sharing their insights, very valuable insights. To conclude, I would say that if you have to have a good organization safety culture, you have to move from not only top-down control to bottom-up involvement. This involvement is very, very important. But also from rugged individualism to teamwork, from a piecemeal basis to a systems approach, from fault finding to fact finding, from reactive to proactive, from quick fix to continuous improvement, and from priority to value. This is very, very important. This will certainly build a good safety culture in the organization. Thank you so much.
I would request our moderator, Dr. Garg, to please present mementos to our speakers. We are grateful to them for coming here and sharing their thoughts with the audience. Memento for Padma Shri Dr. Subrata Das. A memento for Shri T. Venkatesh Varlu, Chief Engineer, CEA. A memento for Dr. Sangeeta Singhal, Chief Medical Officer, BHEA Limited. A memento for Shri Himanshu Pant of ONGC. And a memento for Shri Vijay Goyal, Executive Director, Safety, NTPC. I would request Shri Vijay Goyal to present our moderator, Dr. S.P. Garg, with a memento. We want to thank him for steering this discussion and bringing through the important parameters of shaping workforce safety through culture and values. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. We still have an important session and a keynote talk coming up, but given the long day, we'll take a very short tea break, just 10 minutes. I request all of you to please be back in your seats in 10 minutes, and we will come back and talk about cultivating wellness and resilience at the workplace, and we'll have a keynote address as well. Welcome back. I request everybody to please move forward to the seats closer to the stage. All those seated at the back are invited to please occupy the seats which are vacant closer to the stage. I request everybody to please move forward, and I request everybody to please settle down. Again, I request people looking for seats in the blue rows to please move forward. There are many vacant seats in the red rows, so please move forward and please settle down. We will resume our sessions. We have a very interesting keynote session coming up next, and this is by Dr. Rishikesh Nayak, Group Head, Integrated Health, Aditya Birla Group. So I request everybody to settle down, and I'll give a quick introduction to Dr. Nayak. Dr. Nayak has more than 27 years of experience in different sectors like petroleum, petrochemicals, power, ports, mines, pesticides, FMCG, construction, and more. With Aditya Birla Group for over the last 10 years, he has supported the development of integrated health services across all businesses and geographies. He is a medical graduate with post-graduation in industrial health and masters in industrial hygiene and safety. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome on stage Dr. Rishikesh Nayak, Group Head, Integrated Health, Aditya Birla Group. I request him to please come up on stage for the keynote session. Please give a round of applause and welcome on stage Dr. Rishikesh Nayak. Right, I think Dr. Nayak is just stepping in. I'll just check if he can. Right, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause and welcome on stage Dr. Rishikesh Nayak, Group Head, Integrated Health, Aditya Birla Group.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, everybody. You know, in corporate, particularly private corporate, it is said that anything outside CTC is very, very sweet. But here, anything outside this 5 o'clock timing, we have to be really careful in delivering the session. And I remember my sessions in Southeast Asia, where after 5 o'clock, you don't need to see their faces. You will come. You don't need to see the watches. You will come to know by their faces. It's already 5:30, and they won't pay attention. So this is kind of out of CTC, out of our learning hours. Well, at the outset, thank you very much, Dr. Behera and NTPC, for extending invitation and giving me an opportunity to speak on a subject which is very, very close to my heart. Because we have a very distinguished panel, I am not going to talk about what is the importance of mental health and what is the benefit. It's going to be talked. I am here because whatever time I have, I am here to share what we have done at Aditya Birla Group, the way, approach and strategies we have adopted to institutionalize the psychological health activity and what we have learned. So that's what I am going to do. Small thing about Aditya Birla Group. We are $65 billion company and 190,000 employees across 36 countries. And we are in metal, cement, chemical, and almost some 16 sectors. You might have heard about Hindalco, Ultratech, Grasim, Aditya Birla Capital. This is Aditya Birla Group company. And what I am sharing is part of that. Okay. That was short about Aditya Birla Group. This is what I am going to speak. Just a little background. What is stress? Because I am going to talk about occupational stress and stress at workplace. If we talk about mental health, the level of depression, anxiety is actually ultimate outcome. And we tried that if we can catch the people and the stressor just before that and deal with them, it will be better. So we have started working on occupational stress, definitions, anything out of, anything where we have a feeling whether I will be able to cope it out or not. The things out of control is considered stress. There are two types of stress, eustress and distress. When we say stress, it's a normal English. Technically, we say eustress and distress. Eustress is very good. It takes the best out of us. Without eustress, life is going to become boring. When it goes beyond coping mechanism or coping ability, it is called distress. And whatever element gives us this kind of stress is called stressor. Okay, so because I'm going to use this terminology, eustress, distress, and the stressors. The other thing why we actually went and invented our own way or very structured approach rather than doing random activity, because traditionally what we were used to do and all organizations used to do is we have yoga, meditation, progressive muscle relaxation kind of camp, awareness session, we invite psychologists and psychiatrists and do few sessions with them. And there are many HR wellness programs. We also have EAP, where people are not aware about, they don't know the difference between psychologists and psychiatrists. Now, these are good activity, but the problem with this is, does this really solve the issue of stress? Because we don't know that does this activity really reach to the target population? Whenever psychologists come or psychiatrists come, the people sitting in front of them might be those who are already enthusiastic about their health, and those who are really feeling stressed and depressed, they might be still sitting in a corner. So we don't know whether it reached to the target group. And we, in spite of spending all our time, effort, and money, we don't know what is the impact. We are not able to realize whether it is still impactful or not. And therefore, we generated our own approach. And what we are going to do, there are 6-stage approach. I am going to describe all, but with a competent person, the first thing what we did is to develop a technical standard. This is our kind of framework, technical standard on occupational stress management, and everything is incorporated there. The first thing what we did is to have a partnership with a competent person. In our case, we did it with Empower, Mind Power. They are a group of psychologists, and they are not for profit. And they actually dealt with us, understood the entire industry-related problems, what could be there, and then we took it forward. So if you see on left side, there are all routine activity, including mental health day celebration, and all activities which we require to do throughout the year. Now, those activities are important to destigmatize the element of stress. You know, people should not be feeling shy to come forward and talk about their psychological health issues. That are very important. On right side, there is another approach where we actually do stress mapping of our employee. We identify those who are in high stress, medium stress, and low stress. We identify which are the stressors there, and then we do actually targeted intervention. So this combination of approach was developed, and then we had a grand chart of 6 months. We do first stress mapping, then there is a 6-month activity, and then we do second stress mapping. So we come to know whether our effort are in the right direction, are the people getting are people getting benefit or not, and then if you require to modulate our course. So 6-month grand chart is being shared. I am not going into detail, but that is what is prepared. The another important thing which we have experienced, and I will request every organization to consider, is to carefully select a tool for any psychological mapping, any psychometric test. The tool is very important. I will give you one small example. I wrote a mail to my HSC head counterpart in US, our company is there in US, and I wrote that these are the things, and we need to discuss. And I gave a copy to my boss, who is a British person. And he called me. How can you write? We need to discuss. I said, we need to discuss. I mean, there is a problem and we need to talk. So in Western culture, for them, we need to talk means you have done something blunder, I'm calling you in my office and I'm blasting you. That's what we need to talk. So there are different ways how we deal with Japanese, there are different ways how we deal with Southeast Asia, particularly Thailand and Indonesia, there is a different way. So whenever there is one sentence is written, and our mind, when we read and perceive it, is different based on our location, the way we brought up. And therefore a tool is very, very important, and what impression it is giving. So any tool should be scientifically validated for a given population, number one. The question I am asking, is the right impression is going inside? So the tool which is scientifically validated for Indian population cannot be used in Europe and US, cannot be used in Japan. They will not perceive it that way. Second, the reference range, the scoring has to be statistically validated, that this is the right reference range. So if we use that proper tool, then only there is a proper psychological mapping or stress mapping can be done. We selected one such tool in which there are few stressors covered. So we identify if somebody is having domestic stressor, we identify if somebody is having expat stressor. Now expat is a term usually we use for people going for out of the country. But as far as stress is concerned, if anybody maybe from Jammu Kashmir is working in South India, he might be feeling expat. They have a relocation issue, they have adjustment issue, the family has adjustment issue, and that is called expat factor. And occupational stressor. There are 12 occupational stressors what we incorporated. And I'll tell you from my personal experience that in the same set of people, in the same site, there was work overload and there was under participation. There was role ambiguity and there was role conflict. So if there is a role overload, 30% of people are feeling role overload. At the same time, there are 22% people are feeling under participation. That means there is some problem. So this tool helps us to identify the stressors. So not only the person who is under stress or not, but identify which point is giving him or her stress. Okay. Now how to use that? Because we are such a large organization, if I want to use it at 70, 80 of our location, it cannot be done manually. So then we develop a software. The software, entire calculation, ensuring giving a disclaimer saying that your anonymity is done, there is a provision of dummy name, and all the reports are published based on dummy name, and the person is called based on dummy name. And then we generate all the reports and charts based on this software. Launch of the stress mapping is also very important. What we learned that a chief medical officer and the senior HR person, if they go and do standing meeting in every department explaining what we are trying to do and explaining that how you should fill this form, we get a near normal report. Otherwise, employee would start doing tick, 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 and you don't know exactly what is happening. Okay, so that is very important. Confidentiality, ensuring confidentiality is important, at least in a start. So once everything is done, analysis is again important. So in our software, we can do analysis at individual level, department level, site level, and a cluster level. I'll explain you how. In one department of 20 people, if there are 2 people who is feeling problem with role clarity, we need to sit with those two people. If in a department of 20, if 10 people is feeling role clarity problem, you need to sit with department head. And if the majority of people at site is feeling like that, you have to sit with the site management. So where we require to act at a personal level or the DH level or the site level. So this tool helps us to identify that this is where the problem is and this is how you can do. And therefore, I am just keeping, this is a cluster level report where we can find out in this particular cluster, there is a problem with expat, and then we can identify 5 plant rollover report as a business in this cluster, which stressor is more prevalent. And if you see role overload and under participation, is almost same. The similar data is there at plant level and every department level. There is a comparison between plant A, plant B, plant C, plant D, that what is the problem which is most prevalent everywhere. And then there is a department level so that we can sit with the department head, stressor-wise, department-wise, we can generate the report. And there is at a stressor level or a very individual level. So after having this detailed analysis, we can derive action plan. Where do we need to act? And where do we need to spend our time, effort, and money so that it reaches to the target group? And therefore, we develop individual action plan, department level, and site level. So for your example, on individual, one-to-one counseling and EAP services, that is very sure, and this remains very confidential between our chief medical officer, a person, and EAP services. And then there is department level action, where we identify few departments, and particularly maintenance. I have, in my opinion, where I did for around 22 sites, mechanical maintenance is one common department where we require to have better focus. So department level actions. At site level actions, we have developed around, I think, 85 mental health champions till now in 12 sites. And DH and above training is very, very important. What we did, that a confidential meeting, department head, functional head, and unit head. And then we explain each stressor, आपका जो एक्शन है कैसे बढ़ा सकता है, which are your actions can increase this stressor, which are your actions which can reduce this stressor in your department. So once they are sensitized, then we show them their report. देखो आपके department में ये चल रहा है. This is what is going on. Now you have to evaluate yourself that what behavioral changes I need to do, and that has a very good impact. So apart from doing champion health training, etc., we started doing DH and above training where we did, and that was very, very helpful. Last slide, I'm going to share with you one site report where we got a good success just by December last year. So in the first go, there are 181 people who participated, and in second go, 222 people participated. So how it has come down? So if you see people in overall high stress has reduced from 7.7% to 4.5%. Now we need to understand that the number of people who are participated have increased. So for me, the increase in participation itself is a good symbol that they have started generating confidence into the process. They like the questionnaire, they like the approach, and the participation has increased. If we see what happened to those who participated in previous year, so we backtrack that also. How many of them were in high risk? How many have left? How many left the organization or maybe transferred to other location? How many are remaining and what happened to them? And that is how we evaluated what modification we require to do in our stress management approach, and that has helped us. So thank you very much. I think under a given time, I wanted to share our experience. This is how we should be doing. Thank you. Over to you.
I request you to please stay on stage. So please stay. We'll give you a memento. So if you could just come.
ऊपर है कि नीचे है?
ऊपर ही है सर.
Okay.
It's fine, sir. I'd request, so please stay for a memento. I would request Dr. Basant Kumar Behera to please come up on stage and present our keynote speaker, Dr. Naik, with a memento. So if you could come this way, sir. Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Naik. Now we move on to our third plenary of the day. And the topic is Mental Health Matters, Cultivating Wellness and Resilience in the Workplace. Now, toxic work culture has got a lot of bad press recently. A trainee pilot with Indigo has alleged casteist insults at work. A Bengaluru techie was hospitalized due to what he termed psychological torture of his manager, to the extreme case of a 26-year-old chartered accountant whose parents say she died due to overwork just months into her job. A strong workplace culture is one of the most powerful enablers of wellness and resilience amongst employees. And it goes beyond offering wellness benefits and mental health days. It's about embedding care, trust, flexibility, and psychological safety into everyday work environment. So how do you do this? This is something that we will discuss in this session. And we have our moderator with us on the stage. Please put your hands together for Dr. Basant Kumar Behera, Chief Medical Officer, NTPC Limited. He's here with us. Request him to take a seat. Quick introduction. He has an MBBS degree from Utkal University and an MBA in Disaster Management from Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, New Delhi. This unique combination of medical expertise and disaster management skills equip him to handle healthcare challenges effectively, especially in emergency situations and disaster response. I would like to invite on stage our panelist in this session. Please put your hands together and welcome Professor Dr. Nimesh G. Desai, former Director, Institute of Human Behavior and Allied Sciences. Please welcome on stage Dr. Rachna Khanna Singh, Director, the Mind and Wellness Clinic, and Dr. Shyam Pingle, Vice President, ICOH. Please give a round of applause to our panelists to welcome them on stage.
Sorry for the delay. I was going to introduce the panelists with me, and I think you have heard Dr. Rishikesh Naik, wonderful talk, and the practice at Aditya Birla. Now I will be introducing Professor Dr. Nimesh G. Desai. I had the opportunity of listening to him many occasions, and he's a voracious speaker. And he makes the audience know the basics of mental health. And all the time jolly good fellow, all the time laughing, and he makes his patients also laugh. And that is his positivity, and we are fortunate to have him. He's a psychiatrist and a qualified public health professional in public service academic career for nearly 40 years. Served on the faculty of NIMHANS Bengaluru and AIIMS Delhi. He served at IHBAS Delhi for 23 years, initially as head of the Department of Psychiatry and medical superintendent, and then the director from 2010 to 2021. He has also been the member secretary / interim CEO of Delhi State SMHA from 2008 to 2021 for many years. He has nearly 100 research papers, many research monographs, and 5 national awards for his original research. Let's put our hands together to welcome Professor Dr. Nimesh G. Desai. One more interesting personality and also a renowned faculty in the field of psychiatry is Dr. Rachana Khanna Singh, psychology, and director of Mind and Wellness Clinic. Dr. Rachana Khanna Singh is a distinguished mental health professional and head of Department of Holistic Medicine and Mental Wellness at Artemis Hospital, Gurgaon. She is also the founder and director of the Mind and Wellness Studio in Delhi, which offers counseling, stress management, lifestyle optimization, and workplace well-being programs to individuals, families, corporations, and academic institutions. Dr. Rachana is the acclaimed author of Stress Diaries from the Eyes of the Therapist by Bloomsbury, and described as the mental health first aid kit that blends real-life stories with practical tools for emotional resilience. As a TEDx speaker, columnist of Times of India and media expert on mental well-being, she addresses topics including relationship dynamics, adolescent stress, and work-life balance. I think more apt for all these young, new engineers, as well as the mothers who are rearing young adolescent kids. Her wide-reaching impact extends to leading over 500 workshops for companies such as Amazon, Accenture, RBI, IITs, IIMs, and many more to come. Welcome, Dr. Rachana Khanna Singh. And no words to express our gratitude for Dr. Shyam Pingle, Doyen of International Commission on Occupational Health as Vice President. And he's a Senior Occupational Health Specialist and Adjunct Professor at Indian Institute of Public Health, Gandhinagar, India's first public health university. With over 40 years of experience spanning industry and academia, he has been instrumental in advancing occupational, environmental, and community health initiatives across India. He had his MBBS in 1978, MD in PSM in 1982, and with Diploma in Occupational Safety from Sweden National Institute of Working Life, and earned Associate Fellow in Industrial Health from India's DG Fastly. He served as Chief Medical Occupational Health Service at major industries, including 15 years tenures, culminating as Vice President at Reliance Industries, and Country Leader for IBM. An active thought leader, Dr. Pingle served National President of IOH, and now many board roles, and now he is holding as the Vice President of ICO. I welcome you, sir, for this interesting session on mental health. So the theme of this plenary is Mental Health Matters, Cultivating Wellness and Resilience in Workplace. And we have great faculties, one psychiatrist, one psychologist, and one occupational health specialist who has also dealt with mental health. So, sir, my question to Dr. Desai, please. Having a lot, more than 40 years of experience, nowadays we are coming with mental health issues, and now people are coming out with their own experiences. But still, there are many who treat it as something they are not affected with, and they don't want to accept that they are having any mental issues. Sir, my question is, how do someone knows that he is having any mental issues, and what are the ways he can come out with so that somebody can explain or somebody can take him or her out of those mental issues?
Thank you. Thank you. डॉक्टर बेहरा ने बड़ी मुश्किल कर दिया. हरियाणा के पास, कश्मीर के पास एक राज्य है ना, जिनके लोगों के बारे में बहुत सारे जोक्स होते हैं, है ना, कहना ठीक नहीं होगा. तो वहाँ एक भाई साहब निकल रहे थे, तो किसने केले का छिलका फेंक दिया. वो कहते हैं यार ये बड़ी मुश्किल है, फिसलना पड़ेगा. लॉन्ग स्टोरी शॉर्ट, आगे भी है जोक वो, लेकिन बेहरा साहब ने मुश्किल ये कर दी कि अब मैं 3 मिनट से ये सोच रहा हूँ कि आप लोगों को हंसाऊं कैसे, है ना. How do I make this interesting? But he's right. I enjoy what I do. More than 40 years, I am ancient. I am truly. And I look it, right? Not a problem. जैसे जैसे बड़ा साहब ने सवाल उठाया, my first reference goes to what I think is a seminal event in last 100, if not 500 years. I don't think human race has seen the kind of crisis that we saw in the corona epidemic, right? हम सब लोग कन्वीनियंटली उसमें से कुछ हिस्से भूलते जा रहे हैं, भूलना चाह रहे हैं, अच्छी बात है, लेकिन बहुत सारे जो पॉजिटिव बेनिफिट्स हुए, one of the huge positive spin-off benefits of the corona epidemic was the awareness about mental health at all levels. If somebody has severe mental health problem, then he or she at least now hesitates less to come out and seek help. You don't hesitate to talk to each other about how are you feeling. You don't hesitate to say, I'm not feeling very well. Is this a perfect solution? No, it's not. Nowhere near that. Is there a perfect solution? Most of you were here for the previous session, and I am lucky to have reached pretty early, and so listen to the old session. And I'm going to connect what I am about to say to the previous session. If you all remember, all the panelists and the moderator in the previous session kept emphasizing about safety and how we should be concerned about safety, and we don't have enough safety culture and need for SOPs and everything. And since I thought they might, most of them might leave, I had a brief chat after the session, after that session, and did tell them that I would want to refer to that issue. Other than mental disorders, other than severe psychiatric disorders that we deal with medically, soft mental health problems, day-to-day adjustment issues, overlap between physical and mental health. Most famous example, diabetes and depression, if you can pick up others. Is there really a good answer for human race in the 21st century between efficiency of an organization, of an individual, vis-a-vis good mental health? And I really think there isn't. Young people who are here below 40 or 50 years of chronological age, you're going to have to see this. Some of us will be lucky not to have to see this. But globally, and certainly Afro-Asia, we are going to go through a serious crisis if we are not already going through it. What is a good balance in life? Or if you pause for a minute and think, I was sitting there and thinking, that crisis, that dilemma is actually applicable for all of us. How much do I want to earn? Where do I want to reach? What should be my social position? What should be my, social recognition index? What is success? Vis-a-vis peace of mind, happiness, as World Bank and IMF wants to call it. I have serious issues with happiness index concept. If we get time, we'll go there, or we'll save it for some other time. The basic point that I'm making is, and let me cite some figures there. The global figures for mental health problems is 25%. And I have a slide that I often use. Look at 3 friends around you, and if they seem normal, then you should know, right? American figures for mental health disorders, believe you, my friends, scientific studies are 49%. 2 out of 4 people have diagnosable, worthy of treatment mental health problem. Of course, ये अलग सवाल है that if 2 out of 4 people are mentally ill, who diagnoses whom? Right? 4 में से 1 हो तो फिर भी 3 versus 1 हुआ. 4 में से 2 में कौन किसकी सुधेगा? But that aside, what are the Indian figures? 10 to 12%. And South Asia. We are lucky as a society still, जो previous session में कहा गया, अगर आप सब याद करें कि चलता है, culture है, safety नहीं हो पाती है, all that is valid, no disagreement with that. But like I was saying to the moderator also in the break, and I'm not advocating it, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि चलता है attitude अच्छा है. क्या अच्छा है हम सब डिसाइड करेंगे, आप लोग डिसाइड करोगे अपने लाइफ में. लेकिन उससे प्रोटेक्शन मिलता है, ये गौर करें. There is a very fine balance that an individual or an organization or a nation or a human race needs to strike between efficiency, being totally safety driven, and having peace of mind. In fact, in the previous session, I was sitting there and thinking, and Dr. Ratna, I'm sure, knows this too well. I also have a warning for some of our senior managers who are in the front rows. Please be sure, scientifically, it is well established that those who are very concerned about society, about efficiency, basically obsessional traits, will have a much larger chance of depression in the old age. तो अगर आप अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के बारे में बहुत चिंतित हैं और 30-40 साल तक बहुत जहमत कर रहे हैं, तो तैयार रहिए, ओल्ड एज में गड़बड़ होगी. Take it from me, and I'm living it. Hopefully, I've been able to continue with what Dr. Behra has seen for the last 30 or 40 years and been able to avoid it. Hopefully, I will till the end. So please understand there is a huge dilemma. But to come back to a brief question that he also had, out of this 10 to 12% of Indian population who have problems which deserve treatment and can benefit from treatment, guess how many people reach? Out of 100 Indians, 10 people can benefit from treatment. Guess how many people reach? 2. 80% treatment gap. 100 में से 10 जने अगर इलाज से बेहतर जीवन बिता सकते हैं, तो उसमें से सिर्फ 2 जने इलाज तक पहुंचते हैं, बाकी 8 जने नहीं पहुंचते हैं. So that's the dilemma. And I'm not saying this today. I have been saying this 1995 or 96 and on record. Editorials में, journal articles में. Dilemma ये है कि क्या हमें अमेरिकन्स की तरह होना है, या हमें जो ट्रेडिशनल इंडियन मोड था जो प्रीवियस सेशन में डिक्राई किया गया कि यार सेफ्टी की कोई कंसर्न ही नहीं है, सब चलता है, ये चलने देना है. Now that's a huge dilemma. Does anyone have a good answer? I don't think so. Individual level पे क्या किया जा सकता है? There are a few answers that I'll try and cover in the second or third part if we get a chance. Sorry if that was wrong.
No, sir. As always, you don't make someone feel the time, and that happened also कि आप जब बोलते हैं तो समय का कोई किसी को एहसास ही नहीं होता है. So continuing with the discussion now, Dr. Rachana Khanna Singh, आजकल की ज़माने में आज morning session में भी I heard a speaker speaking about the some paper news it has come, Times of India today. The suicide rates among the young has gone up, and we are failing to understand why the suicide rates are going up, and number 2, what can the society as a whole and the management or NTPC as an organization can do to prevent such activities.
Thank you so much, Dr. Behra. आपने एक ही सवाल में बहुत सारे सवाल पूछ लिए, but सबसे पहले I'd like to take the thread जो Sir Dr. Desai ने छोड़ा है, that एक तो बहुत stigmatization है with respect to mental health. इन्होंने इसी पे छोड़ा कि only 2%, actually 2 out of 10 people go and take help. तो I just want to tell you कि जो overload है society के अंदर, अगर if we see the WHO reporting also 2023 $1.03 trillion was spent on was lost due to mental health conditions in the world, right? But what was the amount really spent? Only 2% was spent. 2% of the global economy was spent on treating. So there is, look at the large gap. So क्या कारण है? Work-life balance क्या होता है? Taking from your thread, what is work-life balance? We are all talking, at least thank God we are talking about work-life balance. Everybody is. The fact that हम सब यहाँ पर बैठ के इस चीज़ के ऊपर इतनी तवज्जो दे रहे हैं और इतना कुछ बातचीत करने को तैयार हैं in bigger platforms. I train with so many of the MNCs, all your IITs, your IIMs, IMA. I have lectured, I think, most of the institutes, premier institutes of the country, and we really see कि अब धीरे-धीरे करके बहुत बदलाव आ गया है. जहाँ पर पहले OPD में लोग आने से डरते थे, घबराते थे. या I would remember about pre-COVID, अगर आपको कोई हम लोग को हमारे पेशेंट अगर कभी हमको कोई शादी पे या कहीं पे कोई सोशल गैदरिंग में मिल जाते तो कट के दूर भाग जाते थे. पर आज की डेट में बहुत प्राउडली आई सी द यंगर जनरेशन, आई सी सच अ शिफ्ट. I see very proudly so many times a younger generation will come and say, oh, that's my therapist, that's my therapist, that's my doctor. Very recently, somebody who was the, Fashion Week winner, she met me somewhere and she took me around saying ki that's my therapist. I said, you don't feel scared saying that you've suffered from depression? She said not at all. So एक तो celebs ने भी शायद डॉक्टर बेहरा बहुत ज़्यादा destigmatize करने में अब मदद कर रहे हैं. From Amir Khan to Deepika Padukone to you name it, everybody has had their own bouts of their own stories to share. पर आपका जो सवाल आ जाता है, एक तो डिस्टिग्मेटाइजेशन हो रहा है मेंटल हेल्थ का, नॉर्मलाइज करना बहुत ज़रूरी है. डिस्टिग्मेटाइजेशन एक चीज़ है कि किसी चीज़ का स्टिग्मा है हम उसको कम करें, बट हाउ डू वी इंटीग्रेट नॉर्मलसी ऑफ मेंटल हेल्थ इनटू सोसाइटी. जैसे कि फिजिकल हेल्थ, अगर हम 80s में चले जाएं तो शायद जब हम वेस्ट में जाते थे तो जिम्नेजियम का कॉन्सेप्ट एक बहुत ही न्यू कॉन्सेप्ट था. लोग मजाक उड़ाते थे कि जिम्नेजियम कौन जाता है, पैसे कौन देता है, एक्सरसाइज करने के लिए पैसे कौन देता है. फिर धीरे धीरे करके कॉन्सेप्ट कॉट ऑन कि अपनी फिजिकल हेल्थ बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. और अब हर गली और नुक्कड़ में एक जिम खुला है, हर कॉम्प्लेक्स, अच्छे कॉम्प्लेक्स के अंदर एक जिम है, हर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की अंदर जिम है, और ये अब काफ़ी सालों से हो रहा है. दैट मीन्स वी हैव नॉर्मलाइज द कॉन्सेप्ट दैट वी मस्ट हैव गुड फिजिकल हेल्थ. सिमिलरली, सो इट इज़ वेरी एसेंशियल टू नॉर्मलाइज द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ हैविंग गुड मेंटल हेल्थ also. That is the reason why we are seeing a shift today in organizations, in schools, in offices, in colleges, where we have counselors in place today. And coming to normalize it and integrate it is a very, very important step which all organizations are talking about it. And so the fact that, like I said, we have a panel here today. We all do so much, Dr. Desai and I ourselves do so much of psychoeducation. We sit on TV panels so often. Every other week we are on a panel in the evening on Z or TV9 talking about how आजकल तो सर आपने आज बोला आज की news was I think it's going to be a very groundbreaking news, which is in the morning news that top 2 reason for deaths in the young is suicide. And I'd like to share with you, actually India का जो suicide rate है in students, it's very sad. It's 1 every hour. 1 every hour a student dies. And I wish हम लोग इतना psycho education और इतना normalize कर दें mental health को कि शायद ये 1 in every month भी ना हो. इतना ज़्यादा rate है, उसको हमको drop करना है. And as you've seen the IITs, that is the reason why we work so closely. I work very closely with them also. I've been working with BITS Pilani. I was a counselor on board up till COVID. We would go there every month. And that is the reason, because this stress is so high, peer pressure alag hai, pura ek lifestyle, there's a whole sea world of change. जैसे हम अब तो हर 5 years में एक generation बदल रही है. And that is the reason why, sir, when you're asking Dr. Behra that क्यों इतना suicide rate बदल रहा है, अगर आप fast paced life देखें, अगर मैं यहाँ पे सबसे एक सवाल पूछूं कि क्या आपको लगता है कि आपकी लाइफस्टाइल में कुछ खराब है? Anybody? क्या सबको लगता है कि कुछ ना कुछ तो गड़बड़ है आज के लाइफस्टाइल में? कोई ऐसा है जो कहेगा कि मेरे लाइफस्टाइल में कुछ भी गड़बड़ नहीं है? है ऐसा कोई ऑडियंस के अंदर? मुझको नहीं लगता. जो है वो आई थिंक दे शुड कम हियर बिकॉज सर यू से दैट, बट एक्चुअली there is some scope for improvement for each one of us, but something is wrong, grossly wrong in today's lifestyle, and that is one of the reasons, because itni fast paced life ho chuki hai, jo peer pressure hai, competition hai, there is so much going on everywhere that creates the need, that creates stress hai. Kya suicides kyun ho rahe hain? Clinical concerns तो हैं ही हैं, but there is स्ट्रेस. व्हाट इज स्ट्रेस? हम आए दिन बात करते हैं या सुनते हैं स्ट्रेस, तनाव, टेंशन. ऐसा कोई है जिसने कभी तनाव या टेंशन या स्ट्रेस ना महसूस किया हो इस कमरे में? मुझको तो नहीं लगता. मुझे हर दिन में ही बहुत, हर दूसरे तीसरे घंटे में मेरे को लगता है हमारे तनाव के स्तर ऊपर और नीचे जाते हैं. राइट? It is become, it is as we have integrated stress to be normal, we all should also learn to integrate de-stressing to be normal. अगर मेरा एक ग्लास है पानी का और वो भरे जा रहा है रोज़ाना किसी ना किसी चीज़ से, तो फिर मुझको एक होल वहाँ पर बनाना पड़ेगा कि हर समय एक स्ट्रेसफुल इवेंट हो तो मेरे पास कोपिंग स्किल्स क्या हैं कि वो मैं डी स्ट्रेस अपने आप को कर पाऊँ. वो अभी हमारे पास एज अ सोसाइटी वो कोपिंग स्किल्स शायद हैं, पर शायद हम उस पर इतना ज़्यादा फोकस नहीं करें, एंड दैट इज़ द रीज़न. जो स्ट्रेस है, स्ट्रेस इज़ नथिंग, इट इज़ वॉट इज़ हियर एंड वॉट आई वॉन्ट. इट इज़ द गैप with what I want and what is really here. तो वो gap इतना ज़्यादा बढ़ता जा रहा है that it is driving people towards clinical conditions like depression, anxiety, and thereby leading to suicides.
Thank you, Dr. Rachana Singh. I just wanted to take that the stress comes between two things. One is what I am and what I want to achieve, expectations. तो अभी ये दोनों गैप के बीच में अगर हम अपने को जाने कि हु एम आई एंड व्हाट आई कैन डू, इसके ऊपर इसके बाद जो नेक्स्ट सेशन है, यू विल हैव a lovely experience which is called self realization. मैं अपने आप को कैसे जानूं, on which I can set my limits कि मैं क्या कर सकता हूं. उसके बियॉन्ड जाएगा तो स्ट्रेस बढ़ेगा. So how can you know what you can do and how to set your limits? Taking that further, मैं डॉक्टर श्याम पिंगले से एक सवाल पूछता हूं. सर, WHO ने of late has recognized mental health issues is one of the burning health issues facing the world. And there are many guidelines have come also, many education programs, awareness programs have been rolled out. But in your opinion, what are the institutional roles like ICO, IOH, and the institutions in India like the NIMANS, AIMS? What are they doing to make this penetrate more into the population? And especially in the industrial landscape.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Behra. I'm here since today morning. We reached here at 9:45. And now I think it is 6:45, close to 6:40. So I was getting a lot of stressed. कितना टाइम हो गया यार, कितना टाइम हो गया, कब जाने देंगे बेरा जी? And then what happened? After the break, tea break, suddenly I saw some beautiful ladies coming and occupying. So मेरा stress तो भाग गया. अभी मुझे ये पता नहीं है कि डॉक्टर बेहरा ने आपको कॉज करके बुलाया है, कॉज ऑफ द स्ट्रेस और क्योर ऑफ द स्ट्रेस. आई रिमेंबर दैट सॉन्ग, तुम्ही ने दर्द दिया है, तुम ही दवा देना. सो एनीवे, जोक्स अपार्ट.
आई थिंक आपका स्टार वैल्यू है.
Jokes apart, but what I feel is stress is very easy to understand. Everyone wants to have a choice. It's a fight between choice and price. You want to have your choice, but you are not prepared to pay its price. When it comes to paying the price, you get the stress. You want your child to become Sachin Tendulkar in cricket, to become Muhammad Rafi in singing, and at the same time, to top the NEET, to top the CET. So how can he do everything or she do everything? कहीं तो कॉम्प्रोमाइज करना पड़ेगा. एंड यू डोंट वांट टू डू द कॉम्प्रोमाइज, सो उसको भी स्ट्रेस आएगा, आपको भी स्ट्रेस आएगा. सो इट्स बेसिकली अ फाइट बिटवीन चॉइस एंड प्राइस. इफ यू हैव अ चॉइस, you should be prepared to pay the price for that choice, because you can't get everything in life. And I think these organizations, whether it is ICO, whether it is IOH, whether it is NTPC, whether it is medical department of NTPC, they all are institutions, they all have a role to play. And they are the greatest facilitators. I'll just give you an example. In one of the organizations where I was working, Behraji, we started this awareness sessions on mental health. One is we wanted to destigmatize mental health. Second is we wanted to create the mental health champions. And we started doing that, and then we realized that it is the family members who can be of great help to us. So when it came to becoming the champions, because that interdependency is there, that somebody who will improve, somebody who will report, somebody who will help, because people are not going to come to doctors, but they can definitely confide with each other, their colleagues, their families. So that is where we realize the value of the family, and that's why I'm happy that Behraji, that you invited all these ladies here. Ladies club, every industry, every colony, especially colony has a ladies club, and they can play a great role in this. Then again, coming to that, there are also some occupational factors. There are also some workplace factors. Dr. Rishikesh has very rightly explained all those things, overutilization, underutilization, overload, and all those things. So I will not go into those details and technical things. But I'll give you a simple example. You go out, many of you were working. You go out, you have 8-9 hours of work, 1 or 2 hours of travel, you come home. Your teenage children are at home. So, father भी नहीं है, mother भी नहीं है, तो उनका ही राज है. You open the house, जोर जोर से टीवी चल रहा है, कोई ऑडियो सॉन्ग्स चल रहे हैं, पूरा स्टीरियो ऑन है. What is your first reaction? Your first reaction is, ये बंद करो. ये शोर क्यों है? Whereas they are pretty well enjoying. उनको शोर नहीं लग रहा है, but आपको when you enter that, you find it stressful. Same way, industry में, where people work, there's a lot of noise. There are machines, they work on the machines. The machines are making a lot of noise. So they get irritated. And when they get irritated, they get stressed. Then they fight, because they are irritated, because they are unsatisfied, they argue with people, they fight with people, and we say, वो तो fighter cock है, वो हमेशा झगड़ा ही करते रहेगा. But what is the cause for that? So cause ढूंढना पड़ेगा. किसी केस में फिजिकल नॉइस होगा, किसी केस में और कुछ होगा, किसी को बैड बॉस होगा, किसी को बैड टीम होगी, जो भी है, कुछ ना कुछ तो कॉज होगा. Unless we find the cause, we cannot cure it. And that is not an individual's work, that is a teamwork. So the institutions, Behraji, have to provide these teams, they have to become facilitators, and they have to become the latest state of the art knowledge जो है, trends जो है, they have to bring them to the table. I mean, like she said, all my life I have dealt with stigma of mental health as an occupational health physician among the people, among our workers. But today's children, as you have very rightly said, maybe thanks to Deepika Padukone or whosoever it is, they are quite open about it. They don't mind going. Now, I have worked in an IT industry, and we have their EAP services, Employee Assistance Program as we call it, EAP services. So they are anonymous services. You can pick up the phone, talk to them. They don't see your face, they don't know you, and you can trust them. And this helps a lot in identifying potential cases. Because whenever, if there are 2 suicides, that means there are 20 people who are trying to commit a suicide. And for every person who is trying to commit a suicide, there are 10 persons who are thinking of suicide. And for each person who is thinking of suicide, there are 10 persons who have severe stress. So you can imagine exponentially the numbers are increasing. And that's why we need to act. And that's where the institutions come into play. And as an organized thing, we can provide it.
Thank you, sir. I just take a cue from Dr. Shyam Pingle. The same case happened with me also. When my son came from outside +2, I started shouting at him कि हम लोग दिन में जगते हैं, वो रात में जगता है. हम खाना खाते हैं, वो दिन में खाना नहीं खाता, रात को खाना खाता है. हम चावल दाल रोटी सब्जी खाते हैं, वो पिज़्ज़ा बर्गर खाता है. तो हमारा जो पर्सपेक्टिव है, हम उसको डांटना शुरू किए. Then I took him to a psychologist. Psychologist आधा घंटा उनका इंटरव्यू किया. उसके बाद उसके बाद मैंने बोला कि मैं एक डॉक्टर हूँ. तो वो बोले कि आपको पता होना चाहिए, आपकी 4 सवाल मेरे को पूछे. आपका बेटा क्या नशा करते हैं? मैंने बोला नहीं. पढ़ाई में कैसे है? बहुत अच्छा. कोई जैसे कि गर्लफ्रेंड या बॉयफ्रेंड ऐसा कोई है? मैं कहा अभी तक तो मेरे नॉलेज में नहीं है, फ्रेंड्स हैं, तो आपको क्या दिक्कत है? तो फाइनली ही टोल्ड दैट यू गेट योरसेल्फ ट्रीटेड, ही डजंट रिक्वायर एनी ट्रीटमेंट। तो यही सिचुएशन है कि हम अपनी नजरिया से देखते हैं, हम लोग को आजकल की जो यंग जनरेशन उनकी नजरिया को हमको समझना पड़ेगा, so that they are not forced to go to take that extreme steps. Taking that, I will not ask any questions to Professor Desai. I would give him his mic to speak for 5 minutes. जो सर आपके मन में आए बता दीजिए, क्योंकि मुझे लग रहा है आपको कौन सा क्वेश्चन पूछूं।
सर थैंक्स। ये मेरे साथ हो चुका है बहुत बारी टीवी सेगमेंट्स एंकर करते हुए भी। शुरू में प्रोड्यूसर डायरेक्टर ना स्क्रिप्ट लिख के दे देते थे, फिर कहते हैं यार तुम्हें स्क्रिप्ट नहीं देंगे, तुम तो वैसे ही अपनी बोलते हो, तो स्क्रिप्ट में क्यों मेहनत करूं? I have many thoughts. I'm trying to cover them quickly. The last things first. Okay, now before that, I do want to say, continuing from what I was saying earlier, and I think all of us are hinting, but it's my preoccupation. दुनिया में मेंटल हेल्थ का क्या होगा उसकी हमें फिक्र होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि हम मानव जाति का एक हिस्सा है. वी आर ऑल पार्ट ऑफ द ह्यूमन रेस. द एपिडेमिक taught us that very well. And yet, as India and South Asia, I think we need to be aware that we are still not where Europe and America is. We need to be careful. We need to be very careful we don't reach there. And so, the thin line, very thin line जो है, वो ये है that we want to increase mental health awareness and yet not overdo it. Like I quoted the figures, 10-20%, 10 to 12% in India, 25% global figures, 50% in US. There was a reputed print magazine and TV channel of last 50 years. They started in 1975, I won't name, if you get the hint. You know, some years ago, they had a lead article, India is the most depressed country in the world. I don't know if anyone of you remembers. And I've been livid since then. Damn it, it's not. Don't make the mistake, as our public health person will agree, I'm sure Ratna will. India is not the most depressed country in the world. You're making the mistake of going by absolute numbers. 1.4 billion या 1.5 हो गए तो नंबर से नेचुरली हम बड़े लगेंगे, रेट्स अभी भी कम है. So let's not sensationalize mental health too much to lead to where the US is. Let me cite to you the most common example that I keep saying. And I've lived there besides very many brief visits. अमेरिका में चक्कर ये है कि अगर छींक बहुत आए तो you go to an analyst and say डॉक्टर साहब छींक बहुत आती है. 5 साल तक वो आपके एनालिसिस करेगा वीकली सेशन. अगर आपको छींक नहीं आती है, यू से डॉक्टर साहब छींक नहीं आती, 5 साल तक वो आपके एनालिसिस करेगा. Seriously, let's not go there. So please appreciate, it's a very thin line that we need to walk for ourselves and to set an example to the world. Ki traditional values unknown to ourselves and modernism will have a very fine balance in between. Over sensationalizing mental health will be a very bad damage. Having said that, and I have a bit of a concern about this celebrity endorsement, Ratnaji. I have had too many group interactions in the middle class and lower middle class especially. I believe that unlike Europe and US again, and please don't get me wrong, I'm a huge respecter of US and Europe for what they are good about. But what they are not good about, let's not learn from them. At least let's not make the same mistake. Average lower middle class Indian or lower class does not identify with Deepika Padukone. Okay, so while celebrity endorsements have their benefit for the class that we deal with in Delhi, for large part of Indians, it's in fact a counter effect. And say, यार ये तो ना चौंचले हैं दीपिका पादुकोण और विराट कोहली के. उनको डिप्रेशन होता है, हमें डिप्रेशन नहीं होता. So also be aware of that, please. I'm only giving you cautions. I'll give you one more example of what I'm sure Ratna has heard of. There's a famous psychologist called Martin Seligman. Some 30 odd years ago, he came up with a theory of depression called learned helplessness. Okay, and one of the lectures at Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, where he was talking, I went to attend like many other things. पीछे बैठ के सुनना था, बोलना नहीं था. I was only a fellow and a student there. You know, Martin Seligman said, he said, boss, 30 years ago or a number of years ago, I posited the idea of learned helplessness, कि इंसान लाचार हो जाता है इसलिए डिप्रेशन में चला जाता है. Now I am coming up with the theory of learned optimism. And this was 25 years ago when US was at its best. And we had a huge discussion. The point that I'm making is, and he said, India and South, and I asked him a question ultimately, he said, I know only about the US, we are a materialistic, acquisitive, pleasure-seeking society. I don't know enough about Asia or Africa. Maybe you are not, and maybe you will not have the same problems that we do. Okay, please keep that in mind. Cautions about current. Sleep-wake cycle, जो डॉक्टर साहब ने बताया, बहुत सही है. There is a serious problem about sleep-wake cycle. There is a serious problem about cannabis. I don't know how many of you have met youngsters who really believe that cannabis is not a drug. Okay. Besides, of course, legalizing, which is a huge problem.
Legalizing it, and CBD oil is now being.
I know, already.
Even in India now.
Bilkul. I want to say a few things which may be very constructive for individuals sitting back there. No, before that. Occupational safety and health and wellness in general that I've been interested in, and mental health particularly, or application of mental health and behavior principles to overall safety and health and wellness. I think this is only not one reason, and I hope these two colleagues and Dr. Behra will agree. ये सिर्फ इसलिए नहीं करना है ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में कि ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में मेंटल हेल्थ प्रॉब्लम ज़्यादा है. आई थिंक दैट्स अ वेरी नेगेटिव वे ऑफ लुकिंग एट इट. मे बी ऑक्यूपेशनल जो PSUs हैं, MNCs हैं, स्ट्रेस ज़्यादा है, टॉक्सिक वर्क कल्चर है, ऑल दैट मे बी करेक्ट, बट देयर आर पॉजिटिव रीजंस व्हाई पीपल डू गेट इनटू EAPs, पीपल डू OSH programs. One, there is a possibility of higher rate. Two, more importantly, it's a damn good entry point. Please understand, organizations में occupational safety और health care और mental health की बात करना, खासकर mental health जैसे stigmatizing issue के लिए बहुत अच्छा portal of entry है. Third, interventions are much easier. In general population, where do you go intervening? Of course, in residential campuses it's easy, but even in non-residential MNCs and PSUs, it's much easier. So there are positive reasons why occupational safety and health and wellness needs to be done. Not only, don't stigmatize again the PSUs or the MNCs से ज़्यादा. In this chain, the last and hopefully the last, a bit of tips for young people out there. Like Dr. Behra was hinting, WHO has now recognized loneliness is the biggest risk factor. I really think that again, India and South Asia and Africa, I think we need to have a few things to carry to the world. We are a collectivistic society, as Dr. Shyam said. Individualistic society से बहुत फायदा नहीं होता है, लेकिन like Dr. Behra said, we are going towards the westernization. Let's not deny that. Many people are feeling lonely in today's India and South Asia. But I have to recall what Albert Camus said, one of the French philosophers, and इसको जरा ध्यान से सुनिएगा. Albert Camus said, and I quote, "If you feel lonely when you are alone, then you are in bad company." Unquote. अगर आपको अपना साथ ही नहीं पसंद आता है तो बस गड़बड़ कुछ आप में है. So like we learned during the epidemic, learn to live with yourself. That's the reality of the 21st century. Unknown to ourselves, there's a lot of collectivism, and we'll benefit from it like we did in the epidemic. But there is a lot of benefit to be adjusting to the realities, as my colleague said. But more importantly, there is one item from the kitchen that I keep referring to when we talk about stress management or coping. Any takers what? TUI में भी आ गया है, बहुत जगह आ गया. Any idea? No? Pressure cooker. What are the 2 or 3 things that we can learn from a pressure cooker? One? Absolutely, sir. Venting. वो steam निकलने का regular mechanism चाहिए. There has to be a mechanism for venting constantly. Thank you. Second, even if there is a regular, and so please develop that. Stress is a part of life, 21st century, you cannot escape stress, as my friend said. But learn to vent, learn to express. Second, even if you have a venting mechanism, you need a pressure valve. अगर बहुत भाप बढ़ जाए तो वो सीटी बज जाएगी. ओके, सीटी बजनी पड़ेगी. तो अगर कुछ सिम्टम्स होते हैं, कुछ प्रॉब्लम होती है, तो सीटी बजे, कोई गलत नहीं है. And third, most importantly, forgive me if some of you find this a bit irregular. The third thing that I realized, and I have a wonderful slide on this, keep whistling even if your ass is on fire. Learn from the pressure cooker, right? पिछवाड़े में आग लगी हो तो सीटी बजाते रहो. The huge things to learn from pressure cooker and from every other item.
As I said rightly कि डॉक्टर देसाई का आप क्लास दिन भर भी लेते रहेंगे तो आपको कभी बोर नहीं लगेगा and you will be heartily listening to him. And going next to Dr. Rachana, please 2 minutes of your extempore, anything you want to express to this audience.
I just want to take from you only to say कि हम हो सकता है आने दिनों में ओवर सेंसेशनलाइज ना कर दें मेंटल हेल्थ को, क्योंकि ऐसा भी है. एंड डॉक्टर बेहरा, जैसे आपने बोला कि हमारे लिए आए दिन काम है, क्योंकि हम लोग पेरेंट्स को बोलते हैं कि भाई आप अपने पे पहले देखिए फिर बच्चे के ऊपर उंगली उठाइए. बट दैट ऑल्सो इज मेकिंग द न्यू जेन जी. जो सब जेन जी से आजकल एम्प्लॉय करने से सब उनको बहुत डरते हैं, क्योंकि वो एक बहुत सेंसिटिव सी भी जनरेशन बनाई दी जा रही है, जिसको पेरेंट्स भी डरते हैं कि बिकॉज कोई मेंटल हेल्थ प्रॉब्लम ना आ जाए. तो इसलिए एक फाइन बैलेंस अभी हम नहीं लेकर आ पा रहे हैं. लाइक व्हाट यू सेड डॉक्टर देसाई, इट इज़ गोइंग टू टेक अस अ वाइल टू ब्रिंग दैट फाइन बैलेंस. आई थिंक अभी हमारे सोसाइटी एक हम ट्राई कर रहे हैं. We are trying to get that balance. The beautiful thing about our society, the Indian society, the South Asian society is that we have wonderful value system in place. तो अगर हम जो ये wonderful value system of family value system, compassion, kindness, prayers, सब लोग वहीं पर वापस जा रहे हैं. आप कोई क्वांटम फिजिसिस्ट को भी सुन लीजिए जो कि शायद भगवान में विश्वास ना करें या एथिस्ट हैं, वो भी एक एनर्जी सिस्टम के अंदर विश्वास करते हैं. दैट समथिंग इज मेकिंग द वर्ल्ड गो round. So we say, even if you are not believer, even we tell the younger generation, even if you don't believe in God, no problem, but there is something called the sun, and the sun's energy, at least ये तो विश्वास हम कर सकते हैं. So we have to learn certain systems, and I think हमको वो incorporate करना younger generation के अंदर बहुत ज़रूरी है, because they are the batons and the torch bearers who are going to be sitting very soon as judges of the society, sitting in the court, sitting in the police, sitting in the academia, sitting as doctors. And we certainly don't want a lazy population. We certainly don't want a population who's constantly saying, I'm feeling pressured or I'm feeling stressed. We want them to be equipped with having the tools on how to deal with it. So एक चीज़ है to normalize the de-stressing techniques, जैसे मैंने वो ग्लास का एग्जाम्पल दिया और डॉक्टर देसाई ने एग्जाम्पल दिया प्रेशर कुकर का, कि हमको वी हैव टू लर्न इन आवर डे टू डे लाइफ्स, हमको de-stressing techniques सीखना बहुत ज़रूरी है. सिंस वी हैव सच अ ब्यूटिफुल वैल्यू सिस्टम ऑलरेडी, तो हमको उसको जो न्यू जो हमारी नॉलेज है उसके साथ मैरी करना है, उसके साथ अमेलगमेट करना है. मेरे पास बहुत सारे, सो आई थिंक सर द आंसर लाइज देयर. बिकॉज अगर हम अमेलगमेट करेंगे दी ओल्ड सिस्टम्स इन द न्यू वे, अगर उसको एक हम एक नया फैशन वाला गार्ड पहना के बच्चे के सामने बैठाएंगे, तो शायद वहाँ से हमारे रास्ते ही खुलेंगे. बिकॉज और कोई तरीका है नहीं. वेस्ट भी अब आज की डेट में वापस वहीं पे जा रहा है. वो भी फैमिली वैल्यू सिस्टम को, वो भी प्रेयर सिस्टम को, सब चीज़ को एक बहुत बड़ी वैल्यू दे रहे हैं आज की डेट में. आपने सर हैप्पीनेस इंडेक्स की बात की, जो मैं भी बहुत ज़्यादा विश्वास नहीं करती हूँ, पर फिर भी भूटान का हैप्पीनेस इंडेक्स इज़ द हाईएस्ट, और वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज़ का काफ़ी लो है, बिकॉज ऑफ द फैक्ट दैट इफ़ यू गो एंड सी द कंपैशनेट portion of the society, जो kindness है, जो एक दूसरे के लिए लेना देना, जो एक हम society को बोलते हैं, even the society in Japan, which we say that they have so many wonderful values and integrated system कि एक दूसरे के साथ मिलजुल के रहना. This if we can incorporate with our children. And the last thing I would like to say, Dr. Behra, since we are talking about the youth, क्योंकि ये youth ही है जो हमारा new future बनाने वाला है, जो नई 2050s. And sir, as you all know the statistics today, the statistics are showing a very vast and rapid decline in the institution of marriage, in the institution, in the fertility rates, पूरे drop हो रहे हैं. आप जापान को देख लीजिए, वो geriatric population बन गया है, माने कि खाली old लोग प्रेजेंट है. कोरिया है, वहाँ पर भी वही हाल है. जो गवर्नमेंट है उनको डेटिंग के लिए कि शायद कोई लोग शादी कर लें, इसलिए उनको इंसेंटिव, डेटिंग का इंसेंटिव दे रही है आज की डेट में. सो सेम वे इंडिया आफ्टर अ लिटिल वाइल, इफ वी गो ऑन गोइंग दिस रूट, we may not be a very healthy society. So एक बहुत simple चीज़ है. I have lot of parents coming and for counseling and a lot of children coming and they say कि मेरा 13 साल का बच्चा, मेरा 12 साल का बच्चा, मेरा youngster मुझसे बात नहीं करता है या हमें बताता नहीं है कि हम क्या कैसे उससे बात करें. So we first tell them कि क्या आपने उस बच्चे से 2 साल में, 3 साल में, 4 साल में बात करने की कोशिश की थी. उस समय तो आप डिवाइड कर दिया आपने रोल कि माँ ये करेगी, फादर ये करेगा. चलिए अभी तो फिर भी इंटीग्रेटेड काफ़ी रोल्स हैं पेरेंट्स के. बट प्लीज़ ट्राई, जो हमारा एक ओल्ड वैल्यू सिस्टम है कि एक मील साथ में, फैमिली मील होना बहुत ज़रूरी है. वेदर इट्स अ डिनर, टिपिकली इन अ इंडियन सिस्टम एक डिनर मील होता है जो हम साथ में इकट्ठे खाते हैं. वहीं से आपका लोनलीनेस भी जाएगा, वहीं से आप बच्चे के साथ में एक प्लेटफॉर्म बना सकेंगे बात करने का. उससे ज़रूरी नहीं है कि उससे पूछना कि तुम्हारे साथ क्या प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, तुम्हारा दिन कैसे था. इट इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट टू टॉक अबाउट योर सेल्फ, दैट हाउ वॉज माई डे, हाउ डिड आई फील, मेरी थॉट्स क्या थे, मुझे क्या अच्छा, आज मुझे 2 चीज़ क्या अच्छी लगी दिन में और 2 चीज़ क्या मेरे को डिफ़िकल्टी आई. सेम थिंग यू गो अराउंड द टेबल आस्किंग द चाइल्ड. That is what will help incorporate. When we talk about normal, we talk about normalcy. हम कहाँ से लेके आते हैं एक फैमिली में normalcy? We talk about normalcy when we talk about कि what is happening in the news today, कैसे क्या हो रहा है. वहीं से we start to integrate the family value system. वो चीज़ पे अगर हम वापस धीरे धीरे लेकर आएंगे in a new garb. And please, I see a lot of parents, people who are parents or young parents here. I would like to tell you कि try to be smarter than your child. प्लीज़ ट्राई टू रीड, प्लीज़ ट्राई टू, जो नई नई चीज़ें आ रही हैं, अपने चाइल्ड इज़ द फादर ऑफ मैन, उनसे सीखिए, उनसे बिठा के सीखिए, उनको अपने साथ इंगेज कराइए. वहीं से आपका जो है रास्ते बहुत सारे खुलने वाले हैं.
You know, there is a wonderful TV ad some time ago. I don't know if anyone of you remembers. A father enters the son's room, जो डॉक्टर रत्ना ने लास्ट बार कही ना, and I'm glad she said also that उनसे सीखिए. This gentleman enters the son's room in traditional 21st century style, knock करके. बेटे के रूम में knock करके जाना, permission मांग के. Son, can I come in? Says, yes, dad, come in. Please sit down. And the father very gingerly says, son, now you're turning 16. I think we should talk about sex. And the son says, yes, dad, tell me what do you want to know. तो ज़माने बदल गए, तारीख बदल गई. As Salim says to Akbar in Mughal Azam, तारीख बदल गई, ज़माने बदल जाते. तो I agree with that last part. Totally.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rachna and Dr. Desai for insightful tips. And I think this session would go on, and I would ask Dr. Shyam for his last take-home message.
भाई इन दोनों स्टॉलवर्ड्स ने मेरे लिए तो कुछ छोड़ा ही नहीं है. मैं एक सवाल आप लोगों से पूछना चाहता हूँ. All of you have met the best stress therapist in your life. Can you name? Yes, absolutely correct. Your mother. There can't be anyone better than mother for stress relief. But is it becoming a thing of the past? Now, see, I am today 70 years old. We were 7 children, 5 brothers, 2 sisters. Today, there is only at the most 1 child. 2 children is rare. 1 child is the norm. No child is becoming common. So think of this. The family values, but for that you first need family. Family aayegi to family values aayegi. That is one thing. Precious children. Both parents are working, they don't have time. So how they try to compensate? Time with money. Even young children, small children, they have their mobile phones, smartphones with them. Whereas we all know, and it has been discussed throughout the day also today, that those who are using smartphones, their brains do not work as efficiently as those who do not. But we are giving it to them. Third thing, while children are always experiment, I do not like the word woke or wokeism. I don't believe in that. But when you are bringing and introducing new thoughts to them, you have to also see that, well, you are trying to normalize some things which are uncommon, which were earlier not accepted in the society and all that. Are you giving them a choice? Are you giving them a chance? Are you provoking them to try something new which they wouldn't otherwise? And the biggest example is Elon Musk. What happened to his child? Why is he so upset? Now, there may be genuine cases where help is really needed, but are we giving them ideas? Because they would try to experiment. So there are some things which are uncommon, which are very, very rare. Are we trying to normalize those things and giving the children? I mean, that's my thought, because all this leads to stress not only in the children, but also with their parents and in the society. So these are just some things for the thought, but I think we have, as very rightly said, we have very strong family values, family systems. The role of mother is very important, and our children are spacious, very precious, but then we have to see that the mother becomes an ideal mother. The child feels so close to her as you used to feel with your mother. All of you, many of you would be grandmothers already or very soon. So probably you will have to inculcate in your children and in the new generations.
I do not know of any EAP program or occupational safety program, and if I am wrong, please tell me. Continuing from there, which focus is specifically or spatially on working women and working mothers. Just occurs to me at this minute that that's a huge gap. If there is one vulnerable population in human existence as of now, we all three agree and all 4 of us agree, is working women itself. Working women professionals in higher positions, especially if they are mothers. So maybe one of the concrete outputs from this panel, at least if not the day, could be that within EAP and occupational safety and health programs, wellness programs, there needs to be some special focus on working women who are mothers. That's one thing that we have somehow just not focused on. Can I also say, I am very fond of this, macro, humanity, nations level, meso level, communities, small groups, and micro level, you and I, individuals. I was asking myself in last 10 minutes, if any one of you were to get up and say, Dr. Saab, all this is fine, but what does one do? What is a good solution? Sorry, there is no good solution. At least I don't have. But I know this much. The 20th century American model is not a good model for wellness, with the greatest respect for the country. Not currently, of course. Currently, that country doesn't even deserve respect. They're apart. But the American model is not a good model. The colonial Indian society is also not a good model. Last 500 years is not a good example to go by. So what's a good model, or what are possibly good models for health, wellness, mental health? I don't think we have a good answer. But lastly, one thing is for sure, as Dr. Ratna said, don't sermonize, don't pontificate, ज्ञान मत दीजिए micro, meso या macro level पे भी. ज्ञान देना नहीं बात करता है. If at all anything will work, it will be participatory. The consumers, the receivers of your or my initiative will have to be participating equally in what is good for them. Merely we saying, boss, we know this works best, will be a terrible disaster.
Thank you so much, sir. It would be a pleasure to host you sometimes later for a long session, daytime. I think he will continue throughout the day and you will be hard-pressed to stop him. I know.
I just want to finish with, I just want to add and finish with what Dr. Desai said. We are so far talking about at the individualistic level, but we are here sitting talking about how are we going to improve the work efficiency also. So somewhere I think of course, having counselors in place, having employee assistance programs in place, having wellness helplines in place where you can dial in and talk to someone who's anonymous, but also creating a model where you have where your team leaders, the understanding and also having you see the leadership must be trained for emotional resilience and also for higher emotional quotient. Because once the leadership is trained, once your leadership starts to train, it seeps down into the organization. Having regular kind of training sessions for team leaders, that also is a wonderful answer.
Thank you all the speakers, and I think from that talk we could know that if your head is like a pressure cooker, you need to have a vent. And now the session is अभी इसके बाद जो सेशन है, दिन भर का जो प्रेशर हमने झेला, अभी आधा घंटा 45 मिनट्स का एक सेशन है जिसमें विल रिलीज ऑल द स्ट्रेस, विल डू ए सेल्फ रियलाइजेशन, विल अंडरस्टैंड who we are and how to release the day's stress in the evening, and we'll do a meditation session for half an hour to 45 minutes. Thank you so much. The panelists, I would love to hand over the mementos to them.
Thank you to our speakers for this wonderful discussion. I request Dr. Behera to please present a memento to Professor Nimesh Desai. A memento for Dr. Rashna Khanna Singh. And a memento for Dr. Shyam Pingle. I request Shri T.K. Pandopadhyay, Executive Director, ST Environment and AU NTPC, to please come up on stage and present Dr. Behera with a memento. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. Please give a round of applause to our speakers on stage. I request all of you to please take your seats off stage. Like Dr. Behera mentioned, we have a very nice session coming up, and this is on mental health and stress management by CA Kapil Mittal, who is director at K&M Consultants. He has started his career with audit, tax, financial analysis and research. He audits large and extremely large-sized national and international organizations, both in the government and non-government sector. sector. He has rich experience in operational audits, business process re-engineering, cost control, and cost reduction techniques such as Six Sigma. He's a visiting consultant to Amex for Six Sigma initiatives, and now he is going to talk to us about mental health and stress management. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome on stage CA Kapil Mittal. I request CA Kapil Mittal to please come up on stage and talk to us about the tips and tricks to calm down after a stressful day at work.
Thank you. I always have this opportunity to hand the mic from the speakers, and before Shri Kapil Mittal speaks about something, let me, being a doctor, being a medical officer and has practiced medicine for 30 years, more than 30 years, एक चीज मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ which is different, which we practice medicine, but here I want to say that जैसे आज का mental wellness के बारे में एक session हुआ, the problem and the cure lies within our body. It seems philosophical, but अभी केवल हम नहीं बोलते हैं या जो स्पिरिचुअल लीडर्स वो नहीं बोलते, साइंस भी ये प्रूव करके दिया है कि योर बॉडी हैज बोथ फाइट एंड फ्लाइट सिस्टम है प्लस रिलैक्सिंग मैकेनिज्म भी है. प्रॉब्लम है कि आपको कौन सा कहाँ यूज करना है वो आपको जानना जरूरी है. आप अगर कहीं शेर देखते हैं या स्नेक देखते हैं, योर हार्ट रेट इंक्रीजेस. When you are stressed or when you are in anger, your heart rate increases. क्यों होता है? Because there is a release of a hormone, chemical, which increases your heart rate. Similarly, if you do slow and controlled breathing, you reduce your heart rate. You can feel, आप अगर pulse oximeter हाथ में लगाएंगे, एक बार fast breathing करेंगे, heart rate 100 से ऊपर पार हो जाएगा. अगर नीचे करेंगे, वो नीचे हो जाएगा. मतलब स्लो ब्रीदिंग करेंगे तो 50-60 आ जाएगा. ब्लड प्रेशर विल आल्सो फॉल डाउन. इन आवर ब्रेन वी हैव 3 systems. One is central nervous system, one sympathetic system and one parasympathetic system. उनका काम क्या है? Why there are plexuses? Plexuses are network of nerves which are the sources of energy, which activate your body to do certain things. They are responsible for certain things in that area and ultimately to connect yourself to the supreme soul. अभी हमारा आवाहन पॉलिसी में we have got 6 verticals. One is physical, second is mental, third is social, जैसे अभी डिस्कशन हो रहा था, social aspect of life. Fourth is spiritual. Spiritual is nothing be religious. It has nothing to do with religion. It has links with religion, but spiritualism means to understand the essence of life, to understand self, and to know how to control yourself. And the final 2 things are environmental and financial health. So आवाहन पॉलिसी के अंदर हमारे सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स में मेंटल हेल्थ, सोशल हेल्थ एंड स्पिरिचुअल हेल्थ को मिला के वी हैव ए सेशन विथ अस सहज योग. सहज योग इज दैट ब्रांच ऑफ मेडिटेशन. सहज मीन्स ओरिजिनल. हमारी शरीर में जो पहले से था उसको हम कैसे जोड़ेंगे. योग मीन्स टू कनेक्ट विथ द अल्टीमेट सुप्रीम सोल. तो हमारे पास कपिल जी हैं. ही विल लेट यू गो थ्रू ए टॉक एंड ए मेडिटेशन सेशन. आई एक्सपेक्ट ऑल ऑफ यू टू एटलीस्ट प्रैक्टिस. जो पहली बार भी कर रहे हैं आप प्रैक्टिस करो. पहली बार में कोई एसेंस नहीं होता है, बट धीरे धीरे व्हेन यू टेक इट फॉरवर्ड आई थिंक यू विल बी ऑल्सो मास्टर्स. की दिन भर में काम आने के बाद एटलीस्ट 5-10 मिनट घर में मेडिटेट करिए. यू विल बी रिलैक्स्ड. There are many things. I think I'll not take more time and ask Kapil ji to please carry on.
Hello. Friends, I was hearing the last panel of speakers. When I was coming here, I was listening, I was thinking, what should I speak? What should I say? And I didn't know कि मुझे कहाँ से शुरू करना है, कहाँ जाना है. But I think the speakers have set the tone. उन्होंने बहुत तीन चीज़ें, बहुत अच्छी तीन या चार चीज़ें बहुत अच्छी कहीं जो मुझे लगता है कि I would like to share with you. Number one, they talked about self. Madam Rachna, she was here. She talked about self. Another thing is values and prayers. She talked about. Third is, which I was listening to, I think I'm not able to differentiate who said what, but then I noted that all three were speaking about very important things. And as a chartered accountant, I have had an experience of working with big organizations under a lot of stress, under a lot of problems at every level. Kabhi to I have an experience of working with police, crime branch, anti-corruption, even with judiciary. Hello. No problems. And we had a stress, sometimes working very late, sometimes even beyond 24 hours, traveling continuously. And how do we manage that stress? I think that was also one of the points that we discussed. I will use both Hindi and English, ताकि local language, so that it should not be a formal kind of. मतलब ऐसा नहीं लगना चाहिए कि भाई एक one-sided है. क्योंकि जो अभी हम सेशन करने जा रहे हैं वो बहुत lively है. और मैं आपसे शेयर करूँगा ये चीज़ कि how to de-stress yourself. Stress है क्या? This is a very important point that we need to understand. Although they told something, उन्होंने कुछ ऐसी बात बताई कि भाई ये ऐसा है, हम यहाँ हैं, हमें वहाँ पहुँचना है, ऐसा कुछ उन्होंने बताया. But actually stress क्या है? अगर हम सरल भाषा में, सिंपल भाषा में, मेरी जेब में 1 रुपया है और मुझे 10 रुपये चाहिए, तो 9 रुपये का स्ट्रेस है. बड़ा सीधा सा. गैप बिटवीन डिमांड एंड सप्लाई. मेरा मोबाइल है, मुझे यहाँ से निकल के ऊबर कैब बुक करना है, मेरा मोबाइल डिस्चार्ज हो चुका है, 1% रहता है, अभी बुक करने लगूंगा बंद हो जाएगा. रास्ते में हूँ, कहाँ चार्ज करूँ? स्ट्रेस हो जाएगा. स्ट्रेस दिमाग में. स्ट्रेस क्या है? आई वॉज अ साइंस स्टूडेंट, आई वॉज प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर IITs, बट सडनली मेरा दिमाग चेंज हो गया, मैं CA करने लग गया. माई फादर वॉज अ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, एंटायर फैमिली, 5 लोग, 6 में से चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, तो CA में आ गया. आज तक ये समझ नहीं आया कि मैं इस प्रोफेशन में आया क्यों, बट अब समझ में आ रहा है कि क्यों. क्योंकि अगर वो नहीं किया होता तो साइंस समझ नहीं आती, साइंस नहीं आती तो अपने से कोरिलेट कैसे करते. और डॉक्टर बेहरा ने बहुत अच्छी बात कही कि अपने आप को जानना. वी नीड टू नो अवर सेल्स. हमारी बॉडी असल में इट इज़ लाइक अ मोबाइल, एनी सॉफ्टवेयर. जैसे हम रात को अपना मोबाइल या अपना लैपटॉप बंद कर रहे होते हैं या अपना कंप्यूटर बंद कर रहे होते हैं, इट गोज़ इनटू अपडेशन मोड, रिचार्ज मोड में गोल गोल घूमना शुरू हो जाता है. वेट फॉर 1 आवर और वेट फॉर 15 मिनट्स, अपडेट हो रहा है सॉफ्टवेयर, विंडोज़. ऐसा ही हमारी बॉडी के साथ होता है. 8 बजे के बाद रात को अगले सुबह 4 बजे तक हमारा लिवर, सारी मेडिकल साइंस ये बात मानती है. अभी हम ये चीज़ें समझ रहे हैं, बट कुछ ऐसा सिस्टम चाहिए कि हमारी को अपने आप को रिचार्ज करना है. मेरा मोबाइल है, मैं यूज़ करता हूँ, जब फुल चार्ज पे सारे ऐप्स चलते हैं. कुछ देर बाद जब वो डिस्चार्ज हो जाती है तो वो 20% से नीचे जाती है, मैसेज आता है मोबाइल डाउन. तो आपका कुछ ऐप चलता है, कुछ नहीं चलता है, लाइट कम हो जाती है, और जब फुल पे होता है तो फुल एफिशिएंसी में. तो कोई ऐसा सिस्टम बने कि मोबाइल की तरह लगाया बिजली पे, चार्ज हो गया. तो वो बिजली कहाँ से आएगी? जैसे मोबाइल का सॉफ्टवेयर आता है, वो अपडेट भी होता है, और मोबाइल को चार्ज करने वाला मोबाइल कंपनी हमको चार्जर देती है. तो भगवान ने जब हमको बनाया, व्हेन वी केम विद इन आवर मदर्स वूम, तो उसने पूरा सिस्टम दे के भेजा. हमारा सॉफ्टवेयर भी हमको दे के भेजा, हमारे ऐप्स का, कि हम क्या क्या फंक्शन करेंगे, उसके दिमाग हाथ पाँव सब दिया, टेस्ट भी दिया, और उसके साथ साथ उसको रिचार्ज करने का सिस्टम भी दिया। सिर्फ फ़र्क क्या हुआ कि हमको ये नहीं पता कि हम रिचार्ज कहाँ से लगाएं, उसका बिजली का सोर्स कहाँ है। तो वो बिजली का सोर्स जो अभी मैम ने बोला, रचना मैम ने, दैट इज़ सेल्फ। व्हाट इज़ दिस सेल्फ? वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, हम कैसे अपने आप को करें। आज लाइफ भाग रही है, दे ऑल्सो टॉक्ड अबाउट इट, लाइफ भाग रही है, मॉडर्न लाइफ इज़ वेरी फास्ट। कुछ ऐसा सिस्टम हो कि मैं घंटों घंटों नहीं बैठ सकता, मुझे 10 मिनट 5 मिनट चलता है। एंड मल्टी फंक्शनल लाइफ है, बहुत से काम करने हैं, तो कैसे हो? मैं काम कर रहा हूँ, मेरा कुछ मोबाइल तो लगा देता हूँ, साथ साथ काम करता रहता हूँ, लैपटॉप पे चार्ज हो जाता है मोबाइल, साथ साथ मोबाइल पे काम भी करता रहता हूँ, मल्टी फंक्शनल। तो क्या ऐसा मेरी ज़िंदगी के साथ हो सकता है कि मैं काम कर रहा हूँ, गाड़ी चला रहा हूँ, ड्राइव कर रहा हूँ, बात कर रहा हूँ, मैं अभी आपसे ही बात कर रहा हूँ, तो मेरा चार्जिंग भी होता रहे? ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। ये हो सकता है, इट इज़ पॉसिबल। मैंने अपनी लाइफ में बहुत हर लेवल पे काम किया, मैं अपनी बड़ाई नहीं कर रहा हूँ, बट ये आपसे शेयर कर रहा हूँ, और उसी का रीज़न है कि आज मैं आपसे वो चीज़ शेयर करने आया। ये कोई नई चीज़ नहीं है, ये साइंस हमारे देश में और हमारे देश के बाहर भी, अभी हम देखेंगे वो कैसे थी, फॉर एजेस, फॉर थाउजेंड्स ऑफ ईयर्स। ओनली थिंग इज इन मॉडर्नाइजेशन somebody came from outside and told no, all this is bullshit, ये बकवास है, क्या किस चीज़ में घुसे हुए हो, हम भूल गए हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम। बट वो साइंस थी, बट उस साइंस को अभी कुछ ऐसा हुआ पिछले 40-50 साल में जिससे वो फास्ट ट्रैक हो गई। जो पहले हज़ारों साल तक ऋषि मुनि तपस्या करके पाते थे, वो हम कुछ क्षणों में ही पा सकते हैं। और अपना रिचार्ज मोड भी अपने पास है, गाड़ी चलाते हुए रिचार्ज कर सकते हो अपने आप को। आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ, यहीं पे रिचार्ज हो जाएगा, बात करते करते बैटरी फुल हो जाएगी। और उसका असर ये होता है कि हम जब भी कोई काम करते हैं तो खिले हुए रहते हैं, चेहरा एकदम मुस्कुराता हुआ रहता है, एंड एवरीबडी इज़ वेरी अमेज्ड, यार आपके चेहरे पे रौनक कैसे है, आप इतने खुश कैसे हैं? हो सकता है आपके सामने मैं खड़ा हूँ, मेरी लाइफ में बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स हो, जब आप सुने तो आप कहेंगे, आप अरे आपको देख के तो ऐसा लगता है कि लगता ही नहीं है। और वो चीज़ कैसे है? क्योंकि वो हमारे अंदर जो अंदर सोर्स है, वो सोर्स से हम कट गए। जब वो सोर्स से हम जुड़ जाएंगे तो वो आपके अंदर सब कुछ चलेगा, हर चीज़ चलेगा। एक पॉइंट और अभी मैं लास्ट में डॉक्टर रचना ने बोला था, दैट वाज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, आई थिंक एफिशिएंसी की उन्होंने बात की थी। एफिशिएंसी, व्हाट इज़ दैट एफिशिएंसी एंड वेयर फ्रॉम इट कम्स फ्रॉम? हाउ डू वी बिकम इनएफिशिएंट? समटाइम्स हम ऑफिस में जाते हैं, हमको ऑफिस में टाइम है 9 to 5 या 9 to 6, बट आप देखिएगा कोई एम्प्लॉई है, वो आता है, ये कोई ऑफिसर आता है, वो सुबह सही 9 बजे पहुंच जाता है और 9 बजे कुर्सी पे बैठता है, 1 बजे लंच के लिए जाता है, 1:30 से या 2 बजे लंच से वापस आता है, एंड अगेन बैक टू वर्क। उसके टेबल पे कभी फाइल्स नहीं होती। शाम को 5 बजे हैप्पीली गोज़ बैक होम। यू विल फाइंड सम ऑफिसर्स जो 11 बजे आते हैं, मैनेजमेंट हमेशा उनसे झगड़ा करती है, वो बोलता है मैं काम तो कर ही रहा हूँ, ही इज़ वर्किंग टिल 9, लाइफ आउट ऑफ गियर, फैमिली लाइफ गॉन, सुबह लेट आना, शाम को लेट जाना। उसको समझ नहीं आता, वो गलत नहीं है, उसको ये नहीं पता कि मैं ऐसा क्यों कर रहा हूँ। वो भी अंदर से अपने आप को इंट्रोस्पेक्ट करता हुआ कहीं ना कहीं कलपता है कि मैं ऐसा क्यों कर रहा हूँ, मुझे रोज़ सुनना पड़ता है, काम ज़्यादा कर रहा हूँ, इनएफिशिएंसी है लाइफ में। कोई आदमी है वो हर चीज़ शॉर्टकट में ही करता है, उसको बड़ा काम दे दो शॉर्टकट में करके थमा देगा, एफिशिएंसी हो या ना हो। तो ये जो डिस्पैरिटी है ये क्यों है और इसका कंट्रोल कहाँ है? वो कंट्रोल आज हम देखेंगे वो क्या है। मेरे ख्याल से आप ये थोड़ा सा बड़ा कर दें तो ज़्यादा बेटर होगा। समबडी इज़ लुकिंग आफ्टर, इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू डिस्कस। एंड मैं आपसे एक बात और कहूँगा, आई हैव एन एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ वर्किंग एट ऑल लेवल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट्स and with PSUs particularly, almost 250 PSUs I have worked with in different capacities as auditor, tax consultant, everything. पूरा सिस्टम उनका इन एंड आउट थोड़ा समझते हैं। मुझे ये समझ में आता है कि PSUs में जितना स्ट्रेस होता है वो शायद प्राइवेट सेक्टर में भी नहीं होता। कहने के लिए है कि उनमें स्ट्रेस नहीं है। सरकारी नौकरी करना सबसे मुश्किल काम है। ऊपर वाले को भी खुश रखो, नीचे वाले को भी खुश रखो, पीयर्स को भी खुश रखो और घर वालों को भी। सब कुछ सबसे मुश्किल काम है। थोड़ा बड़ा कर सकते हैं इसको थोड़ा सा, इफ़ इट इज़ पॉसिबल, Who's looking after? चलिए, कोई बात नहीं। ये हमारा एक बॉडी चार्ट है। अभी जिस टॉपिक पे हम बात करने वाले हैं, डॉक्टर साहब ने उसका टोन सेट कर दिया। उन्होंने बोला हम सहज योग के बारे में बात करने वाले हैं। व्हाट इज सहज योगा एंड हु स्टार्टेड इट एंड हाउ इट कंट्रीब्यूट्स टू अस, हाउ इट हेल्प्स अस, दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। एंड वो क्या बताता है सहज योग? ये हमारा बॉडी चार्ट है। नॉर्मल फिजिकल बॉडी के साथ साथ, जैसे हमारी फिजिकल बॉडी हाथ है, गला है, सब कुछ है, उसके साथ साथ हमारे अंदर एक सटल बॉडी होती है, सबके अंदर है, इवन जानवरों में भी होती है, इवन एन एनिमल, बट ओनली थिंग इज टू व्हाट एक्सटेंट इट इज डेवलप्ड, दैट इज द इंपॉर्टेंट ग्रो। एंड इन द इवोल्यूशन प्रोसेस वी ग्रो फ्रॉम डिफरेंट एनिमल लेवल टू लास्ट इज ह्यूमन बीइंग। तो ये हमारा बॉडी चार्ट है। इसमें अगर हम देखेंगे तो एक येलो कलर की नाड़ी है जो राइट साइड में नज़र आ रही है आपको, जबकि वो अगर हम अपने आप को देखें तो हमारी लेफ्ट साइड में, और एक ब्लू कलर की नाड़ी है और एक बीच की नाड़ी है, चैनल है। इट इज़ लाइक दिस। अगर डॉक्टर्स यहाँ पे हैं तो वो इस बात को समझेंगे कि हमारे बॉडी का दो भाग होता है, जिसको लेफ्ट सिंपैथेटिक बोलते हैं और राइट सिंपैथेटिक बोलते हैं। लेफ्ट साइड का सिंपैथेटिक का मतलब ये है कि अगर मेरी लेफ्ट साइड का पैरालिसिस होता है तो राइट साइड का ब्रेन काम करना बंद कर देता है, और राइट साइड का पैरालिसिस होता है तो लेफ्ट साइड का ब्रेन नहीं काम करता। और एक बीच की चैनल है जो उसका बैलेंस बनाती है। ये क्यों होता है? ऐसा क्यों है कि मेरा लेफ्ट का ब्रेन काम नहीं कर रहा राइट साइड के साथ, और राइट साइड के साथ मेरा लेफ्ट, और लेफ्ट साइड के साथ मेरा राइट साइड का ब्रेन काम नहीं कर रहा? इसका भी एक साइंटिफिक रीज़न है। ये सारा चीज़ प्योर साइंस पे है। एंड all the how, where, what you can explain through this. Even mathematical derivations of integration and differentiation, जो calculus मैंने पढ़ा था 11th-12th में, trigonometry, integer system, आप सब कुछ explain कर सकते हैं इसके थ्रू। Even your mensuration, geometry, जो हम पाए पढ़ते हैं मैथमेटिक्स में, which is used in all calculations of engineering, वो पाए क्या है? 22/7, दैट इज कॉल्ड एज गोल्डन रेशियो, डेविड रेशियो। अगर हम अपनी बॉडी का एनालिसिस करेंगे तो मेरा चेहरे का कुछ पोर्शन और बाकियों की रेशियो निकालेंगे तो 22/7 आएगी। बट किसी को आज तक ये नहीं पता वो 22/7 क्या है। अगर हम राइट एंगल देखते हैं, 90 डिग्री वाला ट्राइंगल देखते हैं, तो उसका जो हाइपोटेन्यूज होता है, a² + b² a + b जो होता है उसका, वो इट इज इक्वल टू 22/7। वो कैसे आता है? ये सारा साइंटिफिक प्रोसेस है। और आज एक दो पॉइंट उन्होंने और कहे थे, एनालिसिस विच आई रिकॉल, ओवर एनालिसिस। आज हम मेडिटेशन की बात क्यों कर रहे हैं, ये हमें सोचने की ज़रूरत है। बिकॉज पहले हमें नॉलेज नहीं थी, हम बहुत ज़्यादा हर चीज़ को एक्सप्लोर कर रहे थे। कोलंबस कमिंग टू अमेरिका, वास्को द गामा एक्सप्लोरिंग एंड कमिंग टू इंडिया, एंड वी वर एक्सप्लोरिंग डिफरेंट थिंग्स। अपनी बॉडी को खोल के देखा क्या है क्या नहीं है, तो वो एनालिसिस बढ़ता गया। अप टू अ पॉइंट इट वॉज ओके, बट इट हैज़ गॉन बियॉन्ड अ पॉइंट। नाउ द सिचुएशन इज there are different stream of medicine, homeopathic, astrology, I mean allopathic, they are still fighting. वो भी, उनमें भी फाइट शुरू हो गया। रिलीजन आया, उनमें फाइट शुरू हो गया। एनी साइंस, आयुर्वेदा, उसमें साइंस। हमारी जो ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज थी इंजीनियरिंग की और मॉडर्न नॉलेज है, उसमें भी फाइट है। कहीं पे समन्वय नहीं है, देयर इज नो इंटीग्रेशन। तो वो कैसे शुरू होगा? दैट इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग। तो ये जो हमारी बॉडी है, दिस बॉडी इज कंपोज्ड ऑफ एवरीथिंग। इट कैन एक्सप्लेन यू ऑल क्वेश्चंस, ऑल एवरीथिंग। आपका जो लेफ्ट साइड का लेफ्ट साइड का सिंपैथेटिक नर्वस सिस्टम है और राइट साइड का जो सिंपैथेटिक नर्वस सिस्टम है, उनके अलग अलग फंक्शंस हैं। हमारा लेफ्ट साइड का सिंपैथेटिक नर्वस सिस्टम हमारे राइट साइड के ब्रेन को देखता है, जो ब्रेन हमारा इमोशंस के साथ चलता है, आर्ट, कल्चर। और हमारा राइट साइड का जो सिंपैथेटिक नर्वस सिस्टम है वो हमारे लेफ्ट साइड के साथ चलता है। दिस इज कॉल्ड एज सुप्रा कॉन्शियस, दिस इज कॉल्ड एज सबकॉन्शियस माइंड, अवचेतन एंड अतिचेतन। अब ये इसके बीच में 7 हमने चक्रास दिखाए हैं। दीज आर फिजिकली रिप्रेजेंटेड इन आवर बॉडी इन द फॉर्म ऑफ 7 प्लेक्सिस, जो मेडिकल साइंस समझती है। बट मेडिकल साइंस ये तो समझती है कि ये प्लेक्सिस जो है हमारी बॉडी को चलाते हैं, इनके प्रॉब्लम से हमें बीमारियां होती हैं। बट उनको ये नहीं पता कि ये प्लेक्सिस को चलाता कौन है, हु इज़ कंट्रोलिंग दीज प्लेक्सिस। तो वो कौन है? और इन दोनों के बीच में डॉक्टर्स ये बोलते हैं ये ऑटोनॉमस नर्वस सिस्टम है. व्हाट इज दैट ऑटो? I think this he gave or she gave one very good example. कि I was able to correlate the same with Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein was asked a question that आप प्रूव करो गॉड है. All the scientists didn't believe, and he was the scientist who believed in this thing. There is some power which does it. तो उन्होंने एक सोलर सिस्टम का मॉडल बनाया अपने लैब में, और उन्होंने बाकी साइंटिस्ट को बुलाया. बोले बहुत अच्छा है, बहुत बढ़िया है. किसने बनाया? आपने बनाया? बोले मैंने नहीं बनाया. उसमें वो प्लैनेट्स घूम रहे थे ग्रेविटी में ऐसे, उसमें बनाया सब कुछ. तो बोले मैंने नहीं बनाया. बोले आपने नहीं बनाया तो फिर किसने बनाया? बोले मुझे नहीं पता, अपने आप बन गया. बोले क्यों बेवकूफ़ बना रहे हो? अपने आप बन गया. ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है? अपने आप कैसे हो सकता है? तो बोला आप जब ये कहते हो कि देयर इज नो गॉड, तो इतना सारा जो बना हुआ है वो भी तो किसी ने बनाया होगा ना. ये एक सबसे बड़ा सवाल है. और जब हम उस चीज़ से कट जाते हैं तो हमारा एनर्जी सोर्स भी ख़त्म हो जाता है. तो आज हम उसको पाएंगे. हमारे जो ये बीच की नाड़ी है, देयर इज़ अ वॉइड, एंड बिल्कुल नीचे एक ट्रायंगुलर बोन है. आई थिंक इफ़ वी कैन इंक्रीज द साइज, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. लोग देख नहीं पा रहे हैं मेरे ख्याल से. तो उसमें देयर इज़ अ एनर्जी विच इज़ कॉल्ड एज कुंडलिनी. इट इज़ कॉल्ड एज कुंडलिनी बिकॉज वो 3.5 कॉइल में फॉर्मेट में रहती है, जैसे सरपेंट होता है. जब व्हेन द fetus is in the mother's womb, at that time the heart is pulsating. Doctors, when you go for a routine checkup, they check करा के सुनाते हैं, देखो आपका हार्ट धड़क रहा है बच्चे का. मेरे साथ भी हुआ, मैं अपनी वाइफ को लेके गया, उन्होंने सुनाया, बड़ा अच्छा लगा. After some time we realized that the baby is, वो हिल रहा है. वो हिलना डुलना कब शुरू हुआ? कुछ 3.5 महीने के बाद. तब क्या होता है, दैट एनर्जी जो हमारी बॉडी को चलाती है वो हमारे हेड से घुसती है, जहाँ पे उसके बच्चे के सिर पे मैल होती है, जिसको हम तालू भाग बोलते हैं, सॉफ्ट बोन. दिस इज कॉल्ड एज फॉन्टिनेल बोन एरिया इन मेडिकल टर्म्स. वो एनर्जी हमारे ब्रेन से एंटर. ब्रेन इज प्रिज्म लाइक, और फिजिक्स का प्रिंसिपल है विच आई हैव स्टडीड कि लाइट गोज इनटू रिफ्रैक्शन व्हेन इट पासिस थ्रू प्रिज्म. तो वो लाइट जो एनर्जी है दैट इज़ वाइट, वो एंटर होती है और वो रिफ्रैक्ट करती है. तभी हमारा जो लेफ्ट साइड का ब्रेन है वो राइट साइड पे जाता है, और जो राइट साइड का ब्रेन है वो लेफ्ट पे जाता है. डॉक्टर्स को ये नहीं पता कि ऐसा क्यों होता है, वो ये तो जानते होता है, बट उसका लॉजिक ये है. और वो एनर्जी हमारे सिस्टम में जाके, जैसे हम कंप्यूटर मेरे सामने पड़ा है, जब तक मैं उसमें विंडोज़ नहीं डालूंगा, सॉफ्टवेयर नहीं डालूंगा, आई एम नॉट एबल टू यूज़ इट. आई कॉन्फ़िगर इट. ऐसे ही वो एनर्जी मेरी बॉडी में एंटर करती है और मेरी बॉडी को कॉन्फ़िगर करती है, मेरे पार्ट्स को, कि भाई खाना पचा इंटेस्टाइन के थ्रू बाहर. हर एक चीज़ का टाइमिंग है मेरी बॉडी में. हार्ट को कितना धड़कना है, ब्लड कितनी देर में पहुंचेगा. खाना खाऊंगा तो ब्लड सारी बॉडी का हार्ट से निकल के मेरे पेट पे आएगा. ये सारा कॉन्फ़िगरेशन जो डाला हुआ है जीन्स के थ्रू, जैसे वो सारा एक सॉफ्टवेयर है. वो कॉन्फ़िगर करके मेरी स्पाइनल कॉर्ड के बिल्कुल टेल बोन पे, बिल्कुल ट्रायंगुलर बोन है, उसमें जाके बैठ जाती है, सो जाती है, डोमेंट. और हमारे जितने पुराने ऋषि मुनि थे या सेजिस थे, वो उसको अवेकन करते थे. बट दे यूज्ड टू डू इट इन अ लॉन्ग पीरियड. कई बारी पूरी ज़िंदगी निकल जाती थी. उसके लिए वो पहले अपने फिजिकल बॉडी को ठीक करते थे, फिर उसके बाद अपने माइंड को ठीक करते थे, फिर अपनी सेंसेस को कंट्रोल में लाते थे, अपनी डिज़ायर्स को. और फिर लास्ट में एक ऐसी स्टेज आती थी, देयर वर 8 स्टेप्स. वो लास्ट में एक स्टेज आती थी जहाँ पे जाके कुंडलिनी अवेकनिंग होता था. एंड उस स्टेज पे सिर्फ कोई 1 या 2 ही होते थे. अ गुरु इज़ देयर, अ मास्टर इज़ देयर हु टेल्स देम फॉर ऑलमोस्ट फुल लाइफ. और पता लगा गुरु जी चले गए इतने में, तो वो अपनी प्रैक्टिस करते रहते थे. तो इस तरीके से चलता था. बट नाउ इन द करंट डेज, बिकॉज ऑफ सहज योगा विच वॉज स्टार्टेड बाय माता जी श्री निर्मला देवी way back in 1970, this has become a reverse process. जो कुंडलिनी जागरण लास्ट में होता था, जो मेरा एनर्जी सोर्स है, माता जी ने हमें वो दिया कि शी हैड दैट एनर्जी, शी केम विद दिस। इस स्टेज पे आप उनको एक सुप्रीम गुरु मान लीजिए एक स्टेज के लिए, या सुप्रीम मास्टर मान लीजिए, ठीक है। उन्होंने इसको अवेकन किया, और अवेकन करके हम सबको भी दे दिया कि तुम दूसरे का भी अवेकन करो। लाइट अ कैंडल विद अ कैंडल, ठीक है। और जब वो अवेकन हो जाती है, दैट एनर्जी, वो आपके 7 एनर्जी सेंटर्स कह लीजिए, 7 चक्रास कह लीजिए, 7 प्लेक्सिस कह लीजिए, उनमें जाती है और 3 चैनल्स में जाती है और उनको रिवाइटलाइज कर देती है, रिजर्विनेट कर देती है। अब पता लगा मैं काम कर रहा हूँ ऑफिस में, दिस हैपन्स विद मी, आई एम टेलिंग यू अ लाइव एक्सपीरियंस। कभी कभी हम बहुत देर तक डेलिब्रेट करते हैं फुल डे और बहुत थक जाते हैं और टांगे थाइस दुख रही होती हैं, बैठा नहीं जाता, एंड आई जस्ट वॉन्ट टू गो आउट एंड हैव समथिंग। मन करता है कुछ जलेबी खाएं या कुछ ऐसा खाएं 1 मिनट। ये हम सबके साथ यहाँ भी होता होगा, आई एम श्योर, कि जाके कुछ किया जाए। आई थिंक इट्स बेटर नाउ, वी कैन सी। तो उस टाइम अगर हम अपनी एनर्जी को अवेकन कर लें, या हम उस एनर्जी से रिक्वेस्ट करें जब हम एनलाइटन हो जाए, तो वो सेकंड चैनल है, नीचे से देखिए, जो सबसे नीचे वाला ब्लू वाली है, उधर से जो चैनल आ रहा है उससे सबसे नीचे से, उसके बाद एक ट्रायंगुलर बोन है, फिर उसके बाद जो सेकंड एनर्जी सेंटर है उस पर वो आएगी, तो आपके अंदर इंस्टेंटली एकदम आप रिजर्विनेट हो जाएंगे, बॉडी में दर्द भाग जाएगा इंस्टेंटली। आपको लगेगा अरे अभी तो 1 मिनट पहले तो दर्द था, अभी कहाँ गया, आई एम फुल एनर्जाइज। अब तो फिर पूरा दिन काम करा लो 24 घंटा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। ये होता है, एंड वी विल डू इट, हम सब महसूस करेंगे उस चीज़ को। फिर उसके बाद हमारा नेवल पॉइंट, दिस इज द 3rd सेंटर। फिर उसके बाद हमारा, जब हम भागते हैं या हमें डर लगता है तो हमारी स्टर्नम बोन ऐसे से करती है, धड़कती है, दिस इज द 4th सेंटर। It has got a command over our body. It produces antibodies up to 12 years. After that, these antibodies spread in our body and they protect us from the all dangers. और फिर उसके ऊपर our throat. There is one energy center in our throat. They all have a specific function in our life. They control different aspects of our life. चाहे वो हमारी social life है, चाहे financial health है, चाहे वो हमारी even हमारी creativity है, या कुछ भी कह लीजिए। फिर हमारा ये जहाँ पे हम बिंदी लगाती हैं लेडीज़, दिस इज़ अनदर पार्ट, एंड देयर इज़ 1 पॉइंट बिलो दैट, ये जहाँ पे वो क्रॉसिंग हो रही है। दिस सेंटर इज़ कनेक्टेड विद ट्रिग्नोमेट्री, जो हम पढ़ते थे मैथमेटिक्स में। ये ट्रिग्नोमेट्री क्या है, कहाँ से आई? एक्चुअली ये जो लेफ्ट साइड, राइट साइड और सेंटर है, इसको गीता में भगवान कृष्ण ने एक्सप्लेन किया है। त्रिगुण, रजोगुण, तमोगुण, सत्वगुण, इनका जो क्रॉसिंग है, दैट इज कॉल्ड एज त्रिगुण मैत्री, जिसको त्रिवेणी भी कहा गया है। इलाहाबाद जाते हैं लोग प्रयागराज में, वो त्रिगुण मैत्री, त्रिगुण मैत्री से बना ट्रिग्नोमेट्री। जब मैं बहुत ज़्यादा काम कर रहा हूँ, इफ़ आई बिकम मोर कैलकुलेटिव, बहुत फिजिकल वर्किंग कर रहा हूँ, तो मेरा लेफ्ट साइड का ब्रेन एक्टिवेट हो जाता है। तो मेरा लेफ्ट साइड का ब्रेन ऐसे बल्ज हो जाता है अंदर से, वो एक्टिवेट हो जाता है। जब वो एक्टिवेट होता है तो सूक्ष्म तौर पे या सटल सिस्टम में एंगल चेंज हो जाता है 90 डिग्री से 45 डिग्री, तो साइन कोसाइन टैन थीटा, 45 डिग्री, 15 डिग्री, 30 डिग्री। तो जब हमने वो देखा तो त्रिगुण मैत्री के अंदर ये चीज़ चेंज हो रही है, तो एंगल्स, सो ट्रिग्नोमेट्री केम फ्रॉम देयर। फिर इसके ऊपर जो यहाँ पे फ्लावर्स ऐसा बना हुआ, दैट इज़ 1000 पेटल्स। ब्रेन को अगर हम देखें सीटी स्कैन में, तो ब्रेन में आपको लाइट्स दिखेंगी अलग अलग कलर की, 7 कलर की। वो 7 कलर की लाइट्स, 7 कलर्स, विबग्योर, 7 डेज, 7 स्वर, ये कहाँ से आया है? ये सब इसी का है, खेल है। ये 7 स्वर कहाँ से आए? हम हिंदी पढ़ते हैं, हिंदी लैंग्वेज में जो अल्फ़ाबेट्स हैं वो देवनागरी, वो कहाँ से आया? देवनागरी क्यों कहते हैं उसे? हाउ इट वॉज डिराइव्ड? वो स्वर ऐसे क्यों बनते हैं? हम उल्टे सीधे क्यों नहीं लिखते? क ऐसे लिखेंगे, ख ऐसे लिखेंगे, वो क्यों लिखते हैं? वो सब चीज़ें। लॉ में हम पढ़ते हैं गिल्टी वर्ड, वो कहाँ से आया? माई लेफ्ट शोल्डर। अकाउंटेंसी हम पढ़ते हैं, अकाउंटेंसी में व्हेन आई स्टार्टेड, तो मेरे मन में सवाल था कि हम डेबिट क्रेडिट ऐसे क्यों लिखते हैं? वाई नॉट दिस साइड एंड दैट साइड? टी शेप क्यों होता है अकाउंट्स? बैलेंस शीट बैलेंस क्यों होती है? इट्स बिकॉज ऑफ दिस। हम तराजू में कुछ सामान खरीदने जाए, वो लेफ्ट साइड पे बट्टा रखता है वेट, वो ऐसा क्यों करता है? राइट साइड में क्यों नहीं रखता बाट? specifically because of this. Everything is explained. हर चीज़ का सिस्टम यहाँ से है. Our body is like a तराजू, beam balance, गले से ऊपर तक. Whatever we do, we have got from our left side. That is God has given us. Whatever we do, इसीलिए हमारा हाथ राइट साइड का देखता है. एस्ट्रोलॉजर के पास जाइए, वो राइट साइड का हाथ देखता है कि आपने क्या बनाया जिंदगी में. वो लेफ्ट साइड का हाथ नहीं देखता, बिकॉज वो कहता है ये तो भगवान की तरफ से मिला तुमको, ये तुम कर रहे हो, कर्म है तुम्हारा. इसीलिए सब चीज़ यहाँ से. तो अभी हम उस चीज़ को महसूस करेंगे. आई थिंक वी विल हैव अनदर सेशन टू डिस्कस मोर, बट उससे पहले, करने से पहले हम थोड़ा सा जानेंगे कि ये कैसे और कहाँ से शुरू हुआ, और माता जी के बारे में जानेंगे, विच इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एटलीस्ट वी मस्ट नो हु हैज़ गिवन अस ऑल दिस थिंग्स. तो मेरे ख्याल से हमने वो आपको स्लाइड दी थी, अगर उसको चालू कर दें. मैं थोड़ा सा इंट्रोडक्शन आपको माता जी के बारे में देता हूँ. शी वॉज अ वेरी रिनाउंड पर्सनैलिटी, इंटरनेशनल स्टेचर, लर्नेड पर्सनैलिटी एज फार एज हरसेल्फ. उन्होंने हमारी तरह, आपकी तरह जीवन जिया. शी वॉज हरसेल्फ फ्रॉम अ वेरी एलीट फैमिली. हर फादर वॉज अ कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली मेंबर. शी वॉज हरसेल्फ अ फ्रीडम फाइटर and wife of a very senior bureaucrat who was a principal secretary to Lal Bahadur Shastri ji when he was a prime minister. And subsequently, her husband, he was nominated to United Nations as a Secretary General of UN Maritime Organization. We were awarded a lot of awards, and the first recipient of Lal Bahadur Shastri Award for Public Administration for probity and honesty is Sir C.P. Srivastava. And all the renowned people belonged.
कब, कैसे, क्यों, कौन सा, कितना, किस लिए, आगे क्या, उसके आगे क्या, मैं क्यों, इंसान की नियति क्या है, आखिर आधुनिक मानव तनाव से ग्रस्त क्यों है, वो क्या ढूंढ रहा है, वो कुछ ऐसा खोज रहा है जिसकी उसने सिर्फ एक झलक देखी है. झलक उस आनंद की जो आता है आत्मा से. सहज योग अपनी आत्मा को पाने का, उससे एकाकारिता करने का रास्ता है. और श्री माता जी के शब्दों में, आप अपने जीवन का मायने तब तक नहीं समझ पाते जब तक आप उस शक्ति से जुड़ नहीं जाते जिसने की आपकी रचना की है. और यह शक्ति वह सर्वव्यापी शक्ति है जो सारे ब्रह्मांड में हर जगह मौजूद है, संपूर्ण, सर्वज्ञ, संगठनकारी है, जो सारा जीवंत कार्य करती है, बीज के अंकुरित होने से लेकर हमारे दिल के धड़कने तक का कार्य. इस शक्ति को अलग अलग नामों से जाना गया है या संबोधित किया गया है. ईसाई धर्म में इसे होली स्पिरिट, इस्लाम में रूह, यहूदी धर्म में शेखीना और हिंदू धर्म में इसे चैतन्य कहा गया. इस शक्ति से एकाकारिता करने की प्रक्रिया को भी विभिन्न नामों से जाना गया. सेल्फ रियलाइजेशन, एनलाइटनमेंट, मोक्ष, लिबरेशन, निर्वाण, समाधि, सटोरी और भी कई अन्य नाम. इस सर्वव्यापी शक्ति का प्रतिबिंब हमारे अंदर स्थित कुंडलिनी है, जो कि त्रिकोणाकार अस्थि में सुप्तावस्था में विराजमान रहती है और इसे जागृत करना पड़ता है. कुंडलिनी जब उठती है और सिर के तालु भाग तक आकर हमारा संपर्क उस सर्वव्यापी शक्ति से करती है, तब आत्म साक्षात्कार घटित होता है. प्राचीन काल से कुंडलिनी के बारे में जाना गया था, लेकिन इस ज्ञान को गुप्त रखा गया. श्री माता जी ने यह ज्ञान सभी के साथ सहयोग के माध्यम से बांटा. जबकि सहयोग का उद्देश्य लोगों की चेतना का उत्थान करना है, इसके शारीरिक और मानसिक स्वास्थ्य पर भी अनेक रोग निवारक प्रभाव हैं. सर्वव्यापी शक्ति से एकाकारिता होने से हमारी तंत्रिकाएं और मस्तिष्क ज्योतिर्मय हो जाते हैं, जिसके कारण परानुकंपी तंत्रिका तंत्र सक्रिय हो जाता है. इसका अनुभव हमें मिलता है हमारे तालु भाग और हाथों पर महसूस होने वाली शीतल चैतन्य लहरियों से। कुंडलिनी जागरण की मदद से हमें अंदरूनी संतुलन मिलता है। सहज योग ने वैज्ञानिक स्तर पर कुंडलिनी जागरण और अच्छे स्वास्थ्य के बीच संबंध को प्रमाणित किया है। सहज योग की मदद से हम आज के आधुनिक जीवन के तनाव को कम कर सकते हैं। सहज योग आज के मानव को अपने व्यावसायिक, सामाजिक और निजी जीवन को आध्यात्मिक सत्य के साथ एकीकृत करने में सक्षम बनाता है। सहज योग के फायदे हमें जीवन के हर क्षेत्र में प्राप्त होते हैं। तो आप सभी का सहज योग ध्यान के लिए स्वागत है।
में श्री माताजी निर्मला देवी को संयुक्त राष्ट्र शांति पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया गया। 1993 में सेंट पीटर्सबर्ग, रूस में उन्हें प्रेसिडियम आम पेट्रोव्स्काया एकेडमी ऑफ आर्ट एंड साइंस की मानद सदस्यता दी गई। केवल 12 लोगों को आज तक यह सम्मान दिया गया है, जिनमें से एल्बर्ट आइंस्टाइन एक हैं। उसी वर्ष सेंट पीटर्सबर्ग, रशिया में उन्होंने चिकित्सा और आत्मयान पर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन का उद्घाटन किया, जो एक वार्षिक कार्यक्रम बन गया। 1995 में उन्हें रोमानिया इकोलॉजी विश्वविद्यालय द्वारा कॉग्निटिव एवं परा मनोवैज्ञानिक विज्ञान में ऑनररी डॉक्टरेट की उपाधि से सम्मानित किया गया। 3 जुलाई 1997 को रॉयल अल्बर्ट हॉल में यूनाइटेड अर्थ संगठन के अध्यक्ष सर क्लेस नोबेल ने कहा, सहयोग मानवता के लिए एक वास्तविक आशा लाता है और श्री माताजी हमें स्वयं का गुरु बनाएंगी। 1996 में विश्व दार्शनिक सम्मेलन में उन्होंने श्री माताजी को विश्व शांति की दिशा में उनके योगदान के लिए यूनिटी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय शांति पुरस्कार प्रदान किया।
Okay. So I think we should go for a real experience of enlightenment. What is Kundalini awakening? अभी तक तो हमने बातचीत ही की और स्क्रिप्चर्स में भी पढ़ते हैं। सहज योग कहाँ डिफरेंट है? अभी तक जो हम स्क्रिप्चर्स में पढ़ते थे कि ऐसा होता है वैसा होता है, उसका रियल एक्सपीरियंस यहाँ से मिलता है। हमको श्री माता जी ने ये रियल एक्सपीरियंस लेने का सिस्टम बताया। ये सिर्फ इसलिए नहीं कि मैं आपसे कह रहा हूँ या कोई आपसे कह रहा है, आप महसूस करेंगे, खुद बोलेंगे। यू विल फील इट ऑन योर हैंड। अभी मेरे पास कोई पेशेंट आ जाए तो आई कैन चेक व्हाट इज़ अ प्रॉब्लम विद हिम। उसको सुनता नहीं है तो क्यों नहीं सुन रहा, उसको आँख में प्रॉब्लम है तो क्यों है, आई कैन टेल यू। उसकी किडनी खराब है तो क्यों खराब है, कैसे ठीक करें। डॉक्टर्स के पास जाएंगे, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा, आई एम नॉट अगेंस्ट द डॉक्टर्स, मेडिसिन। डॉक्टर्स के पास जाएंगे, आज की डेट में वो डायलिसिस पे डाल देंगे। आई हैव पर्सनली बीन विद 2 पेशेंट्स हु वर सफरिंग फ्रॉम कैंसर, लास्ट स्टेज, क्रिटिकल, विद इन फ्यू आवर्स, ठीक हो गया अपोलो हॉस्पिटल में, परफेक्ट। क्योंकि हमारे अंदर जो ये एनर्जी है ये सब कुछ कर सकती है और आप खुद महसूस कर सकते हैं, अपने आप को खुद जज कर सकते हैं कि मेरे अंदर ये प्रॉब्लम क्यों है। जो हमने 7 चक्रों की बात करी वो हमारे इन हाथों पे उनके पॉइंट्स हैं, वो हमें बताते हैं। यू कैन जज। दैट इज वाई इन बाइबल इट इज सेड नो दाई सेल्फ। ज्ञान, बोध, यही बोध है। मेरे नाड़ी तंत्र पे मुझे पता लगेगा। सहज योग, सहज का मतलब जो डॉक्टर साहब बताते बताते रुक गए, सहज का मतलब सह, एक तो सरल सहज का मतलब, दूसरा है सह प्लस ज, जो साथ जन्मा हुआ, दैट विच इज बॉर्न विद यू। जैसे मेरे मोबाइल के साथ उसका सॉफ्टवेयर आता है, उसके ऐप्स आते हैं, मेरी बॉडी के साथ उसका सिस्टम दिया गया है उसको रिजेवनेट करने का। उसके साथ चार्जर भी आता है मोबाइल के साथ, तो मेरा सिस्टम मुझे दिया गया है, जैसे मैं अपने आप को रिजेवनेट, इसीलिए वो सहज, साथ जन्मा हुआ सहज योग। तो अभी हम इस चीज़ को एक्सपीरियंस करेंगे। और आप, मैं एक चीज़ और आपसे कहूँगा जो मैं सोच रहा था, आपने बड़ा अच्छा नाम दिया है आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने, NTPC ने, NOSHE, सेफ्टी, हेल्थ एंड एनवायरनमेंट। आई विल लाइक टू स्पीक one word, one sentence or 2 sentences about it. आपने लिखा है एनवायरनमेंट। व्हाट इज माई एनवायरनमेंट? मेरे हर इंसान का एक एनवायरनमेंट है चारों तरफ, दैट ऑरा या कुछ भी कह लीजिए आप उसे, वो एनवायरनमेंट है। और हम सबका जो एनवायरनमेंट है वो एक टोटल एनवायरनमेंट को बिल्ड करता है। बट व्हाट इज दिस एनवायरनमेंट मेड ऑफ? अगर हम उसको बिल्कुल बेसिक में जाए तो इट इज़ मेड ऑफ 5 एलिमेंट्स। या तो एयर है, या स्पेस है, या अग्नि है, हीट है, या वो अर्थ एलिमेंट है, या वाटर। मेरा शरीर भी उसी से बना है। सो आई कीप ऑन इंटरेक्टिंग विद माई एनवायरनमेंट चारों तरफ, और बाकी लोग भी यही करते हैं। और फिर हम एक दूसरे से भी, मेरे एनवायरनमेंट में बाकी लोग हैं, तो हम जब आपस में इंटरेक्शन करते हैं तो मेरा बॉडी इंटरेक्शन में जाता है। तो ये एनवायरनमेंट, और उस एनवायरनमेंट का असर मेरी हेल्थ पे आता है, और दूसरों के एनवायरनमेंट का असर उन पे आता है। तो हम सबका एक कलेक्टिव एनवायरनमेंट है, तो वो हेल्थ, बड़ा अच्छा नाम दिया आपने। और उस हेल्थ से मेरी सिक्योरिटी, सेफ्टी, अगर मैं ठीक नहीं हूँ तो मेरी सेफ्टी, तो बहुत अच्छा नाम है, कलेक्टिव है आपका। सो लेट अस फर्स्ट रियलाइज दिस थिंग। तो एक बारी फिर से उस बॉडी चार्ट पे चले जाएं। माता जी का फोटो इसमें है, और हम रियलाइज करेंगे उस माता जी को आप यूँ समझिए इस वक्त कि शी इज़ वन ऑफ द गुरुज हु इज़ कनेक्टिंग यू विद द गॉड ऑलमाइटीज पावर विच इज़ देयर, जो हम सारे संसार को चलाती है, उस शक्ति से जुड़ रहे हैं। और हमारे को आप उस वक्त उनको, वो क्या है वो बाद में आप समझ जाएंगे खुद ही। पहले अभी आप सिर्फ 10 मिनट के लिए आप सिर्फ ये समझ लीजिए कि वो एक गुरु हैं। शी इज़ लाइक अ मास्टर, एनी अदर गुरु, बट सुप्रीम गुरु हु इज़ टेलिंग यू। तो थोड़ा सा हम वो चालू कर लें एक बारी फिर से, जो पहले था जिसमें उनका पिक है। और हमको एक छोटा सा प्रोसेस करना है, आज हम वो करेंगे, देन वी विल रियलाइज अवरसेल्फ। एक वो क्लिप चला दें जो, और एक बात मैं और ऐड करूंगा कि अभी जो मेडिकल साइंस के बारे में बता रहे थे, वी हैव प्रूव्ड इट मेडिकली बिफोर मेडिकल काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया, एंड मेडिकल काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया हैज़ ग्रांटेड 2 डॉक्टर्स फ्रॉम इंडिया देयर मेडिकल डॉक्टरेट विद दिस, एंड वी हैव प्रूव्ड दैट हमारे बॉडी में यही चेंजेस आते हैं, सब कुछ इम्प्रूव होता है। एंड one was Dr. U.C. Rai, who has now expired, and who was a close relative of ex-Niti Aayog vice chairman, ठीक है, and he was the head of the Department of Physiology, Delhi University, Dr. U.C. Rai. He was a doctor and a professor at Lady Hardinge Medical College. He has expired now because of age, ठीक है. He was granted a medical doctor, and he had 2 assistant doctors with him. One was Dr. Deepak Chugh, and there was one more doctor. They were granted medical doctorate, ठीक है. तो लेट अस फर्स्ट डू दिस प्रैक्टिस, थोड़ा सा शुरू करते हैं विद योर परमिशन ऑल ऑफ यू। तो उसके लिए आपको कुछ नहीं करना, आप जहाँ बैठे हैं आराम से बैठिए, जिस मर्जी पोस्चर में बैठिए। हम ज़मीन पे भी बैठ सकते हैं, हम चाहें तो उस कुर्सी पे भी बैठ सकते हैं, सोफा पे भी बैठ सकते हैं, बट वी शुड टच अर्थ, बिकॉज हमारा शरीर 5 तत्वों से बना है, 5 एलिमेंट से बना है। अर्थ, इलेक्ट्रिक साइंस में भी, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स में भी अर्थ का बहुत बड़ा महत्व है, अर्थिंग, ठीक है. तो इसीलिए हम अपने शूज़ निकाल दें थोड़ा सा 2 मिनट के लिए, साइड पे निकाल के रख दें शूज़ को. आई विल ऑल्सो टेक आउट. एंड वी विल स्प्रेड आवर हैंड्स लाइक दिस, आवर पाम्स, ऐसे कर लें 2 मिनट के लिए. थोड़ा सा अपने हाथों को खोल लीजिए, उंगलियों को आगे से खोल लीजिए और उधर की तरफ देखिए, माता जी की तरफ. और माता जी से हम सिर्फ मांगेंगे कि हमें ये चीज़ जानना है कि हम कौन हैं. हमें परमात्मा की वो जो शक्ति जो चारों तरफ चला रही, जिस एक्सपीरियंस के लिए आज हम सब यहाँ पे आए हैं, उसको हमें महसूस करना है. तो माता जी से दोनों हाथ खोल लीजिए और अपनी आँख को बंद कर लीजिए 10 मिनट के लिए, 5-10 मिनट के लिए. देयर इज़ नो हिप्नोटिज्म, एवरीथिंग इज़ वेरी फेयर. आप खुद उसको अपने आप को महसूस कर पाएंगे. और अगर आपने कोई बहुत टाइट बेल्ट बांधी है तो रिलैक्स हो जाइए, थोड़ा सा लूज़ कर लीजिए. अगर चश्मा भी निकालना चाहें तो निकाल सकते हैं, अगर लगाना चाहें लगा सकते हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. बी रिलैक्स्ड, ठीक है. तो दोनों हाथ माता जी की तरफ खोल लीजिए ऐसे, और सिर को हल्का सा बेंड करेंगे, बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं, हल्का सा आगे की तरफ बेंड करेंगे, एज इफ़ यू आर आस्किंग समबडी, अ सुप्रीम गुरु, दैट माता जी हम क्या हैं, हमको ये जानना है, कृपया हमको इस चीज़ का बोध दीजिए, या हमको इस चीज़ से कनेक्ट कीजिए कि हम क्या हैं. ये इच्छा हम 2-3 दफ़ा माता जी के सामने रखेंगे, मन ही मन कहेंगे कि मदर या माता जी या श्री माता जी, कुछ भी कहिए, I want to know myself. Please help me connect to that energy which controls the whole universe, that divine energy, that God. हिंदी में कहें या जिस लैंग्वेज में मर्जी कहें, कोई ज़रूरी नहीं है कि इंग्लिश में बोलें या हिंदी में बोलें. आप सिर्फ इतना ही कहिए मन ही मन कि माता जी, मुझे परमात्मा की शक्ति जो सारे संसार को चला रही है, जो मुझे चला रही है, मुझे उससे जोड़ दीजिए. वी विल डू इट एज अ एक्सपेरिमेंट. मतलब आप ये भी मत सोच के करिए कि नहीं होगा, ये भी मत सोचिए कि होगा. बस नॉर्मल न्यूट्रल मांगिए उनसे 3-4 दफ़ा. आँख बंद रखिएगा जब तक मैं नहीं कहूँ. अब से आँख बंद रखिए कि माता जी, मुझे परमात्मा की शक्ति जो सारे संसार को चलाती है उससे जोड़ दीजिए. श्री माता जी, मुझे परमात्मा की शक्ति जो सारे संसार को चलाती है उससे कृपया जोड़ दीजिए. माता जी, कृपया मुझे परमात्मा की शक्ति जो सारे संसार को चलाती है उससे जोड़ दीजिए. मुझे उसका अनुभव दीजिए. अब इसके बाद हम अपना ये हाथ, राइट हैंड जो है, अपने हार्ट पे रखेंगे और हम माता जी से कहेंगे कि माता जी, मैं शुद्ध आत्मा हूँ. आई एम अ प्योर स्पिरिट. हम शरीर नहीं है, मन नहीं है, हम ये सब हमारे पार्ट हैं, हमारे ऊपर आवरण है, हमारे ऊपर एट्रीब्यूट्स हैं. बट मैं एक प्योर स्पिरिट हूँ. क्योंकि अगर मेरी डेथ हो जाती है तो बॉडी रह जाती है, बट देयर इज़ नो सोल इनसाइड. सो आई एम अ प्योर सोल. तो हम ये बात कहेंगे कि माता जी, 12 दफ़ा ये बात कहेंगे कि माता जी, मैं शुद्ध आत्मा हूँ. मैं इस बात को मानता हूँ. माता जी, मैं शुद्ध आत्मा हूँ. 12 दफ़ा, 12 टाइम्स वी विल से दिस थिंग कि माता जी, मैं शुद्ध आत्मा हूँ. माता जी, मैं शुद्ध आत्मा हूँ. माता जी, मैं शुद्ध आत्मा हूँ. मदर, आई एम माई ओन मास्टर. मैं अपना खुद का गुरु हूँ. मैं अपना गुरु इसलिए हूँ क्योंकि मैं शुद्ध आत्मा हूँ. आई विल ऑल्सो से दिस. आत्मा अपनी स्वयं की गुरु होती है. उसको कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं देता. आत्मा स्वयं अपनी डायरेक्शन लेती है. उसको पता है सही क्या है, गलत क्या है. दैट्स वाई वी नीड अवर गुरु. तो माँ, मैं खुद का गुरु हूँ, ये भी कहिए साथ में. दस दफ़ा ये बात कहिए, 12 दफ़ा कहने के बाद कि माँ, मैं अपना स्वयं का गुरु हूँ. माँ, मैं स्वयं का गुरु हूँ. मदर, आई एम माई ओन मास्टर. अगर ये बात कह चुके 10 दफ़ा, तो अब हम कहेंगे कि मदर, मेरे अंदर जो परमात्मा का पूरा तंत्र है उसे जागृत कर दीजिए, या मुझे मेरी शुद्ध विद्या को जागृत कर दीजिए. शुद्ध विद्या इज़ अ प्योर नॉलेज विच कंट्रोल्स द होल यूनिवर्स. तो वी विल रिक्वेस्ट कि मदर, प्लीज़ अवेकन प्योर नॉलेज इन मी. 6 टाइम्स वी विल से दिस. वाई वी आर सेइंग 6 टाइम, 10 टाइम्स, 12 टाइम्स, वी विल लेट यू नो लेटर. बट अभी आप कर लीजिए 1 मिनट के लिए. 6 दफ़ा कहिए, माता जी, कृपया मेरी शुद्ध विद्या को जागृत कर दीजिए, या प्लीज़ अवेकन माई प्योर नॉलेज. After this, we will put our left hand to our shoulder, where our neck and our shoulder connects. Please don't open your eyes. हम eyes नहीं खोलेंगे. अपनी लेफ्ट साइड पे अपना राइट हैंड जो है अपने शोल्डर और नेक के साथ जहाँ जुड़ाव होता है वहाँ पे रखेंगे और अपनी फिंगर्स को पीछे की तरफ मोड़ेंगे और अपनी नेक को राइट साइड की तरफ मोड़ लेंगे और मनी मन कहेंगे कि माताजी मैं बिल्कुल निर्दोष हूँ. जो मैंने अभी आपसे कहा कि द गिल्टी वर्ड इन लॉ वेयर इट हैज़ कम फ्रॉम दिस प्लेस, इट हैज़ कम फ्रॉम माई शोल्डर. सो आई विल से मदर आई एम नॉट एट ऑल गिल्टी, मैं बिल्कुल निर्दोष हूँ. 16 टाइम्स आई विल से दिस, 16 दफ़ा कि माँ मैं बिल्कुल निर्दोष हूँ. माँ मैं बिल्कुल निर्दोष हूँ. माँ मैं बिल्कुल गिल्टी नहीं हूँ. या श्री माता जी मैं बिल्कुल गिल्टी नहीं हूँ. मदर आई एम नॉट एट ऑल गिल्टी. I'll put my right hand to my shoulder and my neck on the connecting point and turn my fingers at the back. I will turn my face towards right side and say this कि माँ मैं बिल्कुल निर्दोष हूँ. माता जी मैं बिल्कुल निर्दोष हूँ. माता जी मैं बिल्कुल निर्दोष हूँ. माता जी मैं बिल्कुल निर्दोष हूँ. मदर आई एम नॉट एट ऑल गिल्टी. 16 टाइम्स, 16 दफ़ा हम ये बात कहेंगे. उसके बाद अगर ये हम कह चुके हैं मनी मन, तो हम अपना राइट हैंड जो है अपने माथे पे रखेंगे, फोरहेड पे. जैसे हमारा सिर दुखता है कभी, when there is a pain in our head, we put our hand on our head, on the forehead, and we will press it from both the sides, little bit, थोड़ा सा दबाएंगे हल्का सा, और हम बोलेंगे मनी मन कि मदर आई फॉरगिव एवरीबडी, मैंने सबको माफ़ कर दिया. ईसा मसीह ने भी ये बात कही थी. लॉर्ड जीसस क्राइस्ट हैज सेड, जब उनको फांसी पे लटकाया गया या सूली पे लटकाया गया, कि आई फॉरगिव एवरीबडी. एंड एवरीबडी सेज एट द लास्ट यू हैव टू फॉरगिव, देयर इज़ नो अदर्स रिकोर्स. किसी भी झगड़े का लास्ट एंड क्या होता है? वी हैव टू फॉरगिव. तो वी विल जस्ट से मदर वी फॉरगिव एवरीबडी इंक्लूडिंग आवर सेल्व्स. हमने अपने आप को भी माफ़ कर दिया और सबको माफ़ कर दिया. वी विल से इट 3 टाइम्स. Now we will put our right hand at the back of our head, जहाँ पे हमारी स्पाइनल कॉर्ड स्टेम हमारे सिर से जुड़ती है. एक बैक साइड पे हड्डी होती है यहाँ पे पॉइंटेड, उस पर रखेंगे और अपने हेड को ऊपर आकाश की तरफ करेंगे. अपने सिर मुंह को आकाश की तरफ करेंगे और हेड को बैक अपने हाथ पे रखते हुए हम ये बात कहेंगे, आँख बंद रखेंगे कि हे परमात्मा या ओ गॉड, यू आर द फॉरगिवर ऑफ एवरीथिंग. You are the most powerful. Please forgive me if I have done anything wrong, knowingly, unknowingly. हे परमात्मा, आप क्षमा के सागर हैं. You are the ocean of forgiveness. यदि मुझसे जाने अनजाने कोई भी गलत काम हो गया तो मुझे माफ़ कर दीजिए. ये बात भी हम 3 दफ़ा कहेंगे मनी मन. इसके बाद वी विल स्ट्रेच आवर हैंड. अपना राइट हैंड को बाहर की तरफ खींचेंगे उंगलियों को, ताकि हमारा पाम टाइट हो जाए. पाम को बिल्कुल टाइट करना है और अपने सिर के ऊपर, जहाँ पे बच्चे के जब हम छोटे थे तो हमारे सिर पे मैल होती है, या छोटे बच्चे के सिर पे मैल होती है और सॉफ्ट बोन होती है जिसे फॉन्टेनिल बोन एरिया कहते हैं, उस पर रख के थोड़ा सा दबाएंगे नीचे की तरफ, हेड के क्राउन पे, सिर के ऊपर से थोड़ा सा दबाएंगे और उसको वी विल रोटेट इट 7 टाइम्स. द स्कैल्प, अपने सिर की चमड़ी को हम 7 दफ़ा घुमाएंगे क्लॉकवाइज फ्रॉम लेफ्ट टू राइट, गोल गोल. और माता जी से कहेंगे कि माता जी मुझे कृपया मेरा आत्म साक्षात्कार या सेल्फ रियलाइजेशन, रियलाइजिंग अवर सेल्फ कि मैं आत्मा हूँ, मुझे मेरा आत्म साक्षात्कार दीजिए, या ये भी कह सकते हैं मुझे परम दीजिए, सुप्रीम दीजिए। माँ कृपया मुझे मेरा सेल्फ रियलाइजेशन दीजिए। 7 दफ़ा घुमाएंगे और 7 दफ़ा कहेंगे ये बात। एक बारी घुमाएंगे, एक बारी बात कहेंगे, ऐसे 7 दफ़ा घुमाएंगे कि माता जी क्लॉकवाइज कि मुझे मेरा आत्म साक्षात्कार दीजिए, मुझे मेरा सेल्फ रियलाइजेशन दीजिए। कुछ भी कह सकते हैं, इंग्लिश या हिंदी, वॉट एवर यू वॉन्ट, इवन इन योर लैंग्वेज ऑल्सो, दिस इज़ कम्फर्टेबल टू यू। माता जी कृपया मुझे मेरा आत्म साक्षात्कार दीजिए, 7 दफ़ा कहिए। माता जी कृपया मुझे मेरा आत्म साक्षात्कार दीजिए। माता जी कृपया मुझे मेरा आत्म साक्षात्कार दीजिए। 7 टाइम्स। माता जी कृपया मुझे मेरा आत्म साक्षात्कार दीजिए। माता जी कृपया मुझे मेरा आत्म साक्षात्कार दीजिए। माता जी कृपया मुझे मेरा आत्म साक्षात्कार दीजिए। माता जी कृपया मुझे मेरा आत्म साक्षात्कार प्रदान कीजिए। माता जी कृपया मुझे मेरा आत्म साक्षात्कार दीजिए। मदर प्लीज़ गिव मी माई सेल्फ रियलाइजेशन। आँख बंद रखेंगे, दोनों हाथों को बराबर ले लेंगे इन योर लैप, हाथों को खुला रखेंगे जैसे पहले था, और हल्का सा सिर को झुकाएंगे। एंड देन वी विल प्रे टू श्री माता जी, मदर प्लीज़ मुझे भगवान के या परमात्मा के ध्यान में ले जाइए, प्लीज़ टेक मी इनटू मेडिटेशन। आप माता जी को इस वक्त एक सुप्रीम गुरु की तरह समझिए, हु इज़ लाइटिंग आवर कैंडल। बाद में आप खुद समझ जाएंगे वो क्या थे या क्या है। माता जी कृपया मुझे 3-4 दफ़ा मनी मन प्रार्थना कीजिए। एंड कोई ज़रूरी नहीं कि आप ज़्यादा, आपको विचार आ रहे हैं तो रोकने की कोशिश मत कीजिए, अपने आप रुक जाएंगे विचार। माता जी कृपया मुझे परमात्मा के ध्यान में ले जाइए। आप चाहें तो आँख खोल सकते हैं। आँख खोल के थोड़ा सा सामने देखिए माता जी की तरफ 2 मिनट के लिए। एंड देन वी विल आस्क 1 or 2 क्वेश्चंस टू यू। अब अपना लेफ्ट हैंड माता जी की तरफ रखते हुए राइट हैंड से अपने सिर के ऊपर थोड़ा सा, हाथ सिर से थोड़ा ऊंचा आप देखिए कि आपके सिर में आपको कुछ ठंडा या गर्म कुछ ऐसा जैसे हल्की हल्की विंड सी कहीं से आ रही है। इसी चीज़ को आदि शंकराचार्य एज एक्सप्लेन्ड एज सलीलम सलीलम, यानी ठंडी हवा, और बाइबल में इट हैज़ बीन सेड एज कूल ब्रीज ऑफ होली घोस्ट। थोड़ा आगे पीछे हिला के भी देख सकते हैं। आर वी फीलिंग समथिंग कमिंग आउट ऑफ आवर हेड? ठंडा बिल्कुल ऐसा होगा जैसे आइस का ब्रिक होता है, उसके ऊपर हल्की हल्का थोड़ी सी ठंडी ठंडी वी फील समटाइम्स। जैसे मेंथॉल बालों में लगा लें, मेंथॉल शैम्पू, तो हमें ठंडा ठंडा लगता है, सिर में लगता है ऐसा। अब हम अपने दूसरे हाथ से भी चेक करेंगे। राइट हैंड माता जी की तरफ, लेफ्ट हैंड से फिर चेक करिए। आर वी फीलिंग समथिंग इन आवर हेड? किसी किसी को हो सकता है बहुत तेज़ आए, किसी को हो सकता है स्टार्टिंग है तो थोड़ा स्लो हो या नहीं भी महसूस हो रहा। जो नहीं हो रहा उनको भी हम अभी हेल्प करेंगे। अब हम फिर से अपने राइट हैंड से चेक करेंगे। अब दोनों हाथ सामने कर लीजिए। तो पहले तो आप जितने भी लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं वो ये थोड़ा सा मुझे ये बताएं कि उनको क्या महसूस हुआ। जिन लोगों को हाथ में ठंडा, दोनों हाथों में कुछ पाम्स में, फिंगर्स में कुछ टिंगलिंग महसूस हुई हो, कुछ चलता हुआ कांटे से लड़ रहे हैं या ठंडा गर्म महसूस हो रहा है, नॉट बिकॉज ऑफ दिस एसी बट अदरवाइज ऐसे हाथ में से कुछ निकल रहा है, तो वो अपना हाथ ऊपर करें या सिर में से हो रहा हो। एनी ऑफ यू, जिसको हुआ, जिसको नहीं हुआ शर्माए नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, हो जाएगा। जिसको हो गया वो हाथ खड़ा करें ऊंचा। आपको हुआ ऊपर? डिड यू फील इट? आपको हुआ? आपको हुआ? ओके। आपको भी हुआ? आपको भी हुआ? ओके। आपको नहीं हुआ सर? आपको? आप तीनों में से किसी को कुछ हैवीनेस हाथों में? हल्का हल्का हल्का, वो शुरुआत है, धीरे धीरे करेंगे बहुत अच्छा हो जाएगा। और मैं आपको बताऊं, आई विल शेयर विद यू, मेरे सामने आज कोई फॉल्स आदमी आ जाए और मुझसे मेरे को ही प्रिटेंड्स दैट आई एम वेरी ऑनेस्ट, ये हूँ वो हूँ, मैं बहुत बड़ा सेंट हूँ, मुझे क्या पता वो सच्चा है झूठा है? हाउ विल आई जज? देयर इज नो बैरोमीटर, देयर इज नो यार्ड स्टिक, हाउ कैन आई जज? बट विद दिस आई कैन चेक। इसको सूरदास जी ने एक ग्रंथ लिखा था जिसको बोलते हैं सुख सागर। माई मदर यूज टू रीड इट व्हेन आई वॉज अ किड। तो उसमें एक बात थी कि अगर आप झूठ बोलेंगे तो आपके हाथ जलेंगे, तो हाथ में गर्म महसूस होगा। उन्होंने ये बात कही थी सूरदास जी ने, वो अब समझ में आया हमको। और अगर आप सच बोलेंगे तो हाथ नहीं जलेंगे, उन्होंने ये बात कही थी। माई मदर यूज टू टेल मी दिस थिंग, वो रीड करती थी, बताती थी, तो आज समझ में आ रहा है। आई एम डूइंग इट फॉर लास्ट ऑलमोस्ट 40 years नाउ। 10 साल का था, आई एम अबाउट टू बी 50, तो आप देख लीजिए मात। और उसके बाद जिसको अब हमने जब आंख बंद करी, उसके बाद सारे प्रोसेस के बाद हमने कहा कि हमें ध्यान में ले जाए, कुछ शांति मन में, कुछ विचार रुके, अगर नहीं भी महसूस हुआ तो हाँ या ना। जिसको हुआ वो हाथ खड़ा कर ले, जिसको नहीं हुआ कोई बात नहीं। शांति आ रही, बहुत लोगों को आ रही, तो इसका मतलब प्रोसेस तो ऑन हो गया। ओके, चलो। वी आर दिस प्रोसेस, दिस मूवमेंट, सहज योगा मूवमेंट इज गोइंग इन 120 कंट्रीज एट द मोमेंट। 120 कंट्रीज में चल रहा है सहज योगा एट द मोमेंट। और यूएस में कई स्टेट्स हैं, उन्होंने इनफैक्ट एक दिन माता जी के जन्म दिवस पे यानी 21 मार्च को इवन हॉलीडे भी डिक्लेयर कर दी, माता जी निर्मला देवी दिवस या डे अनाउंस करके उनकी सेनेट ने। कई स्टेट्स में ऐसा भी हुआ है। So a lot of countries in South America also, Europe also, they all know what she was. She has left the whole heavenly abode, but her pic and her lectures are there, which is a treasure for us. And it is, everything is medically proved, it is scientifically proved, सब चीज़। हमारे अपने 2 हेल्थ सेंटर्स भी हैं जहाँ पे बिग हॉस्पिटल जहाँ हम इस टेक्निक से लोगों को हेल्प करते हैं, ठीक है। तो एक तो ये, दूसरा वी वांट कि हम ये आपके साथ, अभी तो एक शुरुआत हुई है, इट इज़ जस्ट लाइक अ स्मॉल सीड which has sprouted today. We will like to conduct more sessions with all of you frequently afterwards, even in your hospitals which are there as alternate medicine. बाकी तो ठीक है जो आप कर रहे हैं, डॉक्टर्स की हमें ज़रूरत है, हम भी बीमार पड़ते हैं, हमें डॉक्टर्स की ज़रूरत पड़ती है और उनके पास जाते हैं, दे आर वेरी हेल्पफुल टू अस, वेरी काइंड, और उनको हम दोष भी नहीं देते, बट ठीक है, उसके साथ साथ ये अल्टरनेट तरीका है, आप इसको भी अडॉप्ट कीजिए लाइफ में, टू डी स्ट्रेस योर सेल्फ एंड टू डू अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स विच आप कर सकते हैं। तो इसके लिए हमारा एक हमने पीपीटी शेयर किया था, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली यहाँ पे वो चल नहीं पा रहा है बिकॉज ऑफ सम वर्जन प्रॉब्लम। तो उसमें हमारे कॉन्टैक्ट्स हैं, लोकल कॉन्टैक्ट्स कुछ लोगों के और कुछ सेंटर्स के, मेन सेंटर के, ठीक है। माता जी हैज़ हेल्प अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल इंक्लूडिंग प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया नीलम संजीवा रेड्डी जी, उनको हार्ट में कैंसर था, उसको ठीक किया। देन BR मल्होत्रा जी वेकफील्ड प्रोडक्ट्स वाले, जिनका ब्राउन एंड पोल्सन कस्टर्ड आता है, टोपेज के ब्लेड आते हैं, उनको बाईपास के लिए जा रहे थे। राहुल बजाज इंडस्ट्रीज वाले, a lot of people, they all know what she is, how she has helped because of heart problems and all, she has helped, और विदाउट सर्जरी उनकी बाईपास की ज़रूरत ही नहीं पड़ी, ठीक हो गया। तो ये पावर बहुत इमेंस है, ये शक्ति बहुत बड़ी है। मैं आपको बताऊँ, मैं अपने आप से बता रहा हूँ कि आपके अंदर इतनी क्रिएटिव पावर्स चालू हो जाएंगे। आई एम अ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट वर्किंग विद फिगर्स, आई राइट पोइट्री, पता नहीं कुछ 5 साल 10 साल पहले, 5 साल पहले अपने आप पोइट्री लिखना शुरू कर दिया। उर्दू भी लिख देते हैं, उर्दू के वर्ड्स, हिंदी, इंग्लिश, अरेबिक, फारसी सब लिख ले, पता नहीं कहाँ से आते हैं, और ऐसे मीनिंगफुल 1 सेकंड में, पता नहीं कहाँ से आते हैं वो ऐसी क्रिएटिविटी आपकी। बिकॉज जो सारी चीज़ है साइंटिफिक चीज़, वो हमारे इन 7 सेंटर्स में, उन 3 नाड़ी में, जब ये अवेकन हो जाएंगे, जो नीचे वाला सेकंड सेंटर है विच इज़ कंट्रोल्ड बाय ब्रह्मदेव सरस्वती, और जितने भी हमारे धर्म हुए हैं, जैसे जिसको हम रिलीजन कहते हैं, चाहे आप उसको इस्लाम कह लीजिए, चाहे हम लड़ रहे हैं, हमें ये नहीं पता कि वो, हम तो वाई डू दे, हमारा उल्टा क्यों करते हैं वो, उनको नहीं पता, पर वो जेन्युइनली कर रहे हैं, वो सही कर रहे हैं, गलत नहीं कर रहे। इट इज़ ऑल साइंटिफिक, वो भी हम कभी बताएंगे आपको, वो भी पॉसिबल है। वाई अब हमारे 0 से 9 तक नंबर होते हैं इंटीजर में, ये भी नहीं पता हमें, बिकॉज 0 इज शिवा, तेरा ना आदि ना अंत। 0 इज द ओनली न्यूमरल विच स्टार्ट्स वेयर इट एंड्स, यहीं से शुरू वहीं खत्म। इट रिप्रेजेंट्स यूनिवर्स। बिग बैंग हुआ फिजिक्स के हिसाब से, हमारे स्पिरिचुअलिज्म के हिसाब से ओंकार का नाद। आप भी जब कोई प्लांट कमीशन करते हैं NTPC में, तो वहाँ पे हूटर बजता है जोर से स्टार्ट करने से पहले, आप हूटर बजाते हैं जब स्टार्ट करने जाते हैं, टेस्ट कमीशनिंग करते हुए, टेस्टिंग के बाद। तो जब पूरा यूनिवर्स स्टार्ट किया गया बनाने के बाद, कंस्ट्रक्शन करने के बाद, तो ओंकार का नाद हुआ, जिसे फिजिक्स में बिग बैंग कह दिया। तो 0 से 1 बाहर निकला है, दैट इज आदि शक्ति। 1 आई 1, पूरी कंप्यूटर इंडस्ट्री 0 1 पे चल रही है, 0 पे बंद हो जाता है, 1 पे चलता है। 0 इज शिवा, और 1 जब क्रिएशन शुरू, हमारी लाइफ में मैरिज से पहले कुछ नहीं होता, 0 पे होते हैं हम, भाग रहे हैं, लाइफ है, लाइफलेस है। शादी होती है, वाइफ आती है, ज़िंदगी में सब चीज़ें शुरू हो जाती हैं, फैमिली नीड्स, डिज़ायर्स, अच्छे अच्छे फैशन चाहिए, ये चाहिए, वो चाहिए, लाइफ। प्लीज़ ओके, ठीक है। तो ये एक चीज़ है, तो पूरा हमारा जितना भी है वो सब इसी में बेस्ड है। सो वी विल लीव इट फॉर यू। आप दोबारा हम चाहेंगे, अगर आप कहेंगे दोबारा आएंगे आपके साथ, ऑनलाइन भी कर सकते हैं, ठीक है। थैंक यू। ओके।
I would request Shri Vijay Goyal, ED Safety NTPC, to please come up on stage and presents with a memento. The talk was very enlightening and calming. We are very happy to welcome Kiran ma'am here, and I request Kiran ma'am to please present these planters to our special guest, Manju Jangra. I request Kiran ma'am to also present a planter to Neelam Dhingra. Request you to please present a planter to Ved P. Gupta. And a planter for H.P. Chaudhary. Thank you, ma'am, for presenting these planters. And I'm sure all of you are very excited for the musical evening that is coming up. It's a cultural program, and this will be followed by dinner. But this is an evening none of you will forget, because this will take you to musical wonderland. We have the group Sur Malhar Delhi performing next. And this troupe has been started by Santosh Roth. And we have singers Suchetna and Arjun also singing some very melodious tunes coming up. And we have very talented musicians, Jitesh, Sunil and Anu, who will be providing the background score. I request all of you to remain seated and give the band about 5 minutes or so to set up, and then we'll begin with the musical evening.
हेलो 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 सर ये माइक ले लीजिएगा check 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 check
check check हेलो हेलो check 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 रिवर्ब कर दो हेलो check check